Welcome back to the Deep Dive, the place where we take the densest material, extract the gold, and hopefully deliver the insights straight to you.
And today, we are really strapping in.
We really are. We're not just skimming the surface today. We are undertaking a fascinating journey into the Bhagavad Gita.
But we're holding firm right on the starting line. Chapter 1.
Just Chapter 1.
That's right. This chapter, it's known as Arjuna Vishada Yoga, which translates to the yoga of Arjuna's despair. It's the setup, the pressure cooker where the entire philosophical explosion is about to happen.
And that opening is just so incredibly dramatic. I mean, our sources lay out the core scenario with perfect tension. You have this vast battlefield, Kurukshetra.
Armies arrayed, weapons ready.
And yet, before a single physical arrow flies, the supreme warrior, Arjuna, the one person everyone expects to lead the charge, he just has a total moral and psychological breakdown.
Exactly, and that's our mission today, to really thoroughly analyze this setup, the intricate web of family, duty, strategy, and this emotional paralysis that just freezes the action.
So we need to go beyond just the simple narrative.
We have to. Those sources are absolutely insistent that this isn't just a description of some ancient territorial dispute. It is fundamentally a symbolic representation of the perpetual conflict between dharma, or righteousness.
Right, action.
And dharma, unrighteousness. And this is a conflict that exists constantly within every single one of us, every single day.
So we're treating this battlefield not as a historical map, but as the inner struggle of the self.
Precisely.
And the whole thing kicks off with one single loaded question from the antagonist's father, the blind king Dhritarashtra. It immediately tells us that the stakes here are moral, not just military.
We've analyzed the sequence of events and the specific, the very rational arguments Arjuna uses to justify dropping his weapons.
Okay, let's unpack this. Let's jump right into segment 1. The strategic assessment. How the leaders are sizing up their opposition and, maybe more importantly, how their own internal state is already showing some serious cracks. So, the very first verse, Shloka 1, is the starting pistol for the entire conversation. You have the blind King Dhritarashtra asking his charioteer, Sanjaya, a simple question.
Or what seems like a simple question.
Exactly. He says, what did my sons and the Pandavas do at Kurukshetra, the Dharmakshetra? Now that last word, calling it the Holy Land, the Dharmakshetra. Why is that labeling so critical?
The setting is everything. By explicitly labeling Kurukshetra the field of Dharma, the text just instantly elevates the whole conflict.
So this is no longer just a fight over a kingdom.
Not at all. It's a battle between moral forces, between righteous duty and, selfish interest. It means that regardless of military strategy or who has more soldiers, the environment itself is already kind of predisposed toward the path of righteousness.
And the person asking the question, the king, he's physically blind. Our source analysis suggests that this isn't just a physical detail, is it? It's a metaphor.
Absolutely. His physical blindness is mirrored by a spiritual blindness. You can feel his anxiety even before the battle begins. That's the giveaway.
Why is he so anxious?
Well, Dhritarashtra knows his sons, the Kauravas, primarily stand for greed and unrighteousness. He's afraid. He fears the outcome, precisely because Dharma is established on that land.
So he's worried that the place itself might work against his own children.
Yes. He worries that the mere environment of Kurukshetra, this field of moral action, might somehow sway his sons toward the good path, weaken their resolve for war, and then they'd lose.
That is a fascinating layer of internal conflict right out of the gate. The antagonist's primary fear isn't the strength of the enemy.
No.
It's the possibility that his own side might suddenly choose righteousness.
Precisely. His deepest fear is not being defeated by weapons, but by morality itself. So the profound takeaway from that very first frame is that life itself is a dharmakshetra.
A field of right action.
It's a constant struggle where we always have to strive for that path of righteousness. It suggests that, moral preparedness is the fundamental strategy. It trumps brute military might because the environment of life itself favors the morally upright, even when we feel completely overwhelmed by challenges.
That gravity is established instantly. Okay, so now Sanjaya shifts the focus from the king's moral anxiety to the nervous energy of the Kaurava commander Duryodhana.
Right, in Shlokas 2 and 3.
We see him approaching his guru, Dronacharya, after seeing this powerful, well-structured formation of the Pandava army. What does that tell us about his internal state?
Well, Duryodhana, despite being the aggressor, the one who maneuvered everyone into this war, he's immediately revealed as cautious, strategic, and Beneath all the bravado, he's deeply worried.
Our analysis calls him shrewd, but also manipulative.
Oh, absolutely. His very first action is this calculated piece of psychological maneuvering, and it's directed right at his own commander, Drona. He expresses legitimate concern, sure. He says the Pandava army is well-structured and powerful.
But his approach to Drona, that's where the personal bitterness and the insecurity really shine through, isn't it?
Yes. This is where he stops being a purely strategic leader and becomes, well, a desperate manipulator. He points out that the Pandava army was arrayed by Drishtadyumna,
The son of Drupada.
and not just the son of Drupada. Drishtadyumna was Drona's own student, but he was specifically born to take Drona's life.
So Duryodhana isn't just naming a general here, he's twisting the knife.
He absolutely is.
Yeah.
He's indirectly reminding Drona, look, your most intelligent student is now leading the army against you, and by the way, he was born for your death, so you owe me absolute loyalty, and you cannot afford to fail me now. It's a clear tactical move, but it's rooted in this deep personal resentment. It's calculated to ensure Drona's focus is pure vengeance and duty toward the Kauravas, to eliminate any lingering sympathy he might have for the Pandavas.
But you could argue that's a risky move, right?
It is. I mean, our sources suggest if he were truly shrewd, he wouldn't risk alienating his most powerful asset by questioning his loyalty right before the battle.
So it's more desperation than diplomacy.
That's it. It highlights his deep insecurity. He's trying to lock down his key emotional assets because he fears a moral collapse from his own commanders.
And that fear, that insecurity leading to these manipulative, desperate decisions, that's a huge modern takeaway. It just underscores how patience and solid ethical guidance are essential in a crisis, because insecurity just blinds leaders to effective strategy.
Absolutely. And after that little jab, Duryodhana tries to regain his composure by moving into a full strategic assessment. He starts listing the enemy's strengths in shlokas 4 through 6.
He can't afford to underestimate them.
No, he needs to justify his fear to Drona, so he provides a full roster of the high-quality opposition they're about to face.
So let's run through those names, because they really show the sheer caliber of the Pandavas' allies.
He starts with the powerhouses, of course, Bhima and Arjuna, who he admits are unrivaled in valor. He has to give credit where it's due.
Can't argue with that.
But then he gets into the critical allies, showing this extensive network of righteous kings they've gathered. We see Yudhidhana, who's also known as Satyaki.
And he's Krishna's clansman and Arjuna's disciple, so he's trained by the best.
Right. Then there's Virata, the king, who sheltered the Pandavas during their exile, which proves his moral commitment to their cause. And Drupada, Pandava's father-in-law, whose involvement is driven by a personal vendetta against Drona.
Which links right back to Duryodhana's initial psychological maneuver.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the list just keeps going, showing the depth of the commitment across different kingdoms.
What other names stand out in the source analysis?
Well, Shloka 5 lists some really strong allies. Ketu, Chekitana, Kashiraja, who's described as very valiant, Purujit and Kuntipuja, who are relatives of Kunti, and Shabya, a venerable warrior.
So this is not just a collection of mercenaries. This is an alliance of established, respected monarchs.
And crucially, he doesn't forget the youthful, highly skilled element.
The next generation.
Yes, Shloka 6 acknowledges the young, ferocious power. You have Yudhamanyu and Uttamaja, these brave heroes providing energy and zeal. And then the elite youth, famed for their skill, Subhadra's son, Bhavimanyu.
Famous for his sheer battle prowess, especially his knowledge of the deadly Chakravyuha formation.
And the 5 sons of Draupadi, the Draupadeyas. It's a formidable list of exceptional, high-quality fighters.
And he puts a label on all of them, doesn't he?
He does. He classifies all of them using the highest possible military praise, Maharathas. This term means a warrior capable of single-handedly fighting 72,000 soldiers.
So by emphasizing the quality of the opposition, he's ironically kind of demoralizing his own side while trying to motivate Drona.
That's the key insight here. True strength lies not just in numerical advantage, but in organized quality warriors and a sound, strategically aligned purpose.
Okay, so having thoroughly acknowledged the enemy, Duryodhana pivots in Shloka 7 through 11 to his own side. He proclaims his forces are distinctive and special.
He shifts to the boast, yeah. He's trying to counter his internal fear with this external proclamation of strength.
So who's on his key roster?
He begins by addressing Drona respectfully as Bijotama, the best among the Brahmanas, reaffirming his status right after having just questioned it.
A little damage control.
A little bit, yeah. And the key Kaurava roster in Shloka 8 is truly intimidating. You have Dronacharya himself. You have Bhishma, the grandfather, who is functionally immortal because of a boon. Karna, the great archer whose power rivals Arjuna's.
A staggering list.
And Kripacharya, Adashwatthama Drona's immortal son Vikarna, or righteous son of Dhritarashtra, and Somadati. It's an incredible concentration of ancient military brilliance and almost superhuman power.
And yet, in Shloka 10, right after listing all these titans, Duryodhana's confidence seems to just violently contradict itself.
This is the psychological moment we've been waiting for. Duryodhana states his army, protected by Bhishma, is aparyaptam, limitless, unconquerable.
And then he diminishes the Pandava army.
He calls them paryaptam, limited, weak. But the source analysis points out that this boast just screams extreme insecurity. He proclaims absolute strength, but then acts completely defensively in the very next verse.
So he's projecting confidence, but his actions are betraying him. How does that contradiction manifest strategically?
In Shloka 11, he instantly issues a defensive, fear-based order. I mean, if his army was truly limitless, he would be ordering them to charge, to scatter the enemy.
But he doesn't.
No. Instead, he orders all his troops to hold their fixed positions and, most importantly, to ensure the comprehensive protection of the one figure they cannot afford to lose, Grandfather Bhishma.
So the one who just boasted that his force was unconquerable is now worried that if their commander-in-chief falls, the whole thing just collapses.
Precisely. This strategic decision, born out of that initial arrogance, it immediately highlights his fear of loss and the fragility of his army's morale. The real lesson here is so fundamental. Arrogance and injustice, they always lead to eventual destruction because they undermine clear, patient leadership. A strategy based on fear is inherently weaker than one based on moral clarity.
So the psychological game now moves from these internal monologues and strategic speeches to open psychological signaling.
Through sound.
Exactly. The armies are poised, Duryodhana is stressed, the tension is immense. How does the Kaurava side, needing assurance after Duryodhana's contradictory orders, initially respond?
Well, the initial response is led by the patriarch, Bhishma, the ultimate man of duty. Shloka 12 describes his action as purely duty-bound. He blows his conch with this massive roar like a lioness in Manada.
And he's doing this to inspire Duryodhana.
To inspire Duryodhana and raise the sinking morale of the entire Kaurava army. It highlights the immense power of duty, even when one's personal morals clash with it.
Right, because Bhishma's personal inclination favored the Pandavas, but he fulfills his commitment.
He's a professional. He's separating personal feeling from professional commitment. He's providing strategic guidance and trying to inject some confidence into a worried command structure. But what follows is a key contrast.
Bhishma provides the signal, and then the entire Kaurava army responds with chaos, according to Shloka 13.
An overwhelming, disorganized cacophony. That's the word for it. We hear the instruments.
Yeah.
Conches, kettle drums, war drums, trumpets. They're all sounded simultaneously.
Creating this fierce, chaotic sound wave, a tumult.
Exactly. It fills the sky and earth. This isn't music. It's brute volume. It's a show of numerical force, designed purely to overwhelm and intimidate through sheer noise.
So the Kauravas respond with disorganized, overwhelming noise. How do the Pandavas counter this assertion of chaotic power?
The Pandava response in Shlokas 14 through 18 is focused, symbolic, and frankly divine. You have Krishna, or Madhava, and Arjuna, Partha, on their magnificent chariot drawn by pure white horses.
A sign of purity and grandeur.
And they respond with their divine conches. This asserts not just military superiority, but moral and strategic superiority.
And the text pauses to detail these conches, which is important because these aren't just noisemakers. Each name carries immense symbolic weight.
That's the key distinction, and it reflects the moral clarity that the Kauravas lacked. We get a detailed roster of these auspicious sounds. Krishna, or Hrishikesha, blew the Panchajanya.
Which symbolizes what?
Divinity and supreme leadership. It's the first sound, the leading sound.
And Arjuna's conch?
Arjuna, or Dhananjaya, blew the Devadatta. This translates to God-given, or gift of the gods, symbolizing his unparalleled valor, his divine backing, and his mastery of archery. These first two sounds are declarations of divine alignment and warrior perfection.
Okay, let's talk about Bhima. He is pure physical power.
And his conch reflects that. Vrikadara, or Bhima, the symbol of immense physical power, blew the Pandra. This conch is described as having this tremendous earth-shaking sound that directly embodies his brute strength and fearlessness.
And then we move to the leader, Yudhishthira. He's the embodiment of truth and dharma, and he blows the Anantavijaya.
Anantavijay means unending victory.
Why is that significant?
Well, why is the embodiment of truth and dharma the one promising unending victory? Because it tells us that a victory secured through righteousness is permanent. It's a subtle but powerful promise of the ultimate outcome that goes beyond just this physical battle.
That's a powerful morale boost right there, stating the inevitability of their cause.
Then you have Nakula, who blew the Sugosha, which means sweet, resonating sound, and Sahadeva, who blew the Manapushpaka, symbolizing grandeur and purity. Even the sounds of the younger brothers reflect clarity and auspiciousness.
And their allies, they follow suit, creating a unified, intentional response.
Exactly. The source mentions Kasha, Shikandi, Tristadyumna, Virata, Satyaki, Drupada, the 5 Draupadeyas, and the mighty Abhimanyu. They all blew their respective conchas separately, but in this unified assertion. This organized, focused power is in sharp contrast to the Kaurava's chaotic, brute noise.
So the Pandava sound is a declaration of moral intent and unified resolve.
Right. If the Kaurava sound was a loud, chaotic attempt to mask fear, the Pandava sound was a sharp, clear declaration of confidence.
And what was the psychological effect of this focused, organized counterblast on the enemy?
Shloka 19 captures it perfectly. It was instantaneous.
Yeah.
The Pandava conch blast was so fierce tumalo, just like the Kaurava was, but focused, that it echoed through the sky and earth, and it instantly split the hearts, Hridyani Fyadayat, of the Kauravas.
Split their hearts. That's a visceral image.
It's a complete visceral shattering of their confidence. They lost the battle of morale right then and there.
They lost half the battle before a single arrow was shot.
The sources confirm this. Their moral foundation and confidence were fractured by the sound of righteousness and unity. And the core insight from this is so profound. Confidence, strong resolve, and unified action, when they're backed by an ethical cause, are far more crucial for overcoming major challenges than just numerical brute force.
Moral high ground provides the stillness and resolve that chaos simply cannot break.
And that stillness is what we now need to watch out for, because we move from external sound to this deafening internal silence, the pivotal moment of crisis for Arjuna.
We have reached the pivot point of the entire narrative. This sets up the dialogue for the rest of the Gita. The focus shifts entirely to Arjuna, seated on his chariot, marked by the Hanuman banner, the Kapidwaja.
A symbol of divinity and victory.
Exactly. With the instruments silenced and the moment of carnage arriving, Arjuna finally addresses Krishna.
His action is immediate. He lifts his mighty bow, the Gandiva, and he makes a request. In Shloka 21 he asks, O Achyuta, the unfailing one, bring my chariot between the two armies so I may observe.
It's so interesting that he begins his request by addressing Krishna with these specific divine names. Achyuta, the unmoving or the infallible, and Hrishikesha, the master of the senses. Why is he invoking stability and mastery right before this crisis?
This is a moment of unconscious seeking. Arjuna, who's supposed to be the most stable and focused warrior, feels this initial tremor of internal instability.
So by addressing Krishna as Achyuta, the unmoving one,
he's implicitly asking for Krishna's stability. He recognizes that his own foundation is already shaking, even if he hasn't admitted it to himself yet. And by calling him Hrishikesha, the master of the senses, he's subconsciously acknowledging that his own senses and his mind are about to fail him, and he needs the true master to take the reins.
So he's seeking a moral and physical compass before he acts, recognizing the need for external guidance in a moment of extreme pressure. What is his conscious, stated purpose for moving to the center?
His stated purpose in Shlokas 22 and 23 is observational and moral. He wants to observe exactly who has gathered to fight, especially those supporting the evil-minded Duryodhana the Dubhuti.
He's trying to confirm who is fighting for unrighteousness so he can kill them without reservation.
That's his plan.
And what happens when Krishna complies?
Well, Krishna, fulfilling the role of the guru, places the magnificent chariot drawn by those striking white horses directly in the center. He positions Arjuna optimally, right between the two armies, facing Bhishma and Drona.
And then he just says,
Behold, O Partha, these assembled Kurus. The sources stress this placement. When we surrender our ego and attachment to a guide, that guide places us in the optimal position to see the truth, however painful that truth might be.
And the truth that Arjuna sees, described in Shlokas 26 and 27, it just transforms the field instantly from a battlefield of duty to a landscape of personal, devastating tragedy. What is the full vision that completely overwhelms him?
This is the critical moment of moha, or delusion based on attachment. Arjuna sees everyone he respects, loves, and cherishes on both sides of the battlefield.
Not just enemies.
No. He sees his fathers, meaning the older Kauravas, his grandfathers like Bhishma, his beloved teachers Drona and Kripacharya, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, fathers-in-law, well-wishers, everyone.
So it's no longer an abstract army of enemies. It's every single meaningful relationship he has ever formed.
Exactly. And this vision just crushes him. It's a shift from strategic necessity to a seemingly impossible personal loss. The words he speaks next are immediately filled with sorrow, Shokasamatham, and his grief, his vishada, is so profound that he can't just intellectualize it. It causes an immediate physical collapse.
It's hard to believe the mightiest warrior on earth could be taken down by a simple list of names and a moment of dread. Is the text arguing that psychological stress is truly more powerful than divine training and expertise?
It absolutely is. The sources provide this almost clinical description of his breakdown in Shlosas 28 through 30, showing how true inner conflict completely impairs one's physical ability to perform their duty.
His stress manifests as a total paralysis of capability.
Total.
Walk us through those physical symptoms, because they are incredibly specific. They show the depth of his internal failure.
The symptoms are a textbook example of extreme panic and stress. First, limb weakness.
His body parts are failing him. His strength is just gone.
Then dryness of mouth. A classic immediate sign of acute physiological stress and fear.
His body is trembling, the vipathis.
He's shaking because of the severity of the internal conflict. He can no longer hold himself steady, and his hair is standing on end, Roma Harsha.
A visceral reaction of extreme emotional arousal and dread, goosebumps, but indicating profound shock.
And then his skin is burning, Puridahayat, a sensation of feverish distress, suggesting his body is trying to process the impossible moral heat of the situation.
And then the most profound symbol of all.
Loss of grip on the Gandiva. His powerful divine bow, the symbol of his entire identity and duty as a warrior, just slips from his hands.
Wow, that's the total loss of capability and identity.
It is. And finally, mental confusion. His mind is spinning, he can't stand firm, he feels unstable, and he realizes he just can't proceed with a clear mind.
That image, the Gandiva falling, that's the moment we realize this crisis isn't just about winning or losing, it's about the complete loss of self. A warrior can't fight without his duty.
Exactly. This immediate psychological and physical paralysis, the Vishada, shows how profound stress and confusion can impair even an expert at the peak of their performance. The lesson here is so clear. Mental stillness and clarity are absolute prerequisites for right action, for Dharma, and Arjuna, who is meant to be Gudakesha, the conqueror of ignorance, is momentarily lost in delusion because of his personal attachments. This collapse forces him to rationalize his retreat, moving us into the heart of his moral argument.
So after his physical collapse, Arjuna begins to rationalize his desire to retreat. He's using ethical, social, and spiritual arguments. In Shloka 31, he declares he sees only adverse omens, viparitani nimittani.
He immediately launches into a cost-benefit analysis in Shloka 32, which sounds incredibly noble on the surface.
Right. He says he desires neither victory, nor kingdom, nor pleasure, if the price is the lives of his kin.
He asks, why fight for sovereignty and enjoyment, Bhoga, when the very people for whom that joy is intended, teachers, fathers, brothers, and relatives, are the ones risking their lives?
He takes this to an extreme, doesn't he? He says he wouldn't kill them even for the sovereignty of all three worlds, the Trilokya Raja.
He does. And that sounds like absolute moral commitment to nonviolence and family. But the core tension the Gita is about to address is it truly noble morality, or is it emotionally rationalized self-interest?
You mean, is he prioritizing his personal attachment, his moha, and his own happiness over his righteous duty, his dharma?
That's the question. His argument is driven by and ultimately terminates in his personal grease, his vishada. True dharma often requires the sacrifice of personal comfort, and Arjuna is trying to negotiate a way out of that sacrifice.
He also moves beyond personal loss to what he fears will be a societal catastrophe, focusing heavily on the concept of papa, or sin.
Yes, in Shlokas 36-39, he introduces the specific argument that killing the Kauravas, even though they are aggressors, Adhyay, will bring him only sin, not joy. He knows the texts usually sanction killing aggressors, but his emotional state just overrides that traditional interpretation.
And he notes the irony that the Kauravas are blind to the sin of destroying their clan because their minds are blinded by greed, labhapahadachitasa.
Right. They're blinded by attachment to power. So Arjuna argues that since the Pandavas can see the flaw in destroying the family, the Kulashaya dosha, they must be the moral actors and refrain from committing this sin.
So he's saying, we know better, so we must be the ones to stop.
Exactly. The emphasis is that morality must always be prioritized over worldly gains, but he's misidentifying what constitutes the highest dharma in this specific terrible situation.
Okay, so the climax of his rationalization is this detailed chain reaction he outlines in shlokas 40 through 44, the devastating consequences of Kulakshaya, the destruction of the clan. This is really his central argument.
It is, and it's rooted in the ancient social structure of his time. He's essentially arguing that war creates a moral domino effect. If that first piece, the family tradition, falls, then all the subsequent pieces, social order, progeny, even the afterlife of our ancestors, they're all doomed.
So the sources detail a 5-step cascade of unrighteousness, of adharma. Let's walk through this 5-step domino effect because it shows just how complex Arjuna's rationalization really is. What's the first step?
Step 1 is the loss of Sanatana Kula Dharma, the eternal family duty. That's in the Shloka 40. Arjuna believes that when the primary male warriors, the upholders of family rights, are killed, the ancient traditions and religious duties of the family just vanish.
So it's not just about cultural memory, it's about the mechanisms that sustain the family's spiritual and social integrity.
Yes, it creates a moral vacuum at the heart of society.
And what fills that vacuum, according to his argument?
Step 2, the rise of adharma, unrighteousness, also in Shloka 40. With the traditional structure in the Kula Dharma gone, unrighteousness just immediately overtakes the entire surviving family and social environment. The structure that enforced morality is gone.
Which leads to the most controversial social breakdown he cites.
Step 3. The corruption of women, or Kula Striya, in Shloka 41. Now, the argument here, based on the societal norms of the time, is that due to the prevalence of adharma and the loss of male protectors, the women of the clan become susceptible to corruption or immorality, which leads to a profound breakdown of social order.
So it's less a criticism of women and more a fear of social chaos when the traditional protective structures vanish.
That's a good way to put it. And the consequence of that degradation, according to Arjuna,
is what?
Step 4. The creation of Varnasankara, a disorder or mixing of the classes. This social degradation leads to undesirable progeny, a chaos in the social structure that was deeply feared because it eroded traditional responsibility and made society ungovernable.
So the actions of the fathers on the battlefield doom the children to a life of disorder. And then there's the final terrible step that connects this destruction not just to the living but to the departed ancestors.
Step 5. The fall of the ancestors, the Pitras. This is the spiritual punchline in Shlokas 42 and 44. The people affected by Varnasankara, those raised in chaos, they fail to perform the necessary ancestral rites, the Pindodaka Kriyas offerings of water and funeral cakes.
And this neglect?
This failure of duty by the progeny condemns the forefathers, the Pitras, to an unending residence in hell, a Narake Aniyadavasa.
Wow. So the moral sin spirals completely out of control. It doesn't just ruin the present and poison the future, it retroactively destroys the spiritual peace of the ancestors. It's an argument that frames this conflict as a complete societal and spiritual collapse across all realms of existence.
It is the ultimate rationalization for non-action. Arjuna concludes in Shloka 45 that driven by the greed for kingdom and pleasure, they are ready to commit this great sin, and therefore they should just stop. He has built a case that his inaction is the only ethical choice, even if it defies his sworn duty.
And his argument culminates in an ultimate act of renunciation. He moves from complex social theory to absolute personal surrender. What is his final position? How does he physically embody it?
Arjuna, completely overwhelmed and mentally defeated, makes this statement of extreme non-resistance in Shloka 46. He says that if the armed sons of Dhritarashtra were to kill him on the battlefield while he stood unarmed and defenseless, that would be more beneficial Shemataram for him than fighting.
He would rather suffer violence than inflict it on his family. This is an apparent moral high ground, even if it means abandoning his Kshatriya dharma, his warrior duty.
Absolutely. The ultimate outcome of this inner conflict is total abandonment. Shloka 47 records that Arjuna casts aside his mighty bow and arrows, his Rija Sasharam Chapam, and he sinks down onto the seat of his chariot, his mind just burning with grief. Shokasamvina Manasa.
He has abandoned his duty.
Completely. Due to extreme emotional and moral paralysis, Vishada. And this creates a perfect dramatic silence. The greatest warrior is immobile, defeated not by an enemy, but by himself.
And there we have it. The perfect warrior, Arjuna, the great archer, rendered utterly useless by the sheer weight of personal attachment, grief, and this perceived moral impossibility that he spent the latter half of the chapter painstakingly rationalizing. The text has given us a picture of human paralysis in the face of overwhelming duty.
The key takeaway from this opening chapter from Arjuna Vishada Yoga is that all major life decisions, personal, professional, or spiritual, they always involve a severe conflict between duty, dharma, and personal desire or comfort, which is moha, or attachment.
And Arjuna's profound grief of Vishada is the symbol of that ignorance and attachment. It's the primary barrier to finding true, selfless knowledge.
Exactly. He is the ideal student who has just hit a rock-bottom realization. I cannot perceive with the knowledge I currently possess.
Arjuna, despite being called Gudikesha, the conqueror of ignorance, has momentarily become utterly lost in delusion. The chariot is stalled dead center on the Dharmakshetra, the field of righteous action, and the entire universe just waits for the next voice to speak and break this profound silence and confusion. The stage is set.
It is. And this leaves us with a truly provocative question for you to consider, building on the depth of Arjuna's internal conflict. When you're faced with a choice that demands the sacrifice of your personal comfort, or even what seems like the destruction of cherished relationships for the sake of a higher ethical duty, what guides your hand?
Do you succumb to the visible psychological stress and attachment like Arjuna initially did?
Or do you recognize your own instability and seek a higher, stable form of unwavering guidance, like he sought from Krishna?
The ultimate truth, as the Gita will reveal, is often disguised as the duty you are trying hardest to avoid. Next time, the silence is broken and we hear the answer as the great dialogue truly begins.
Join us then for the next deep dive.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we take these foundational texts, deep research, critical analysis, and really try to distill them down to their potent, applicable core.
Yeah, to what you can actually use.
Exactly. And today, we are opening a truly transformative set of sources. We're focusing entirely on excerpts from the Bhagavad Gita, specifically Chapter 2, which is often called Sankhya Yoga.
And this is, arguably the most crucial chapter in the entire text. It really is.
Why do you say that?
Well, we're moving past the setup. The armies are there, the scene is set. We're moving beyond military strategy and right into the moment where Sri Krishna begins the actual instruction to Arjuna.
The teaching itself.
The teaching itself. It's the absolute bedrock of the Gita. It defines three, massive concepts. The eternal nature of the soul, the meaning of righteous duty or dharma, and the intellectual foundation for selfless action, what we call karma yoga.
So our mission for you today is, well, it's profound. We want to help move the dial from that feeling of paralyzed confusion to one of absolute clarity.
Which is what Arjuna needs.
Desperately. He's facing this monumental crisis, really the ultimate ethical dilemma. And the path Krishna lays out is, in a way, a shortcut to firm resolve. We want you to be able to extract that knowledge of the immortal self and apply it to your own modern decision-making.
Whether that's a career battle, a moral choice, or just
that crushing wave of doubt we all feel sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. It's the moment where philosophy meets action. It's the pivot point in the whole human story here. Moving from that declaration, I can't fight, to the firm spiritual resolve, I must act.
So let's begin by understanding the depth of that collapse, the thing that made this whole divine instruction necessary in the first place.
Right. We have to see the problem before we can appreciate the solution.
We start where the despair is thickest, right at the start of Krishna's intervention.
Okay, so let's really unpack this opening scene. It's incredibly dramatic. And the sources, they give us this really visceral description through the eyes of Sanjaya, the narrator.
Arjuna is described as being filled with this deep emotional conflict. He's overwhelmed with compassion, karuna, and sorrow. His eyes are literally overflowing with tears, and he's just sinking into this complete, paralyzing despair.
That physical and emotional shutdown is the critical element here. You have to picture it. It's not just, a momentary sadness.
No.
It's a total mental collapse. He literally cannot lift his weapon. His body has quit. And this state, this emotional paralysis where the body and the will refuse to function, it's an intentional metaphor.
A metaphor for what?
For the universal human condition. For when any of us, are faced with that kind of existential doubt, sandeha, and just total delusion, moha.
I think so many people today can relate to that. When you're faced with just overwhelming information or these conflicting responsibilities, think about a massive corporate restructuring.
Okay.
And you have to fire colleagues you genuinely respect. You can feel a version of this, right? The crisis isn't just about fighting his relatives. It's the emotional overload and the ethical ambiguity that just short-circuits his ability to act.
Absolutely. The mind, when it gets caught in that emotional fog, It starts synthesizing every possible negative outcome. It twists duty into sin, and it magnifies sentiment over reason. It's a spiral.
And when that internal guidance system is compromised like this,
The sources make it really clear. It signals an urgent, desperate need for external guidance. For a knowledgeable mentor, a guru, no great leap of understanding, no correct decision can happen when you're lost in self-pity and confusion. You're just stuck.
which is why Krishna's response is so jarring. It's not a gentle hug,
Not at
or
all.
it's an immediate, almost fierce rejection of this mental weakness.
He is incredibly blunt. I mean, you read it and you're taken aback. Krishna questions why this weakness, this durbalata, has overcome Arjuna at this specific critical time, this Ankad Kisame,
Moment of crisis.
the moment of crisis. And he states quite clearly that this kind of weakness is unworthy of noble persons, of Arya Prushan. It's not just a moral failing in his eyes, it's a failure on the very terms of existence itself.
He even specifies the consequences, saying it fails on 3 counts. It doesn't lead to heaven, it doesn't bring any fame, or kirti.
And it's not what a noble person does.
So it sounds like Krishna is saying, you are fundamentally betraying the potential that is inherent in your very position.
He is challenging Arjuna's core identity. Arjuna is a world-class warrior. His dharma, his purpose, is to protect the righteous path. By collapsing, he is failing that inherent duty, and he's sacrificing his reputation.
And for you listening today, what's the translation of that?
I think it translates to this. Don't let your self-doubt or your sentimentality betray the objective responsibility that is inherent in your role, whatever that role is. Whether you're a leader, a parent, a specialist, a creator, there is a duty there.
He then gives the direct command. He says, abandon this cowardice, this klaivyam, and the mental weakness of the heart, the kricham hridaya dabalyam. He's just urging him, stand up and fight.
And that command is the fundamental psychological call to action. It sets the theme for the entire instruction to come. The takeaway is that achieving any kind of spiritual courage requires active self-control, epiniyantran, and firmness, drutata.
So you can't just wait for the feeling of resolve to show up.
No, you can't wait for it to feel good. You have to command your mind to adopt resolve. That's the very first step of yoga in this context, harnessing the mind, not being its victim.
But Arjuna is still completely stuck on the moral paradox. His dilemma is brutally simple. It's duty versus the emotional weight of relationship.
And this is the ultimate excruciating conflict, isn't it? Arjuna asks, how can I possibly shoot arrows at revered and worshipable figures like Bhishma and Drona?
These aren't just enemies.
No, these are figures of respect, his gurus, his family. This highlights that painful universal conflict between our deep personal emotional bonds and what we know intellectually is our righteous duty. He's asking a huge question. Does my personal affection supersede cosmological law?
And he raises this fascinating and I think deeply modern ethical question about the consequences of victory. He talks about the stain of unrighteous wealth.
Yes, in Shloka 5. It's a powerful point.
He argues that living by begging, bhaksham, is actually preferable to enjoying a kingdom or all this opulence, this ashvarya that would be stained with the blood, the rudra pravidhan of his revered gurus.
This introduces a powerful, enduring principle of ethics, the concept of the tainted victory. It's the idea that wealth or power acquired through unrighteous or unethical means, through atarma, is ultimately worthless. It's nishfal.
Think about that in terms of modern corporate ethics.
Please.
If a company achieves massive profits by, say, hiding known safety flaws in a product, or polluting rivers, or exploiting workers, the sources here are arguing that that opulence, that Aishwarya, is stained.
It's tainted at the source.
Right. So does the CEO who profits from that known environmental damage truly enjoy the fruits of it? Or does that stain, that internal rudra pravidha, does it follow them and compromise the whole experience?
The Gita's perspective is crystal clear. Your internal peace is compromised, which makes the external gain totally irrelevant. Arjuna realizes that a victory achieved through sin is actually worse than living a life of utter poverty and righteousness. This ethical principle comes before any of the deep spiritual teachings.
And because of all this moral ambiguity, he's just paralyzed. In Shloka 6, he flatly states he doesn't know which is superior victory or defeat, because he doesn't want to live after killing the key figures facing him.
This is the total destruction of his ability to reason, his buddhi. His emotional entanglement has robbed him of all perspective. And the key concept here is that major life decisions cannot and should not be based solely on your fluctuating emotions.
They have to be grounded in something more stable.
They must be grounded in dharma, in righteous constants, not in variables like temporary affection or fear or sentimentality.
And then the breakthrough comes. It comes through the act of surrender.
Yes. In Shloka 7, the tone shifts completely. Arjuna drops the familiar, the complaining friend persona. He's done arguing.
He's ready to listen.
He acknowledges his confusion regarding dharma, his dharma samudacheta, and his emotional distress, his karpanena shubhahara swabhava. And then he explicitly declares himself Krishna's disciple, Shishya, and asks for decisive guidance, Nishitam Bruhi. Tell me for certain.
That's the key moment, isn't it?
It's everything. It's the submission of the ego. It's the admission that my current framework cannot solve this problem. It's the moment when the student is finally ready, and so the master can actually teach.
The sources really emphasize this. True, transformative guidance only comes after you shed your ego and submit to a knowledgeable mentor. Until you can admit, I cannot solve this using my current knowledge base, no genuine instruction can possibly take root. It is the absolute prerequisite for learning.
You have to empty the cup.
And he confirms the futility of any material solution. He tells Krishna that no amount of external gain, not even an unrivaled kingdom on earth, not even becoming the overlord of the gods in heaven, Svargalok, none of it could alleviate the sorrow, the shoka, that is just consuming his senses.
This is the definitive statement on the separation of inner and outer reality, a concept that's just as relevant, if not more, today.
For sure.
Mental peace, manasik shanti, is paramount. You can be the ruler of the universe, you can possess infinite wealth, but if your mind is consumed by grief, it all means nothing. External opulence cannot cure inner turmoil. The solution has to be internal.
And this first part concludes with that dramatic final refusal. In Shloka 9, Sanjaya reports that Arjuna, having said, I will not fight, just fell silent. Tushnim Bhakhuvaha.
And that silence is the ultimate expression of despair. It's the temporary victory of delusion, of moha. He is completely turned away from his dharma. But as we noted, this silent, surrendered state is the necessary prerequisite for the immense philosophical teaching that is about to come. He has finally emptied his cup, so now Krishna can fill it.
And now we transition. We go from the emotional narrative of Arjuna's grief to the philosophical hammer of Sankhya. The commencement of the divine teaching starts, surprisingly, not with a stern lecture, but with a smile.
Yes. Shloka 10 describes Krishna beginning his teaching, and he's smiling gently, prasineva. And that smile is incredibly meaningful.
What does it signify?
It signifies assurance. It indicates that Arjuna's despair is not fundamental. It's not the ultimate reality. It's merely the result of ignorance, of ajnana, which, like darkness, can be instantly resolved by the light of knowledge. It's the smile of a teacher who knows the solution is actually simple, provided the student is finally ready to listen.
Krishna immediately cuts through that emotional narrative. He completely changes the subject from the body and the battle to the true nature of existence itself.
He states flatly in Shloka 11 that Arjuna grieves for those who should not be grieved for. It's a direct correction. He then introduces the central doctrine. Wise people, the Pandita, they grieve neither for the dead nor for the living.
Why not?
Because they know the soul is eternal. Sorrow, in this context, is simply a profound misunderstanding of reality. If you know the eternal truth, lamentation is, well, it's logically impossible. It doesn't make sense anymore.
And this sets up the grand concept of the eternity of existence.
In Shloka 12, Krishna confirms that there was never a time when he or Arjuna or any of the assembled kings did not exist, nor will there ever be a time when they cease to exist.
So this establishes the first absolute pillar of Sankhya Yoga.
Right. The soul, the Atma, which is the consciousness that inhabits the body, is perpetual, Shashvata, and it's immortal, Amar. This one idea negates the fear of destruction and the illusion of absolute birth and death. If existence is continuous, then destruction is simply a change of form, not a termination of being.
I think we really struggle with this concept because our entire reality is so bound up in physical form. If the soul is perpetual, how does the change happen? And this is where that analogy of changing bodies comes in.
This is the classic, accessible explanation of reincarnation and the nature of the self. Just as the embodied soul passes sequentially through childhood, Kamara, then youth, Yavana, and then old age, Jara, all within one lifetime in one body. It ultimately passes into another body, a Dehantar Prapti, upon physical death. The wise are not deluded by this process because they recognize the constant conscious self that's moving through all these temporary changing forms.
It reframes the physical process of aging and death not as an ending but as a necessary transition. like shedding a skin or replacing a worn-out vehicle.
A very good analogy.
But the living still experience pain. I mean, that's real. How does Sankhya address the raw reality of suffering?
Krishna addresses this directly with the concept of the endurance of dualities. In shlokas 14 and 15, he explains that our sensory contact with the world creates these transient dualities, heat and cold, pleasure and pain, gain and loss. He labels them all as temporary, anitya, and fleeting.
So they're not the reality.
They're not the core reality of the self. They arrive, they interact with the senses, and they must inevitably disappear. They're just conditions affecting the body, not the soul.
So the key isn't to try and eliminate pain or only seek pleasure, but to endure them equally.
Precisely. Shloka 15 defines the stable-minded person, the dhiram. It is the one who endures these dualities equally, sama dukkha sukham. They don't fight the bad or cling desperately to the good. They see them as equal and necessary parts of the material experience. This steadfast endurance, this ability to remain unperturbed, is what makes one fit for true immortality, for moksha.
It's like a psychological fitness test for liberation.
That's a great way to put it. It really is.
And this leads to Sankhya drawing a sharp, fundamental line between what is real and what is unreal, sat and asat.
Yes, in shloka 16. And this distinction is crucial to all the philosophy that follows. You have to get this. Asat is the unreal. It's the perishable material world, including the body, the battlefield, the emotions, all of our sensory experiences. It has no enduring existence, it's temporary, and it's always subject to change.
And sat.
Sat is the eternal, the fundamental reality, the soul, the atma. It never ceases to be. The great masters of truth, he says, have seen the end of the asat and the permanence of the sat.
So the core principle is, stop mourning the temporary. Focus your attention and your emotional investment on the eternal reality, the sat, rather than on these transient physical forms or fleeting experiences, the asat.
And this realization, this intellectual understanding, is the basis for Krishna's ultimate justification for the battle. Which brings us to the indestructibility of the soul.
Right. The sources stress this over and over. The soul is indestructible, Avinashi. It pervades the entire universe, it fills everything, and no one, not even the most powerful weapon, can cause the destruction of this imperishable element.
This is the definitive answer to Arjuna's ethical dilemma. Since the soul is eternal, Arjuna must perform his duty and fight. Why? Because the body alone is subject to destruction. Any action, even one involving physical death, cannot harm the essential self of his opponents.
It makes the conflict a necessary, temporary physical event rather than an eternal spiritual tragedy.
Exactly. The stakes are lowered from eternal damnation to a temporary physical transaction. He even addresses the delusion of killing directly. He says that both the person who thinks the soul is the killer and the person who thinks the soul is killed are just ignorant.
It's the ultimate divorce of agency and consequence, then.
It is. The true self is completely untouched by the actions of the body. The soul neither kills nor is killed. It is eternal, constant, nitya, and primeval purana. It existed before the body was ever created, and it continues long after the body is destroyed. The body is just a fleeting event. The soul is timeless reality.
Let's spend a little more time on that iconic analogy of changing clothes from Shloka 22. This is one that really makes the concept of reincarnation so emotionally manageable for people.
This is the most beautiful piece of imagery in the chapter, I think. Just as a man casts off old, worn-out garments and takes on new ones, the soul leaves a decrepit, worn-out body for a new one.
I mean, think about that feeling of tossing out old, torn clothing. There's no grief there.
No, there's a sense of relief, maybe anticipation for the new. And this perspective utterly strips away the paralyzing fear of mortality by demonstrating that death is merely a wardrobe change. It's not an ending.
And to reinforce that immutability, that unchangeable nature, he describes the soul as being beyond physical forces.
Yes, in shlokas 23 and 24. It cannot be cut by weapons, the Shastras. It cannot be burned by fire, Pavaka. It can't be moistened by water, Apa, or dried by wind, Maruta.
These four denials are meant to illustrate its nature as pure consciousness, something unbound by material properties.
Exactly. If you think about this in modern scientific terms, it's outside the laws of thermodynamics. It cannot be created or destroyed. Its characteristics are fixed. Unchangeable, eternal, all-pervading, sarvagata, unmoving, achala, and primeval, sanatana. It is the absolute constant in a universe of endless flux.
And finally, Krishna concludes this section by stating the soul's inconceivable nature.
Right. In Shloka 25, he calls it unmanifest, avyakta, inconceivable, akinchya, and unchangeable, avikarya. Therefore, he says, knowing its nature, one should not grieve. The knowledge itself is the antidote to sorrow.
It's the cure.
It is the cure. But Krishna adds one final layer to this whole Sankhya argument. He focuses on the sheer inevitability of the cycle of manifestation.
He points out the certainty of the cycle, doesn't he? In Shloka 27, for that which is born, death is certain. For that which is dead, rebirth is certain. It's an unavoidable process, an aparhari arth.
And if something is certain and unavoidable, lamentation is pointless. It's like crying about the sun setting. It's just resisting reality.
Then Shloka 28 gives this cosmological perspective. All beings are unmanifest, invisible before birth. They're manifest or visible during life, and then they become unmanifest again after death.
So since the initial state and the final state are both unmanifest, why do we lament so bitterly over this temporary middle manifest state? It's like crying when a movie finishes. The screen was dark before the film, and will be dark after. The manifested period is just a temporary phase. It's a show.
He then touches on the mystery of the soul. He says its true nature is a wonder, an asharivat.
And that few understand it fully just through mere study. It requires profound spiritual realization anaputi. It's not enough to read about it in a book. You have to experience it directly.
And the summary in Shloka 30 closes out this whole philosophical section.
It does. The soul in the body is eternally invincible. Therefore, grief must be abandoned. The point is made. The philosophical foundation is now complete. Arjuna knows, at least intellectually, that the soul cannot be killed.
But the big question remains, how does this translate into the practical, messy reality of raising his bow and actually fighting?
And that is the perfect transition to karma yoga, from knowing to doing.
Right. This is the moment of application. We have the clarity now that the soul is immortal. And Krishna pivots immediately to the path of action, starting with the call to Kshatriya Dharma.
This is where we shift from theory to duty. Krishna reminds Arjuna to consider his own duty, his svadharmam, as a kshatriya, a warrior. And svadharma is a massive concept. It's not just a job.
What is it then?
It's about fulfilling one's inherent righteous role in the cosmic and social order. He emphasizes that there is no greater good for a kshatriya than fighting a righteous battle, a dharmiya yuddha.
Okay, let me challenge that concept of svadharma for a modern listener. If our dharma is simply defined by our birth or our social role, doesn't that become incredibly restrictive? I mean, how does a modern professional who might change careers multiple times find their svadharma?
That's an excellent point, and it's a necessary one. Svadharma has to be interpreted today as one's inherent nature, your unique talents, and your ethical responsibility.
So it's more personal.
It's the action that aligns with your highest ethical standard and your deepest capabilities. For Arjuna, that was battle. For a modern person, it might be creating art, designing ethical technology, or running a functional government office with integrity. The fulfillment of this inherent righteous duty leads directly to self-realization and peace, because you are living in alignment with your true capacity.
For Arjuna, this particular war is framed as an open door to heaven, a svargadvaram, an opportunity presented by chance. That's a strong motivational argument.
It's the ultimate sales pitch to a warrior, isn't it? If he dies, he achieves the highest reward of his class. But the consequences of inaction, of failing one's svadharma, are presented as an absolute disaster.
In what way?
Refusal to fight this righteous battle, he's told, results in losing his duty, losing his fame, and actually incurring sin, papam.
And Shloka 34 contains that powerful warning. Dishonor, Akirti, is considered worse than death for a respected person. His fame will be negated by internal disgrace.
For a man built on honor, this is the ultimate spiritual and social defeat. Loss of reputation, loss of integrity. That's worse than physical mortality. Krishna then plays directly on the emotional reality of warrior.
He knows his audience.
He does. He says the great warriors will believe he fled out of fear, diminishing his prestige, his lagavam. His enemies will mock his strength. The humiliation is presented as a fate worse than death itself, forcing Arjuna to choose based on honor, not on fear.
And the ultimate pitch for action comes in Shloka 37. Victory in either outcome.
Right. Whether he is killed and attains heaven, or he's victorious and enjoys the earth, the result is auspicious. It's a win-win.
Therefore, he must fight with determination.
And this completely reframes the decision. The focus shifts entirely away from the outcome, which is guaranteed to be favorable either way, and onto the quality of the action itself. And this brings us to the core instruction of action in equanimity, the essence of karma yoga.
The instruction is key. He says to engage in battle only after viewing pleasure and pain, gain and loss, victory and defeat equally. Same krutva.
And this perspective, Krishna guarantees, prevents the accumulation of sin. It neutralizes the moral weight of the conflict.
This is the transition then from Sankhya, the philosophical knowledge, to what's called Buddhi Yoga.
Exactly. The path of detached intellect. The intellect, now armed with the knowledge of the soul's immortality, must apply that knowledge in action. Using this detached intellect is what destroys the bondage of karma, the karma bandham. It's the philosophical mechanism for freedom from the endless cycle of cause and effect.
And what if you practice this imperfectly? I think a lot of people worry about that. Shloka 40 provides this huge assurance about the non-wasting of effort.
It is an immense psychological relief for any beginner on this path. In this practice of Dharma, no effort is ever lost, a Bikramanaša, and there is no adverse reaction, no pratyavaya. Every positive step counts.
So even a little practice.
Even a little practice protects one from great fear, the mahatopayat, which means that spiritual anguish or the fear of repeated reincarnation. It's a system that's designed to encourage consistent application, knowing that every single disciplined action builds toward freedom.
Let's analyze the critical difference between the focused intellect of the yogi and the distracted mind of the materialist. This is the whole section on detached intellect versus material desire.
Right. In Shloka 41, the difference is defined by focus, and this is applicable to any professional endeavor today. The decisive intellect, the vyavasayatmika buddhi, on this path is one and unwavering. It is eka. It has a single committed goal, self-realization through duty.
And the opposite.
In stark contrast, the intellect of the indecisive, the avyavasayanam, is fragmented into countless branches, bahushaka.
That describes the modern state of decision paralysis perfectly. I mean, we have so many possibilities and inputs. Social media, news, conflicting priorities. Our focus is just fragmented, and it renders us incapable of deep, meaningful action.
Exactly. And this fragmented state is strongly associated with a kind of shallow ritualism, which Krishna critiques pretty harshly. He calls out these shallow-minded individuals, the avipashita, who are obsessed only with the ritualistic, flowery words of the Vedas, believing there's nothing else beyond that.
Why is this considered shallow-minded? I mean, they are technically practicing religion.
Because their true motivation isn't spiritual liberation. It's base desire, kamatmana. They're performing these rituals aiming solely for heaven, svargapara, or engaging in actions whose only result is rebirth, enjoyment, and opulence, bhoga aishvarya.
So they're using spiritual tools for purely material ends.
Yes. They're seeking comfort and luxury, not freedom. And this attachment to luxury and pleasure becomes a barrier itself. It creates a vicious cycle. As those who are excessively attached to opulence and pleasure, whose consciousness is basically stolen by these things, they cannot achieve the single-pointed, decisive intellect that's required for deep meditation, for samadhi. Material excess literally corrupts the capacity for inner focus. If your mind is constantly calculating how to acquire or protect the next possession, it can never settle on the truth of the self.
So the ultimate instruction for the practitioner is transcendence and the highest duty. Krishna advises Arjuna to rise above the gunas.
This is a huge step up. The gunas are the three modes of material nature: sattva, which is goodness and clarity; rajas, passion and activity; and tamas, inertia and ignorance. Krishna tells Arjuna he has to transcend all three.
He has to rise above dualities.
Nirdvanva. Abide purely in goodness, and most importantly, abandon concerns for both what is yet to be acquired, yoga, and what needs to be protected, shema. The focus has to be entirely on the self, atmavan.
That is the ultimate release from anxiety-abandoning concern for acquisition and protection. And this is where we get that powerful analogy of the well in the ocean.
A critical analogy. It defines the superiority of self-knowledge. For a person who has attained self-knowledge, the utility of all the Vedic ritual, all the previous rules and regulations, is as slight as the purpose of a small well, when a vast ocean, a samudra, is available everywhere.
Once you grasp the ultimate truth, the preparatory practices become secondary.
Why settle for a teaspoon of water when you have the entire ocean?
And then, the cardinal rule of karma yoga. Shloka 47. We need to dissect this because this is the key line everyone knows, but it is so often misinterpreted.
We absolutely must. Your right is only to action, karmanyeva adhikaraste, never to its fruits, mahavaleshu karachana. Do not let the fruit be the motive for your action, nor be attached to inaction.
Okay, let me push back on this, because how is that realistic in a modern capitalist society? If I, as a project manager, genuinely do not care about the outcome of my work, the promotion, the bonus, the success of the client project, won't I become apathetic? Isn't this just a recipe for mediocrity?
And that is the crucial misinterpretation. Detachment from the fruits is not apathy toward the action. It is actually the highest form of concentration.
How?
If you focus singularly on the action, on the quality, the process, the dharma of the task, the output naturally becomes superior. Attachment to the fruit, paradoxically, degrades the action because your mind is split between the task at hand and worrying about the potential outcome. It introduces anxiety, fear, and hesitation.
So detachment is actually about achieving peak performance by removing the emotional interference of expectation. You control the input, never the output.
Exactly. And this action in detachment immediately leads to the operational definition of yoga. In Shloka 48, yoga is defined not as a physical posture, but as a mental state.
Perform action established in yoga, casting off attachment.
Remain equal in both success and failure, siddhyasito samabhutva. And here's the ultimate simple definition. Equanimity, samadvam, is called yoga.
That is profound. Yoga is defined by balance, not stretching. Moving on, he defines the true competence required.
Yes. One established in Buddha yoga is released from the bondage of both good deeds, sukrita, and bad deeds, dushkrita. And here, true skill is redefined. Yoga is skill in action. Yoga, karma, sukoshalam.
Skill in action?
True skill is performing an action so perfectly detached that you are not bound by its positive or negative results. When a master craftsman carves wood, he is focused entirely on the cut, not on the eventual praise or the sale of the finished piece. That focused perfection is koshalam.
And the reward for this practice is ultimate freedom.
Moksha. The wise, abandoning the results of action, are released from the cycle of birth and attain the supreme sorrowless state, param gachanti anamaya. They are released from the constant worry of consequences.
The ultimate result is the state of indifference.
In Shlokas 52 and 53, yes. When the intellect finally overcomes the mire of delusion, the moha kalilam, one becomes indifferent, nirvadam, to both what has been heard and what is yet to be heard.
Again, that word indifference sounds negative.
But it's not apathy. It means the intellect is no longer distracted by the varied pronouncements of sacred texts, the shruti for pratipana, or the noise of conflicting opinions and desires. True yoga is attained when that intellect stands firm and unmoving in concentration. All external noise, whether from desires, fear, or philosophical confusion, is silenced because the intellect is finally anchored in self-knowledge.
So the first two parts establish the immortal soul and the path of detached action. Now Arjuna brings it all back to practical reality. He asks, how does this perfect balance, this state of equanimity, actually look in the real world?
Arjuna asks for observable behavior. He wants the behavioral checklist of a truly wise person. What are the identifying characteristics? The bhasha of a sthita prajna, the stable-minded person.
How does he speak? How does he sit? How does he move?
Exactly. He's asking for the visible signs of internal mastery. Show me what it looks like.
And Krishna immediately goes internal first. He defines inner contentment.
The sthita prajna, he says, is defined by the complete abandonment of all mental desires. Kaman sarvan manogatan. He is content solely within the self, by the self, atmanyeva atmana tushta.
So the joy, the source of happiness, is generated entirely internally.
Which makes the external world, with its promises of pleasure or its threats of deprivation, totally irrelevant to his fundamental state of happiness.
And this contentment is the foundation for a kind of emotional robustness. Krishna then provides these key markers for mastery over emotion. It's like an ancient version of an emotional intelligence test.
It really is. And there are three non-negotiable markers of resilience. First, he's not agitated in sorrow, dukeshu and udvignamana. He meets pain with a steady mind.
Okay.
Second, he is free from craving for pleasures, sukeshu vigatasvara. He enjoys good fortune without desperately clinging to it. And third, he is free from attachment, raga, from fear, paya, and from anger, krodha.
This is not mere stoicism, is it? It's not just bottling it up. It's active emotional self-mastery. The sthita prajna doesn't pretend pain doesn't exist.
No, but his mind remains unagitated. That's the key word. And in terms of how he deals with external events, he practices equanimity in receiving.
What does that mean?
That person has no strong attachment anywhere, sarvatra anavisneha. So whether he receives good fortune, shubham, or bad fortune, arshubham, he neither rejoices uncontrollably nor harbors hatred. He sees both outcomes as simply events, temporary manifestations of the asat, not as personal measures of his worth.
And the definitive metaphor for this behavioral control, the one that's so easy to visualize, is the tortoise analogy.
It's perfect, isn't it? The person whose senses are fully withdrawn from sense objects, just as a tortoise, a kurma, withdraws its limbs completely and intentionally into its shell, has established wisdom, prajna pratisthita.
It signifies complete conscious control over the sensory mechanisms.
He chooses when and where his attention goes. rather than his attention being constantly jerked around by external stimuli.
But Krishna warns that simply forcing the senses to retract isn't enough. You have to address the root psychological cause. And this sets up the danger of attachment and the cycle of ruin.
This is a crucial subtlety for any serious student of this text. Sense objects, the Vishaya, can be externally renounced. For instance, someone might abstain from food, niraharasya, fasting rigorously. But the taste, the inner craving, the rasa, it remains.
So forced suppression is temporary. It's unsustainable.
Because the desire is still there, just simmering, waiting for a weak moment to erupt.
So true detachment isn't achieved by denial, but by realizing something better.
Yes. This inner craving only ceases when the supreme reality, the param, this higher joy, is experienced. True detachment comes from realizing the superior pleasure of self-knowledge, which makes the material craving seem utterly pale in comparison. It's like abandoning children's toys when you discover adult interests. It's not denial, it's progression.
We're also warned about the sheer power of the senses.
The senses are described as turbulent and powerful, so much so that they can forcibly carry away the mind, even of a striving, wise person, of a pashita, if they are not fully controlled. The senses are likened to wild, powerful horses, constantly pulling the chariot of the mind toward their objects. If you don't harness them, they will run away with your intellect, leaving you completely directionless.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting and profoundly applicable to modern life. Krishna lays out this crucial 7-step sequence of spiritual failure, the chain of destruction.
This is the ancient formula for self-sabotage. If you want to understand how seemingly small mental habits lead to catastrophic personal failure, this is it. We need to analyze each step meticulously.
Okay, step 1, contemplating objects, Vishaya and Dayaka.
It starts so simply. Just repeated mental focus. Think about doom scrolling, or constantly checking social media to see what others have, or watching luxury real estate videos on loop. This repeated mental attention, this dhyata, is the trigger.
Step 2, that contemplation leads to attachment or sangha.
The thought becomes sticky. You transition from just noticing a thing to feeling a subtle connection or reliance on it. You become emotionally invested in its existence or its acquisition.
Step 3, attachment leads to desire, kama.
The connection becomes an intense longing. It's no longer just a passive want. It becomes a motivational imperative. I must have this job, this relationship, this car.
Step 4, unfulfilled desire leads to anger, krodha.
And this is the emotional explosion when that desire is blocked, frustrated, or denied. The rage is directly proportional to the depth of the desire, and this anger starts the real internal damage.
Okay, step 5, anger leads to delusion, samoha.
Anger floods the system with a mental fog. Rationality goes out the window. You start making irrational decisions driven by spite or frustration, not logic.
Step 6, delusion leads to loss of memory or values, smriti vibrama.
In that delusion, you forget your purpose. You forget your moral training, your principles, your true self. Arjuna's initial paralysis, forgetting his dharma, is a perfect example of this kind of memory loss. You forget who you are supposed to be.
And step 7, loss of memory leads to the destruction of intellect, buddhinasha.
The ability to reason and choose correctly, the very buddhi that Krishna spent half the chapter building up, is obliterated. You cannot distinguish between right and wrong action anymore.
And the final consequence of that?
Complete ruin, pranashati. Not necessarily physical death, but total spiritual and ethical downfall. That change shows that anger, stemming from mere contemplation of an object, destroys the entire faculty of clear thinking and memory.
The implication is clear. Master your initial thoughts, or you will face total ruin. The solution then lies in the path to peace and clarity.
The path starts with attaining inner peace. The self-controlled person who utilizes sense objects with senses that are free from both attraction, raga, and repulsion, dvesha, attains that inner serenity, that peace, that prasadam. The senses are used as tools, serving the intellect, not as masters dictating behavior.
And this state of peace is the reversal of that destruction cycle we just talked about.
It is. In the state of mental clarity and peace, in prasad, all sorrows cease. Dukhanam hani. The intellect of the cheerful-minded, the prasanna chittasa, quickly becomes stable. Stability is a direct, measurable byproduct of inner joy and serenity.
We are also given a stern warning about the unstable mind.
The uncontrolled mind, he says, lacks a stable intellect, buddhi. It lacks concentration, pavana. And thus, it fundamentally lacks peace, shanti. And without peace, there can be no true happiness, no sukham. It's a complete cascading failure that results from a lack of control at the sensory level. You can't find happiness externally if your inner mechanisms are in constant chaos.
The boat analogy clarifies this consequence perfectly.
It's a timeless visual aid. The mind that follows the dictates of the wandering senses carries away the intellect, just as a strong wind carries away a boat on the water.
So uncontrolled senses make life directionless, unstable.
Your path is decided by external forces, not by your internal will. And the section concludes with the ultimate identifier. The person whose senses are completely restrained from sense objects has established wisdom. It connects directly back to the tortoise. Sensory mastery is the visible sign of internal stability.
And this sensory mastery creates a radical shift in perspective, the yogi's vision.
It does. Which brings us to the contrasting worldview in Shloka 69.
This shloka is the poetic highlight of the section, I think. What is night? What is ignorance or unattractive for ordinary beings, like the pursuit of fleeting material goals, is day, alertness and wakefulness. For the self-controlled person, the samyami.
And conversely, what is day for ordinary beings, all that intense material activity and acquisition, is night, darkness and irrelevance. For the realized sage, the muna, they're living in completely different inverted realities based on what their focus is. The sage is awake to the eternal reality, while the ordinary person is asleep, dreaming of temporary things.
And the most profound analogy for achieving this equanimity, the ocean analogy.
This defines the sthita prajna's capacity for absorption. Just as the ocean, the samudram, remains unshaken and stable. Akal pradeshthem, even as all the rivers of the world constantly flow into it, the person into whom all desires enter without causing any agitation attains peace.
So desires may arise.
They will, but a stable mind absorbs them without being overwhelmed or losing its core equanimity. Peace is not for the desire craver, the na-kamakami.
That's a very practical definition of emotional stability. It's not that you never see a desirable thing, it's that the sight of it doesn't cause a tsunami inside your mind.
Precisely. And the final behavioral definition of peace is given in Shloka 71. The person who abandons all desires, who moves about without longing, nisfra, who is free from the sense of ownership or possession, nirmama, and free from ego, nirahankara, that person attains true peace, Shanti.
Freedom from desire, freedom from possession, and freedom from the false sense of self. Those are the three pillars of inner freedom.
And the result of achieving this state is ultimate spiritual liberation. This state is the divine condition, Esha Brahmishchuti. Attaining it, one is never deluded again. And being established in this state, even at the moment of death, leads directly to Brahma Nirvana, the final release from the cycle of birth and death. The goal is not just a slightly less anxious life. It's eternal, sorrowless liberation achieved through stable wisdom.
So we've completed our deep dive into Sankhya Yoga. We started with Arjuna, who was overwhelmed and paralyzed by indecision, and Krishna transformed his confusion by laying out 4 critical pillars.
Right.
First, the soul is immortal, and death is merely a change of clothing. Second, duty, swadharma, must be done, but without attachment to the result.
Crucial.
Third, equanimity, samatvam, is the very definition of yoga and the true measure of skill. And fourth, the sthita prajna, the stable seer, is the ultimate behavioral goal, and it's achieved through sensory mastery.
The transformation that's being offered here is, well, it's monumental.
Mm-hmm.
The core message is internal mastery over the processes of thought and reaction. The difference between the ordinary person and the wise is not the dualistic world they experience. Both of them still experience pain and pleasure.
Right, that doesn't go away.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
But the difference is how they process that experience internally. The challenge for us today is not to run away from conflict, but to engage fully in our action, our karma, while maintaining that inner stability of the sthita prajna, never, ever clinging to the outcome, the phala.
In a world where every single metric demands attachment to the outcome, the promotion, the profit, the status, the Gita demands detachment for true freedom. So if detachment is the key to spiritual freedom and paradoxically superior action, consider this. What is one small desire or expectation of an outcome in your life? Maybe it's the result of a difficult conversation you have to have, a project launch at work, or just a social interaction.
Something small.
Something small this week. What if you could truly let go of the result of that one thing? How could that immediately elevate your sense of inner peace? Think about shifting from attachment to the result to an absolute dedication to the quality of the action itself. That is the essence of Kashalam.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are opening up a text that has, it's influenced ethics, philosophy, and just personal conduct for millennia.
It really has.
We're plunging into Chapter 3 of a truly seminal work, which is known universally as the Yoga of Action, or Karma Yoga.
And the sources you provided, they give us this incredible foundational view, almost verse by verse, of this essential dialogue. It's between the guide, Krishna, and his student, Arjuna, who is standing literally frozen on the edge of a battlefield.
So our mission today, really, is to just cut through all that dense, ancient language.
Yeah, to distill it.
And find the most critical, the most actionable insights for you, the listener. Because at the heart of this deep dive is a central conflict that I think every single person faces.
Oh, absolutely.
Whether you're planning a career change or, just trying to get through a stressful Monday. And the question is this: if deep spiritual knowledge and wisdom gain is the highest pursuit, why do we still have to engage in the messy, stressful, often painful world of action and duty of karma?
That is the ultimate tension, isn't it? It's between what we know we should be doing internally and what we are, compelled to do externally. The source material captures Arjuna's plight perfectly. He's experiencing this immense mental stress, what the text calls manasik tanav.
And his stress isn't just about the impending war, is it? It's something deeper. It's the anxiety over the outcome, the parinamki chinta.
Exactly. He fears the result of this terrible action, this gosare karma.
So his immediate, very human response is to want to abandon his duty entirely. He wants karma tyaga. He just wants to opt out.
He's trying to solve a really profound moral problem with let's be honest, a superficial physical solution.
Just walk away.
Just walk away. He sees the chaos, he feels the impending guilt, and he mistakenly believes that if he simply drops his weapons and leaves, he'll be free. Krishna's job, and really the core teaching of this whole chapter, is to meticulously explain why true freedom is never ever found in abandoning action, but in transforming the attitude with which you engage in it. This chapter completely redefines what it means to be active in the world while still remaining internally liberated.
So let's start right where the confusion begins then, with Arjuna's question in the very first verse. He's looking at Krishna, who has just been praising the path of knowledge in the previous chapter, and he says, basically, if knowledge buddhi, or Gayam, is considered superior to action karma, then why are you compelling me into this dreadful act, into this war, this yuddha?
It almost sounds like a rhetorical trap, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Arjuna is essentially playing philosopher here. He's saying, look, you just taught me that spiritual realization, at Majan, leads to the highest state of liberation, or mukti. If that's true, why shouldn't I just retreat from this whole mess and commit myself solely to, intellectual pursuit and meditation?
I think that captures the struggle in modern life perfectly. We so often seek the theoretical solution, the perfect plan, the perfect knowledge, just so we can avoid the hard, messy execution.
We want the shortcut.
We want the philosophical shortcut, not the grind. But is Arjuna, do you think, genuinely seeking knowledge here, or is he just looking for a justification for his fear?
I think he's definitely seeking justification, but that justification springs from a very authentic internal conflict, the dvandva. He's pitting the intellectual internal world against the practical external one.
Right.
He's struggling to define the relationship between spiritual realization and the practical application of his duty, what the sources call the vyavaharik rup. And this dilemma is universal. How do we reconcile our deepest values, our knowledge, with the responsibilities that circumstance just forces upon us? Our actions.
And he doesn't stop there, does he? In the very next verse, Shloka 2, he really presses for immediate, unambiguous guidance.
He does. He tells Krishna, quite frankly, that the advice he's gotten so far has confused his intellect. His buddhi is Brahmit. It's completely bewildered.
He's lost.
He's lost. And he pleads, tell me one definitive path, Nishchitya, to achieve the highest welfare, Pramakalyan or Shreya. He wants clarity, he wants certainty, and he wants a simple prescription.
That urgency just resonates so deeply. I mean, when we're standing at a critical crossroads in our career or life, should I stay or leave a job, invest or hold back, we crave that one simple, guaranteed answer, that insistence on one definitive path. That's the sound of indecision, right? Of Duvida.
It really is. And it highlights the absolute necessity of clarity and guidance, and why seeking counsel from a trusted, objective guide is so paramount when your mind is just confused. Krishna recognizes that Arjuna's confusion isn't coming from the content of the advice, but from Arjuna's own misconception.
What misconception is that?
That these two paths, knowledge and action, are somehow mutually exclusive, or even antagonistic. The rest of the chapter is Krishna's masterful clarification of their seamless relationship. True pathfinding, it seems, requires dedication to guidance, especially when we are personally overwhelmed by stress and fear.
Okay, so Krishna needs to clear this up.
He responds to Arjuna's plea immediately, starting in Shloka 3, by stating that he wasn't giving contradictory advice. He was simply acknowledging the inherent difference in temperaments that people have, temperaments needed for self-realization or atmaki prapti.
So what are these temperaments? How does he categorize them?
He lays out two distinct paths. First, there's Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge. This is fundamentally for the Sankhya yogis, those people who have a nature that's suited for intellectual discernment.
The thinkers.
The thinkers, exactly. They rely heavily on contemplation, or menon, on rigorous philosophical analysis, deep meditation, and their focus is on intellectual knowledge and utter detachment, vairagya. Their path is about seeing the reality of the self through wisdom.
Okay, so that's path number one, and the other path.
That is karma yoga, the path of action. This is for the karma yogis who seek self-realization by dedicating their effort and their energy. They perform their duties, their kartavyo, but, and this is the critical part, they do so without any attachment to the results. The practice we all know as nishkama karma.
This is such a crucial distinction because it reframes the entire argument. Krishna is basically saying, Arjuna, you're asking me for the single best path, but best path is the one that aligns with your specific nature, your prakriti, and your spiritual stage.
Exactly. The key takeaway here isn't one path conquering the other. It's an acknowledgement that both paths, when they're followed correctly, with sincerity and discipline, lead to the exact same goal. Moksha, liberation, the highest welfare. If you're born contemplative, choose Jnana Yoga. If you're a natural doer, a person of energy and engagement,
then Karma Yoga is for you.
It's your path.
But this still leaves that lingering question, right? If I choose the path of action, am I obligated to always keep acting? Couldn't I eventually, graduate to the path of knowledge and just stop moving? Krishna addresses this directly in Shloka 4, talking about the impossibility of true inaction.
He completely shatters that illusion of cessation. He clarifies that you cannot achieve freedom from the bondage of action, or naisharmya, just by refusing to initiate actions. Locking yourself in a room and physically renouncing the world sannyasin that doesn't automatically grant you perfection or siddhi.
Right. The external act is not enough.
Not at all. The external attempt to stop activity while the internal machinery of the mind and body is still churning away is just fundamentally flawed.
It's like that old exercise.
Yeah.
Try not to think of a pink elephant.
Exactly. The very effort to stop action requires action.
It's a paradox.
It is. And Shloka 5 hammers this point home by showing why. We are not free agents in the simplest sense. We are bound by nature. No individual can remain without performing action for even a single moment. We are all compelled to act involuntarily, vivash hokar, driven by the influence of the three qualities of nature, the gunas.
And those are sattva, rajas, and tamas.
Goodness, passion, and inertia.
I find this idea so profound. It means our very existence, our biology, our thoughts, our temperament, is constantly forcing action upon us. The gunas are basically running the show, generating thoughts, creating metabolism, forcing us to breathe and blink. We can't stop.
That's the analytic nugget right there. Since escaping action is an impossibility, it's the operating rule of the universe, the key cannot be suppression or cessation. The only viable path is shifting our internal attitude towards the action. We stop trying to suppress the activity generated by nature.
And instead, we dedicate that activity to a higher purpose.
To the self. And by doing that, you neutralize its binding effect.
This immediately brings us to the distinction between the true renunciate and, the false one. The one who's just a hypocrite, who is the mithyachari in Shloka 6.
The mithyachari is the hypocrite, and this is a really powerful, cautionary figure in the text. It's the person who performs the external motions of renunciation. They might restrain their organs of action, their karmendriyas, keeping their hands still, their mouth quiet, but their mind, the manas, is just constantly running wild.
Dwelling on sensory objects.
The Vogabhasana.
So the classic example isn't necessarily some monk in a monastery. It could be the person who says they're taking a digital detox, their phone is in a drawer, but they spend the entire afternoon internally agonizing over the emails they're missing or the social media validation they aren't getting.
That is the perfect modern illustration.
It's just pretense.
It's pure pretense.
Yeah.
The external restraint is completely pointless if the internal attachment is still strong. And this leads right to the definition of the truly superior performer in Shloka 7.
Okay, so what defines that person?
The truly excellent person is the one who controls the senses and the mind, that is the foundational work, and then performs karma yoga using the organs of action. They're active, they're engaged, but they do so without attachment. Asakti rahit.
So the difference is the sequencing. The hypocrite tries to stop the external action without controlling the internal machinery first. But the superior performer,
they focus on internal alignment, exactly. The criteria for the learner is consistency, akrypta, between the mind, the speech, and the action. You can't be truly pure if your intellectual values are disconnected from your actual behavior. Only when that internal alignment is achieved can action be truly liberating.
And this all culminates in Shloka 8, the definitive command to Arjuna, which shifts from the negative proof, you can't stop acting, to the positive mandate, you must act.
Krishna commands him, perform your prescribed duties, your niyata karma. And the reasoning is simple and hierarchical. Action is superior to inaction, akarma. He then gives the ultimate practical reason. If one does not act, even the basic maintenance of the body Shiriyatra will not be possible.
So action isn't just a moral obligation, it's a fundamental engine of life and survival. If Arjuna stops fighting, he dies. If the CEO stops leading, the company collapses.
If the parent stops caring, the family suffers. It is the inescapable foundation.
It is the foundation. And once you accept that, the question shifts from, should I act, to, okay, how should I act so that this unavoidable process liberates me instead of binding me?
And that is the perfect transition into the concept of yajna.
That's a brilliant thematic bridge. We've established action is mandatory. So now let's explore the mechanism that transforms that binding action into liberating action. Shloka 9 feels like the pivotal turning point here, introducing yajna, or selfless purpose.
It's absolutely pivotal. Shloka 9 clearly states that all actions, everything you do, bind the doer, except for those actions performed for the sake of yajna. That supreme, selfless purpose, or paramarth.
So if your motive is self-interest, Fourth, you generate spiritual debt.
But if your motive is selfless dedication, you generate freedom.
So Krishna's command is simple. Perform obligatory action as duty kartavya roop karma, and just abandon the attachment, the asakti. We have to define yajna for a modern audience, because we tend to associate it with these ancient fire rituals. What is a modern yajna?
It's service, it's contribution, dedication, it's recognizing your role in the larger system. The sources emphasize that yajna is the principle of creation itself. In Shloka 10, Krishna says that at the very beginning of creation, Prajapati Brahma, the creator, created people along with yajna.
It was built in from the start.
It was built in, and he declared that this principle would grant prosperity and fulfill all desires, ichan ki purti. So yajna is the cornerstone of cosmic balance. It's the universal law of continuous giving and receiving.
Okay, that sets up this magnificent concept of mutual nurturing in Shloka 11. If yajna is the cornerstone, then the whole structure depends on reciprocity.
Right.
How do we, as modern individuals, practice this principle of mutual nurturing?
We sustain the devas. Now, again, we shouldn't limit this to mythology.
Right, not literal gods.
Not literal gods. The devas represent the forces that sustain us. The environment, sun, water, earth, the societal structures like justice and governance, and the intellectual capital like knowledge and mentorship. We sustain them through ethical duty, through service, through stewardship, and by respecting the natural flow of resources.
So if I'm a professional developer, my yajna isn't just delivering a clean code base.
No.
It's also mentoring junior colleagues, ensuring the project I'm working on serves a positive purpose, and using the resources of the company responsibly. I'm serving the divas of the market and the divas of the knowledge economy.
Precisely. And in return, those forces, the market, the environment, society, they bless and sustain you with prosperity and stability. The result is supreme welfare, Karam Kalyan, and it's achieved by nourishing one another, Paraspar Poshan.
It's just cycle.
It's a cycle, and if humans act selfishly, focus purely on their own profit or pleasure, and neglect this responsibility, the cosmic balance, the Sanchalan, is disturbed, and that eventually leads to difficulties for everyone.
That brings us to the very harsh warning in Shlokas 12 and 13. This is where the ethical implications of consumption are just laid bare. If I fail in this yajna, I'm labeled a thief, a chore.
Yes. The devas provide necessary resources, Bhoga, through their established order. But the person who uses these gifts only for personal enjoyment, for uphog, without sharing or giving back in some way, is equal to a thief.
Oof.
You didn't generate the sun or the rain or the infrastructure that allowed you to succeed. You simply consumed it.
That's a powerful indictment of pure consumerism. It suggests that any resource we gain that we don't immediately dedicate a portion of back to the system, whether it's through charity, taxes, service, responsible stewardship, is essentially stolen capital.
And Shloka 13 escalates this, stating that those who live only for themselves are, in effect, eating sin or pop. It talks about eating the remnants of yajna shishtashna, which means the wise consume only what is left after fulfilling their selfless duty.
But those who cook or live only for themselves,
they're eating sin.
And this isn't just about food preparation, is it? This is about prioritizing consumption over contribution. If your entire life's planning, from your budget to your schedule, is geared toward maximizing your personal consumption and pleasure, you are living a futile life because you're actively disrupting this necessary cycle of giving and taking.
It's a call for radical consciousness about our footprint. And to underline why this is mandatory, Krishna lays out the physical and spiritual connection in Shlokas 14 and 15, this interconnected chain of existence. This is where the philosophy meets the practical ecosystem.
Let's follow this chain because it really illustrates a mechanism of interdependence so clearly.
He starts with the immediate. Life, Bhutanani, comes from food, Anna.
Simple enough.
Food, in turn, comes from rain, Parjanya. Now, rain, both scientifically and spiritually, comes from yajna, from action dedicated to the universal good. That action, karma, then originates from Brahma, the imperishable, the akshara samudbhava.
Okay, so if I'm tracking this synthesis correctly, the existence of basic life, Bhutani, is directly traceable back to a chain that begins with the imperishable reality Brahma.
Yes.
Which then manifests through selfless action, yajna.
Absolutely. The seemingly mundane act of eating is connected to the ultimate reality through the mechanism of selfless action. Since the eternal Brahma is always established in yajna, it is the cosmic law. Any action performed by you as yajna connects you directly back to Brahma. The message is clear. Your daily duty, when performed with dedication, is a metaphysical link to the source of all existence.
And what happens if you consciously choose to break that link? Shloka 16 delivers the crushing consequence.
The person who does not participate in this divinely established cycle, this karma chakra, the person who is living only for sensual pleasures, indriya arma, is living a futile, vyarth or mogam, and sinful life, agayur.
Their existence is deemed unproductive to the larger whole.
Meaning they are spiritually stagnating and, frankly, socially destructive.
The implication is that a life lived purely for personal gratification, no matter how much material success it has, is ultimately empty and wasted.
Having established that action is mandatory for survival and must be performed selflessly to avoid bondage, Krishna then moves to a more subtle but highly critical question. What about the person who has already achieved liberation?
Right. This is where we look at Shlokas 17 and 18, which detail this state of spiritual self-sufficiency. The self-satisfied individual, the Atmaradi, who is content within the self, has no binding duty remaining.
They've achieved internal freedom.
For them, there's no personal gain from performing action, nor any loss from inaction. They are truly Atmanirdhar, completely independent.
And this is the profound caution Arjuna is wrestling with. If I achieve that state, why should I engage in this horrible war? And Krishna agrees that for personal liberation, such a soul does not need to act. But then he introduces lok sangraha,
the necessity of acting for the maintenance of the world.
For the good of the world.
This means the goal shifts from moksha, personal liberation, to social responsibility. Shloka 19 gives the imperative. Since detached action is the key to liberation, Arjuna must continuously perform action without attachment, asakta satatam. You act because the act purifies you, but you keep acting because the world needs your example.
And Shloka 20 solidifies this by citing examples of great leaders, kings like Janaka, who were known to be self-realized sages operating as rulers. They attain perfection, samsiddhi, solely through action.
They prove that you don't need to retire to a cave to be liberated.
Not at all. You can achieve it while sitting on the throne, or, in Arjuna's case, while standing in your chariot.
The moment you are in a visible position, a manager, a teacher, a public figure, your actions are no longer just about you. They are about setting a standard for society, or lokakalyan. And this brings us to the core concept of lok sangraha itself.
Lok sangraha literally means the holding together of the world. Shloka 21 explains this role model principle. Whatever a superior person, a Shrestha Purush, does, others inevitably follow. The standard, the praman they set, is adopted by the entire world.
Okay, let's unpack this for the modern C-suite or a political leader. If a respected CEO who has achieved massive financial and personal success, attaining their own version of perfection, suddenly decides they've done enough and just quits with no plan for succession or continued contribution, what's the damage?
The damage is profound. That inaction sends a signal that responsibility is temporary and optional. It teaches others that once you hit a certain threshold of success, you can just abandon your societal contract. It can lead to cynicism, a breakdown of institutional faith. The standard they set by checking out implies that the system is only a vehicle for personal gain.
Not for mutual sustenance.
Exactly. And Krishna uses himself, the ultimate authority, as the supreme example in shlokas 22 through 24. He confirms he has nothing to gain, no personal duty, no kartavya, yet he remains intensely engaged in work. He says if he were to stop working even for a moment, people would follow his path of inaction, and that would lead to catastrophe.
And that catastrophe is twofold.
Yeah.
He mentions the destruction of the worlds, loka nasho jayang, and critically, the creation of chaos, or sankara.
Right. Sankara, which means mass confusion and moral breakdown, the mixing up of classes, duties, responsibilities.
This insight is terrifyingly relevant. If those in the highest positions of knowledge, power, or spiritual realization just stop engaging because they feel they're above the fray, they don't just become neutral.
No, they become a negative force.
They actively facilitate the collapse of moral and social structure. Inaction by the wise is a guarantee of chaos.
It creates a moral vacuum. Therefore, the wise person, the vidwan, is required to act with the sole intent of loksangraha, as it's summarized in shloka 25. Just as the ignorant, the avidwansa, perform action with attachment, driven by greed or necessity.
The wise must perform action without attachment,
driven only by the intention of maintaining social order.
So the methodology of the action might look identical. Both the ignorant and the wise person are showing up for work, but the internal motivation is completely inverted, from self-interest to selfless contribution.
And shloka 26 adds a layer of pedagogical wisdom. Wise must be careful not to create confusion, Buddhiped, in the minds of the ignorant who are still strongly attached to their work.
So you don't walk into the workplace of the attached person and say, you're silly for caring so much about your bonus because money is an illusion.
Right. That just creates confusion and paralysis.
It doesn't help.
Not at all. Instead of tearing down their current framework, the wise person should perform all actions diligently, perfectly, and with dedication, thereby inspiring others care to act in the same spirit. You lead by setting an impeccable example of excellence, not by criticizing their motivation. You gently lift their motivation from self-interest to higher dedication through consistent, flawless action.
Now we transition from the external imperative of loksangraha to the subtle internal mechanism that keeps us bound to action in the first place, the ego. This is the metaphysical core of karma yoga, captured perfectly in shloka 27, the illusion of doership.
This is such a profound philosophical point. Krishna explains that all actions are fundamentally performed by the three gunas of Prakriti. The human body and mind are merely the instruments of nature. However, the person deluded by ego, the ahamgavamudha atma, thinks,
Main kartahoon, I am the doer.
Exactly. And that moment, I am the doer, is the moment we become attached.
Of course, if I achieve a big success, I think, I generated that success, therefore I deserve all the glory, and my ego inflates. If I fail, I generated the failure, and I suffer the shame. The ego claims both the good and the bad, ensuring perpetual bondage.
The ego is the great misidentifier. It confuses the instrument, the body-mind complex, with the tenant, the self. But the knower of truth, the tattvavit, sees through this, as described in shloka 28. This knower understands the distinction between guna, the quality of nature, and karma, the action. They see that the gunas are acting upon gunas.
That is a profoundly liberating perspective. It's like being the witness, the sakshi, who sees the body and mind as this sophisticated vehicle, but understands that the essential self is distinct and untouched by the vehicle's movements.
And that realization instantly frees the knower from attachment, nasajate.
But this realization doesn't mean you just stop acting.
No, it means you act with complete mastery, knowing that you are merely aligning your instrument with the forces of nature, rather than believing you are the sole engine of creation.
Moving on, Krishna shifts the focus again to the quality of action, emphasizing that our actions must align with our innate disposition. This is the cornerstone of authenticity in life, the principle of swadharma in shloka 35.
This verse is so critical for anyone in the modern world grappling with career paths or identity crises. It states that one's own duty, svadharma, even if it seems deficient, viguna, or less glamorous than another's, is far superior to the duty of another, paradharma.
Even if that other duty is seemingly well performed, sunushtitat.
Exactly.
We often equate duty with our job title or our professional field. But swadharma is deeper than that. isn't it? It's about one's essential nature, the svabhava.
It is entirely about svabhava. It's about the alignment between the work and your deepest, most innate tendencies, your psychological makeup. If you are naturally a nurturer, your swadharma might involve teaching or healing, even if that pays less than being an investment banker. If you're a natural creator, your duty lies in generating new things.
This immediately raises the question. In a world where people are constantly encouraged to pivot, to switch careers, and adopt entirely new professional identities every 5 years, how do we distinguish between a necessary positive pivot and just falling into the fearful path of paradharma?
That is the essential challenge. Paradharma is full of fear, Payava. And why? Because if you adopt a duty that is fundamentally misaligned with your nature, you are constantly fighting yourself. The investment banker who is truly a nurturer is living in a state of internal conflict. Burnout, mental stress. Even if they're outwardly successful, they're trying to wear a mask that doesn't fit their face.
So the peril isn't external failure, it's internal disintegration. It's better to fail authentically at your own duty than to succeed fearfully at someone else's.
It creates a life based on pretense. When you ignore your svabhava, your actions are forced, they're heavy, and ultimately unsustainable, leading to chronic unhappiness and that spiritual confusion Arjuna experienced right at the beginning. The wisdom is to find the duty that allows your innate nature to express itself freely.
This entire discussion of duty and non-attachment is meant to free us from suffering. But Arjuna recognizes that there's a deeper, more compulsive misalignment that transcends choice. In Shloka 36, he asks his next pivotal question. What forces a person to commit sin unwillingly, anachanapi, as if some coercive power, balatkara, were driving them?
Arjuna acknowledges that cognitive dissonance we all feel. I know what is right, but I do the opposite. He wants to identify the source of that overwhelming internal compulsion. And it's a brilliant insight because it recognizes that the external world isn't the primary source of sin.
The internal machinery is.
It is.
And Krishna gives the absolute clearest answer in Shloka 37. The true enemy is kama desire or lust, and its immediate offspring, krodha or anger.
These are the twin forces born of the Rajaguna of passion, restlessness, excitement. They are described as the great sinners, Mahapatma, and terrifyingly, as Mahashano, insatiable eaters.
Insatiable eaters.
They are the true enemy, the Vairanam.
Let's focus on that phrase for a second. Insatiable eaters. This relates so directly to modern addictive behaviors, whether it's compulsive scrolling, endless consumerism, or chasing a fleeting thrill. It's always driven by this insatiable desire that just demands to be fed.
It's the engine of consumer culture. It's an appetite that can never be satiated because its purpose is not fulfillment, but continued consumption. And when that desire is blocked, when the store is closed, the phone is dead, or the expectation isn't met, it instantly transforms into krodha, into wrath and anger, which are equally destructive.
So how exactly does this enemy corrupt our wisdom? Shloka 38 provides 3 fantastic, memorable analogies for how desire covers knowledge or going.
The first analogy is the simplest. Desire covers wisdom like smoke covers fire, duma. The fire is still there, the wisdom is present, but the smoke of wanting just obscures the light and the heat. You can't see clearly.
And the second, desire covers wisdom like dust covers a mirror, mala. The mirror is the intellect, capable of perfect reflection. But the dust of small, petty desires makes accurate self-reflection and judgment impossible.
And the third, which I think is the most profound, desire covers wisdom like the amnion covers the embryo, ulbena. The embryo is the self, perfectly formed, but it's trapped and restricted by the surrounding layers of desire, preventing it from being fully visible or active in the world.
So in all 3 cases, the wisdom isn't destroyed. It's just obscured, polluted, or restricted. And Shloka 39 confirms that this desire, this kamarupam, is an unquenchable fire, dishpuran analina cha. It's the eternal enemy of the wise.
And we have to understand where this enemy sets up its headquarters. Shloka 40 tells us explicitly, desire and wrath take root in the senses, indriyani, the mind, mana, and the intellect, buddhi.
Those are the 3 centers of control.
Yeah.
So if desire gains entry through the senses, it contaminates the general thoughts of the mind, and then it finally corrupts the discriminating power of the intellect, obscuring the truth about the self.
This is the critical sequence. The battle isn't vague. It's located in these 3 precise control centers. If you can stop the impulse at the entry point, at the senses, you don't have to fight it on the higher ground of the mind or the intellect.
Okay, so we have the diagnosis and we have the enemy's location. The chapter concludes with the actual strategy for self-mastery. What is the immediate primary target in the battle plan laid out in Shloka 41?
The first command is tactical and absolute. Control the senses, the indriyani, immediately, adho. This is your first line of defense. The entire goal of this initial command is to destroy that sinful entity, Kamapatman, which is known to be the destroyer of all knowledge and specific wisdom, Vijnana.
And why the senses first? Because that's the gateway, right? If the senses are constantly running external inputs into the system, the mind will process them, and the intellect will just end up justifying them.
Exactly. If you open the floodgates of sensory input, endless media, constant stimulation, visual noise, you cannot possibly expect the mind to be calm or the intellect to be discerning. You have to regulate the flow of information before you try to process it.
This leads us to Shloka 42, which provides this magnificent framework for self-mastery, the precise hierarchy of excellence for consciousness. This is the blueprint for moving inward.
This structure is designed to show us where to focus our effort. Krishna lays out the chain of command. First, the senses, the indriyani, are superior to the physical body. They are powerful engines of external engagement.
Okay.
Second, the mind, the manas, is superior to the senses. The mind is the center of imagination, emotion, general thoughts.
Got it.
Third, the intellect, the buddhi, is superior to the mind. The intellect is the higher faculty of discrimination, judgment, and determination. It is the rational decision-making part of you.
And what is the ultimate authority in this chain?
Fourth, and finally, he, Sa, the self, the Atman, is superior to the intellect. The Atman is the constant true witness. This hierarchy gives you, the learner, the exact roadmap for mastery. If you can control your intellect, level 3, you can command your mind, level 2, and your senses, level 1, will naturally follow suit. You can't just jump straight to controlling the senses without first strengthening your intellect.
This is the essence of true self-control, then. You don't manage your impulses, you manage the faculty that governs the impulses. And this all culminates in the final, comprehensive action command in Shloka 43, which synthesizes the entire teaching.
The final command is Arjuna's ultimate instruction. It starts with the awareness. Understand that the self, the Atman, is superior to the intellect. Then comes the action. You must steady the self, samshtavyatmanamadma, by the self.
Use the higher consciousness to anchor the lower mind.
Precisely. Use your rational intellect, your buddhi, which is closest to the self, to recognize that higher truth, and then use that firm consciousness, that steadying anchor, to perform the ultimate task. Destroy this difficult-to-conquer enemy, which is desire, kamarupam durshatam.
The lesson for Arjuna and for all of us is that the battlefield of life, the karma, is merely the external setting. The actual, difficult, necessary fight is the internal one against desire and wrath. This deep dive into the yoga of action has been incredibly clarifying. We've established that the path to fulfillment is not found in fleeing your responsibilities, but in transforming the quality and the intention behind your engagement.
To recap the most vital insights for you, the learner, these are the 5 absolute takeaways from Chapter 3. Number 1, action is unavoidable. You are compelled by nature, prakriti, and the gunas to act constantly. Inaction is an illusion.
2, true renunciation is detachment. It is not stopping action, but maintaining detachment from the results. The principle of nishkama karma.
3, selfless duty is mandatory. Yajna and Loksangra, social responsibility, are essential for maintaining cosmic and social balance. If you're a wise leader, your action is a civic duty, a necessary role model effect.
4, the true enemies are internal. Kama and Krota desire and wrath are the insatiable forces that corrupt your wisdom and compel you to act against your own will.
And finally, 5, the path to victory is hierarchical. Mastery lies in controlling the senses, the mind, and the intellect by anchoring yourself in the knowledge of the Supreme Self, the Atman.
And as we always do, we want to leave you with a final provocative thought built directly on this source material. We spent a good amount of time discussing swadharma, one's own innate duty, and the text is unyielding. Swadharma, even if deficient, is superior to paradharma, another's duty, which is perilous.
And this teaching poses an enormous challenge in our modern world. We're praised for adaptability, we're encouraged to switch careers, and we're rewarded for adopting the identity of the most profitable field, even if it doesn't align with our deepest sense of self, our svabhava.
So if the modern economy demands constant professional identity change, which is often an exercise in paradharma, how can you, the learner, truly identify and remain faithful to your own innate duty? How do you distinguish between a necessary, genuine growth pivot and just falling into that fearful path of adopting an external, profitable identity that actively drains your authentic nature?
That alignment between what the world demands and what your soul genuinely needs to express, that is the enduring challenge of Karma Yoga today. It's something worth mulling over in every major decision you face.
Until next time, keep diving deep. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. This is where we take your source material, pull out all the essential knowledge, and really just hand you the shortcut to being well-informed.
And today we are tackling, well, a truly monumental task.
We really are. We're cracking open Chapter 4 of the Bhagavad Gita.
It's titled Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, or you could translate it as the yoga of knowledge, action, and renunciation.
Right.
And, this isn't just another chapter, another philosophical treatise. This is a real hinge point in the entire text.
What's the hinge point? How so?
Well, in the chapters before this, the focus was really, really heavy on karma yoga, the absolute necessity of selfless action.
Right. Act without attachment to the fruit of the action.
Exactly. But here, in Chapter 4, the wisdom of that action gets fully integrated with true spiritual knowledge with jnana. This is the map that shows you how to act, and more importantly, why that action can actually set you free.
Okay, so that's our mission for this deep dive then. We're looking for that balance. The core question really is, how do you, the professional, the parent, the person just trying to navigate the modern world, how do you take decisive, necessary action without being completely, emotionally or spiritually chained to the outcome?
And the chapter gives us the answer.
It does. It says that genuine deep knowledge is the only force that makes that kind of non-attached action possible.
Precisely. The core concept driving this whole thing is purification through, let's call it, enlightened action. Our sources are really clear that the goal isn't to choose between, say, introspection and engagement.
It's not one or the other.
Never. It's about performing every single deed with total dedication and what's called nishkampav, that non-attachment, and viewing it all as a kind of dedicated offering to the divine.
Okay, so let's unpack this. It's a huge chapter. We're going to start by tracing this stunning eternal lineage of the wisdom that Krishna talks about.
And then we'll get into the reasons Krishna gives for why the divine even shows up in human form, the whole purpose of the avatar. Some of it's quite surprising.
And then finally, we're going to spend some serious time on how this ancient concept of sacrifice, or yajna, how it's just been fundamentally misunderstood.
Oh, completely.
And how it's actually, it's a complex, multi-layered roadmap for personal and spiritual liberation. And it's for everyone, no matter what your path is. So we start our deep dive with what Krishna presents as this chain of eternal wisdom. Shloka 1, right at the top, frames this whole teaching not as something new,
not at all,
but as something primordial, something that's always existed. Krishna asserts that this yoga is avyam. What does that mean exactly?
Avyam means imperishable, undiminished. It's a statement that this truth has no expiration date. It's not a philosophy that came into being at a certain time. It just is. And
he lays out a very specific lineage for it.
He does, and the source material really intentionally highlights this. He says, I gave this yoga to Vivasvan, the sun god.
The sun god.
Then Vivasvan passed it to Manu, who is seen as the father of mankind, and Manu then passed it to Ikshvaku, the founder of this great solar dynasty of kings.
I have to ask, though, why list that specific lineage? The divine to royal chain. Why not just say, look, I'm the source, you should believe me?
Well, because it establishes a spiritual cosmology that just completely transcends human history, right? Oh. This chain is the proof that the source of truth is divine. It originates outside of our little linear mortal timeline. And it was first propagated through these divine souls, the devas, right at the very beginning of creation.
So it's sanatan, it's eternal.
Exactly. But there's another point here, a more subtle one, that our sources really emphasize. To absorb a truth of this magnitude, you need to have the right worthiness, the right vessel. It's called patrada. The truth is always there, but the receptacle, your mind, your heart, it has to be clean and prepared to actually hold it.
But that brings up a paradox, which Shloka 2 gets right into. If this wisdom is avyam, if it's imperishable, how could it ever have gotten lost in the first place?
And the source explains that the transmission it failed on the human side of the equation. Over vast stretches of time, the influence of Kala.
Of time itself.
Yeah, time itself eroded human spiritual diligence. And the culprits he lists are, they're depressingly familiar to us today.
I can imagine. Let me guess.
Laziness, excessive attachment, lobha delusion, or moha, and of course, ego, ahankara.
And just the relentless chase for material pleasure.
That's the one. When generations start prioritizing the fleeting over the eternal, the profound knowledge, it just naturally falls out of practice. It falls out of memory.
So it doesn't vanish from the universe, just from the human mind.
Precisely. It's still there, but the signal gets lost in the noise.
That's a powerful warning for us. I mean, if we stop tending to our own spiritual fitness, that knowledge just atrophies. It also highlights something critical about the original recipients, doesn't it? The knowledge was given to Rajarshis.
Yes, and that is a crucial insight that people often miss.
What's a Rajarshi?
It's someone who possesses the qualities of both a king, a raja, and a sage, a rishi.
So, a warrior philosopher. A contemplative person of action.
A contemplative person of action. That's a great way to put it. And the mandate there implies that this high truth has to be applied actively, out in the world. It wasn't just for hermits in a cave.
Right.
A king has to manage huge societal structures, wield immense power. A sage has supreme detachment and knowledge. You fuse those two, and it means the knowledge must be used for society's welfare.
It demands ethical action, good governance, leadership.
Not just personal progress you achieve in isolation, off on a mountaintop somewhere.
So we could really look at the Rajarshi as the template for the modern ethical leader, the CEO, the policymaker, the visionary who has to execute these difficult, large-scale duties.
But with the internal clarity and detachment of a sage, yes. It mandates engagement, but an enlightened engagement.
So Krishna sees this tradition has been broken, and he decides to re-impart it. This brings us to the next point. The condition for receiving divine secrets. This is in Shloka 3.
Mm-hmm.
He gives this ancient yoga back to Arjuna, and he calls it the supreme secret, Rahasyam Hayadadutamam. So why this specific moment, and why Arjuna?
Krishna tells him directly. He says he's imparting it because Arjuna is a bhakta devotee and a Saka friend.
A devotee and a friend.
And the source material just stresses the significance of this personal connection over and over. Divine knowledge, it seems, requires more than just a high IQ. It requires a pure heart. It requires humility, devotion, selfless love.
It sounds like the path to the deepest wisdom isn't paved with cleverness, but with surrender and trust.
Well, think about it. If you approach truth purely as an intellectual problem to be solved, your ego is fully engaged in that process.
Right, you're trying to conquer it with your mind.
And the ego is the very thing that clouds your vision in the first place. Devotion, on the other hand, it creates the receptivity you need to just absorb the truth. It allows the knowledge to settle in your being, not just in your brain.
And then comes this incredibly relatable moment. Arjuna is, at his core, human. And he asks this simple chronological question in Shloka 4. He basically says, wait a minute.
Yeah, hang on.
The Vivasvan was born ages and ages ago. You were born recently. How could you possibly have instructed him?
Arjuna's doubt, it just highlights the perennial difficulty we all face, right? We're always trying to contain the divine within our limited framework of human intellect and linear time.
We see Krishna, the person, the friend, the chariot driver.
And we can't reconcile that physical body with this claim of eternal, primordial knowledge. Our temporal limitations just immediately impose themselves on that divine form.
But Krishna's answer in Shloka 5 just shatters that entire perspective. He says, many births of mine and yours have passed. And then he adds, I know them all, but you do not.
That response is just foundational. It establishes the Lord's absolute omniscient sarvanyata, which stands in stark contrast to our ignorance, our ajnana.
We're stuck in the cycle.
We, the individual souls, are subject to this cycle of rebirth and, crucially, forgetfulness. But the divine is present everywhere, at all times, and retains the complete knowledge of all births, all actions, all of history.
So it immediately emphasizes that to grasp this, you need faith, you need intuition, you need the heart, not just the logical intellect.
Our relationship with the divine is eternal, and only He holds the key to that remembrance. And this leads us directly into the great paradox of the avatar, which is explained in Shloka 6. Krishna describes himself as Aja,
meaning unborn.
Right, and Avyatma, which means imperishable. And the Ishwara, the master of all beings, he's the supreme, eternal reality, yet he takes birth in this perishable world.
That seems like the ultimate philosophical contradiction. I mean, if you're eternal and perfect, why would you voluntarily step into a world of imperfection and suffering? And I guess, how is his birth structurally different from ours?
And that is the pivotal distinction. The source clarifies that he takes birth by controlling his own prakriti, his material nature, through his divine power, his Maya Shakti.
Okay, so what's the difference?
We are forced into a body by the momentum of our past actions, our karma. Krishna is not. He is Ishwara. He's the master. So he controls the circumstances of his own descent. He chooses to manifest. He isn't bound by the physical world, even while he's existing within it.
So we are born by the laws of nature, whereas he is born by his own will, completely above and beyond those laws.
Exactly, and that demonstrates this infinite compassion. He isn't forced by some cosmic necessity. He chooses to intervene.
Which confirms he's not just some distant cosmic manager or a watchmaker god.
No, he's the immediate sustainer and protector of all beings. He is the ultimate interventionist, and he's driven by compassion.
This sets the stage perfectly for Shloka 7 and 8, which are probably the most famous verses in the entire Gita. They define the purpose of incarnation.
Shloka 7 is what I like to call the cosmic emergency alarm. It's yada yada. Hi dharma sigani mahawari farta.
When righteousness or dharma declines and unrighteousness, adharma, prevails.
The Lord manifests himself. It's a promise. It's an assertion that cosmic balance, when it gets upset, it demands an answer.
And Shloka 8 details the threefold mission of the avatar, which is the answer to that cosmic imbalance.
Yes, a threefold mission. First, the protection of the virtuous, partranaya sadhuno.
Protect the good.
Second, the destruction of the wicked, vinashaya dukam.
Destroy the evil.
And third, and this is the most enduring part, establishing dharma righteousness. And he does this huge, age after age. The mission is always restorative.
Now, when we hear protection of the virtuous and destruction of the wicked, we often think of these big external battles, like the one at Kurukshetra.
Right, good versus evil on a battlefield.
But the sources suggest there's a deeper dual manifestation here. And that's where the real spiritual relevance for us comes in.
That's the critical nuance. The divine intervention is fundamentally dual. Yes, there is the external avatar who comes to restore socio-political order. But there is also an internal intervention.
How so?
The Lord restores faith and righteousness within the individual soul through the transmission of spiritual knowledge. That is precisely what the Gita is doing for our Arjuna and for us.
So, he comes to remind us of our own inherent divinity, of the eternal path.
Exactly.
So if we truly internalize this concept, the purpose and nature of Krishna's divine actions, what's the ultimate reward? Shloka 9 gets into this, the result of knowing his divyam janma karma.
The knowledge itself is the key. It's the key to liberation, to moksha. If a seeker truly understands the divinity of the Lord's birth and actions and its complete truth tatvataha, they are freed from the bondage of Maya.
And what happens then?
Upon leaving the body, that seeker does not take rebirth punarjanmana iti. Instead, they attain the Lord's supreme abode. That is the ultimate promise of this knowledge. Absolute freedom from the wheel of mortality.
But of course, that kind of liberation requires some intense internal housekeeping first. Shloka 10 lists the prerequisites. It describes the internal state we have to achieve to be ready for moksha.
The text says that many have attained the divine form by becoming purified through knowledge and austerity janatapasa.
There's a but.
There's a but. They only succeed after they systematically free themselves from three critical internal obstacles. Raga, which is attachment, Paya, which is fear, and Krodha, which is anger.
Attachment, fear, and anger. Those three feel like the central emotional anchors of modern life. They're what stop us from achieving detachment or even just professional clarity.
They are the central psychological barriers. Let's think about them in a modern way. Raga, attachment, is the desire for pleasure, for results. For a professional, that could be an unhealthy attachment to praise, or to a bonus, or to prestige, and that makes your performance incredibly fragile.
Because if you don't get the praise, you crumble.
Exactly. Then there's Bhaya, fear, the terror of failure, of loss, of criticism. That restricts your ability to act righteously or decisively. You might not speak truth to power because you're afraid.
And Krodha, anger. Well, that's just the immediate violent destruction of your own consciousness.
It shatters your purity of mind. These three traits, attachment, fear, anger, they chain you to the material world. So shedding them, coupled with knowledge and austerity, that's the path to achieving the divine state. If you find yourself constantly paralyzed by fear or consumed by anger after a setback, this chapter tells you exactly where your spiritual work needs to focus.
Okay, moving on to this idea of divine reciprocity. Shloka 11 is, I think, one of the most reassuring verses in the Gita. It says, Yata ma prapajante tas tathaiva bhajami aham.
As they approach me, so I reward them.
Exactly.
This is such a profound statement about the Lord's absolute impartiality. He's completely responsive to the seeker. He responds based entirely on the seeker's nature, their action, the quality of their devotion. It doesn't matter what form it takes.
So if you approach the divine seeking only, say, relief from stress or a promotion at work,
you'll get exactly that. Temporary relief governed by universal law. But you shouldn't expect eternal liberation to come from that.
The response is proportional to the seeking.
It's perfect reciprocity. Our sources emphasize that all humans, whether they realize it or not, are following his path. The universe responds to the energy you put out.
And this speaks directly to our human tendency to look for quick, specific outcomes. Shloka 12 talks about the pursuit of minor deities, the devatas. It says people who want success in their actions often worship these devatas. What's the spiritual catch to that approach?
It's the trade-off. It's always the trade-off between the temporary and the permanent. People seek out the devatas or, modern equivalents like specific get-rich-quick schemes or networking rituals because the success you get from actions focused on worldly results comes quickly. It happens fast in the human realm, the Manusha Loka. It's fast gratification.
We see that everywhere. This obsession with optimizing for the immediate measurable outcome.
And the spiritual caveat is crystal clear. The success you get through devotion to these intermediate worldly goals is temporary. It's perishable. That promotion will eventually fade. That wealth can be lost.
But devotion to the Supreme Lord,
focused on realization and knowledge, that's what grants permanent peace and liberation, moksha. It's a fundamental choice you have to make. Immediate fleeting comfort or eternal fulfillment achieved through patience and perseverance.
Now let's shift focus to the structure of action in the world. Shloka 13 brings up the 4 varnas, the social divisions. This is historically a very complex, often misunderstood concept, so we need to be extremely precise here.
Absolutely precise. Krishna states unequivocally that he created this division based on guna qualities or nature and karma action or duty, and crucially, not on birth.
The sources are really clear that this was designed as a method of social organization based on inherent psychological tendencies for mutual welfare.
It just recognizes the reality that different people have different temperaments and skills. It's based on the 3 gunasattva, rajas, and tamas.
Purity, passion, and inertia.
Right. So the Brahmana embodies knowledge and reflection, which is sattva dominant. The Kshatriya embodies action and protection, which is rajas dominant. The Vaishya, commerce. The Shudra, service. In its original philosophical intent, the system organizes society based on competency and temperament to make sure all the parts function together.
And this is fundamentally different from the rigid, birth-based, discriminatory caste system that developed centuries later.
Yes. The source material is all about the philosophical, flexible model based on nature and quality, not on heredity. If someone born into a family of merchants displayed the temperament and pursuit of knowledge, functionally, they would be a brahmana. The system only becomes unjust when guna and karma are ignored in favor of the accident of birth.
The analysis of the next shlokas uses Krishna's own example as the ultimate template for how to act within this kind of structured system. I mean, if he created the whole universe and organized its function, he must be the ultimate doer, right?
And this is where we get to the deepest concept of detachment. Krishna says that even though he is the creator of this vast, complex system, he is the akartaram. He is the non-doer. He isn't bound by the actions or the desire for their results.
But that sounds like a contradiction that just defies logic. If you create everything, isn't that the ultimate act of doing? How can the creator be a non-doer?
Because the concept of doership is fundamentally linked to the ego. It's linked to the expectation of a result, of a fruit. Krishna acts out of a perfect eternal necessity, out of dharma, without any person desire for the outcome. No self-aggrandizement, no attachment to the act itself. His actions are spontaneous, complete, and perfectly detached.
He's the operator, not the attached owner of the action.
Exactly.
That is such an essential lesson for anyone struggling with burnout or that toxic productivity culture. If the divine creator can be the non-doer while creating the entire cosmos, then surely we can be non-doers while just fulfilling our duties at work.
Absolutely. The source emphasizes that if you can understand this truth, that the divine is unbound by action or results, you too become free from the binding nature of your own actions, free from karma bandhanam.
And that's the core of Nishkama Karma Yoga.
It is. Your performance can be flawless, intense even, but your mind remains untainted by the fear of failure or the greed for reward.
So the mandate in Shloka 15 is clear. Follow the path of the ancient seekers, the mumukupis, those who desire liberation, and perform your duty with this knowledge.
They understood that trying to get liberation while neglecting your righteous duties, your dharma, is self-defeating. The highest aim, moksha, isn't achieved by abandoning your duty and running off to the mountains. It's achieved by performing your duty perfectly, with the inner knowledge that it's a selfless offering, completely free from personal calculation.
Okay, we are now at the philosophical heart of the chapter. We're diving into the sheer complexity of action itself. Shloka 16 and 17 say that even the wise are often confused about what is karma, right action, and what is akarma, inaction.
The nature of action is profoundly complex. It says, Gahana karmano gati. The path of karma is mysterious.
Why is it so confusing?
The confusion comes because we are obsessed with externals. We judge an action based on physical movement or a visible result. The source says, no, you have to understand three categories. Karma, which is righteous, prescribed duty.
Okay.
Vikarma, which is unrighteous or forbidden action, done with selfish intent. And akarma, which is inaction or passivity.
So what's the fundamental dividing line between karma and vikarma? Let's say two people are doing the exact same task, like managing a charity. What's the difference?
The dividing line is the intention. It's the purpose behind the action, the bhava. If one charity manager works tirelessly, but their mind is purely focused on winning an award or building personal fame or accumulating wealth, that action is tainted. It's vikarma.
Even if the external result is good?
Even then. But if the other manager acts just as tirelessly with the sole intent of serving the beneficiaries, totally free from personal gain, that action is karma. The path of action demands this deep internal insight, this vivek.
This brings us to the critical philosophical pivot of the whole chapter. The wisdom of the true karma yogi. Shloka 18 lays this out so beautifully. It's the definition of true intelligence of a Buddhiman.
This is the verse that you, the listener, have to just internalize. The truly wise person is the one who sees two things. First, they see a karma in action or detachment in karma in action.
Okay, inaction in action.
And second, they see karma mental attachment in a karma, in outward inaction.
All right, let's break that down because it is completely counterintuitive. Explain the first part. Seeing a karma in karma.
Okay, imagine a surgeon performing a complex 12-hour procedure. Externally, they are engaged in intense karma, right?
Maximum action.
Maximum action. But if that surgeon is acting purely out of duty, with complete focus, zero ego, and no concern over the final outcome, they do their absolute best, and the result is in the hands of the universe, then that action creates no karmic residue. So even though they are actively doing, internally, they are fully detached, their mind is quiet, their action is purified. And spiritually speaking, it is inaction. It doesn't bind them.
Wow. That transforms intense effort into total freedom. Okay, now for the second part, which might be even more subtle, seeing karma in a karma.
This describes the person who appears outwardly passive. Maybe they're sitting on a meditation cushion or they've taken a sabbatical from work. Physically, they're in a state of a karma.
One action.
But their mind is consumed. It's plotting a rival's downfall, agonizing over a past mistake, craving a future promotion. Their body is still, but their mental action is furious. It's ego-driven. It's selfish. They are actively creating powerful karmic bonds, even while sitting perfectly still.
They're seeing karma in a karma.
Exactly.
So the true gauge of our spiritual progress isn't what we're doing on the outside, how busy we look. It's the quality of our consciousness while we are doing it. It all comes down to that inner state.
Absolutely. The wisdom of the yogi is understanding that the bhava, the intention, is the real agent of karma, not the physical movement.
And this leads us to the purifying element of knowledge in Shloka 19. If the inner state is all that matters, how do we purify it? The answer is knowledge. It's like a fire that burns away the actions.
The source says that a person whose endeavors are free from selfish desires and whose actions have been burnt away by the fire of knowledge, janani dagta karmangsam, that person is called truly wise, apatitam.
So the fire of knowledge, it doesn't destroy the physical act itself, like building a bridge or writing a report.
No, of course not. It destroys the binding potential of the action. It destroys the attachment to it.
Got it.
And this leads to the state of non-doership we talked about, which is in Shloka 20. The detached person is content. They rely only on the self. So they remain free even while they're intensely engaged in action because they have utterly renounced the fruits of that action. The external output is there, but the internal attachment is just severed.
So let's detail the qualities of the unbound. What does this liberated soul actually look like in their daily life? Shlokas 21 and 22 get into this.
Shloka 21 describes this incredible internal freedom and minimalism. The liberated soul acts only for the maintenance of the body. They're free from nirshu, which is hope or despair.
They're not on that roller coaster.
Not at all. And they're free from taktasarva parigra, which is greed or acquisitiveness. They are content with the minimum. They've shed their selfishness. And since the driving force for their action is just duty and necessity, not personal gain, that person incurs no sin, no binding karma.
This is a really radical form of contentment. How does Shloka 22 build on this idea of equanimity?
It describes the state of perfect balance, no matter what's happening on the outside. The true yogi is content with whatever comes spontaneously, yadashalavasantu.
They just take what comes.
And they're free from the dualities, tuambatito. That means they maintain the same state of mind in happiness or sorrow, gain or loss, success or failure. And critically, they are free from envy. Vimatsa.
Freedom from envy, freedom from the pull of dualities. I mean, that sounds like true emotional resilience. That's a highly valued quality, even in the corporate world. They don't let external feedback dictate their internal state.
It's the ultimate form of resilience, because if your sense of worth is not contingent on a promotion or a market upturn, then those external forces lose all their power over your peace of mind. The maintenance of sambhav, equal state of mind, in all situations is the hallmark of the truly unbound.
And all of this deep philosophical work culminates in the ultimate act of unity in Shloka 24, often called Brahmarpanam. This is where knowledge and action just completely fuse into one divine experience.
Yes, Shloka 24 is the crowning realization of the whole chapter, really. It states that everything involved in the sacrificial act in yajna is Brahman. It's all the divine.
Everything.
Everything. The offering material, the havi, the means of offering, which is the fire, agni, the offerer themselves, and the result. All of it is just a manifestation of the one ultimate reality.
So the spiritual practitioner isn't just offering something to the divine.
No.
They're realizing that the entire process is the divine itself.
And that realization transforms ordinary duty into divine worship. When you perform every action with the realization that all activity is ultimately the divine, which is a manifestation of non-duality, of Advaita, you attain Brahman itself.
The doer, the doing, and the deed all become one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The whole process is divinized, and because of that, it creates no binding residue.
Right.
So, since we've just established that all action can become yajna, or sacrifice, we need to really expand that definition.
Right.
The source material shows that yajna is not just some external ritual with a fire. It is any dedicated spiritual practice performed with detachment and with knowledge. It's the framework for elevating all of your actions.
And this section just reveals this incredible variety of paths that are available to a seeker who wants to transform their life into an offering. What are the first forms mentioned?
Shloka 25 contrasts two fundamental paths. You have some yogis who are engaging in what's called material yajna. They worship deities, the devas, through ritual sacrifice. And they're often aiming for those worldly rewards we talked about.
The quick success.
The quick success. But then you have others who engage in Brahma yajna. They offer the sacrifice, meaning their self, their ego, into the fire of Brahman consciousness. This second path is focused entirely on the dissolution of the ego into non-duality. It's a direct pursuit of moksha.
So it's the difference between doing a ritual to get rain versus doing a ritual to dissolve the sense of yang who thinks they need the rain.
That's a perfect way to put it. The intent changes everything.
Then we get into these very specific internal disciplines, like sensory control yajna in Shloka 26. This feels directly related to how we deal with the sensory overload of modern life.
Oh, this is crucial for anyone dealing with constant digital input. The shloka describes two ways to manage the senses. Some people offer their sense organs, like the faculty of hearing or sight into the fire of self-restraint, sayamanya.
They actively pull back. They withdraw the senses from their objects.
That's the classical path of withdrawal, turning off the noise.
Right.
But others do the reverse. They offer the sense objects, the sounds, the sights, the tastes, into the fire of the senses. This means they consume those objects, but with strict control and detachment. They prevent any attachment or aversion from developing.
So if you're reading a stressful news article, you take in the information, the object, but you offer the resulting reaction, that attachment or aversion, into the fire of self-control.
Yes. It's a powerful framework for handling information overload. You engage with the world, but you purify the interaction.
And Shloka 27 seems to synthesize all of this into self-discipline yajna.
This involves offering all the actions of the senses and all the vital life forces, the pratakarmain, into the fire of self-control, which is kindled by knowledge. It's a comprehensive surrender. You're purifying all physical, mental, and biological activity through this constant internal awareness and detachment. It's the yogi's path of complete integration.
It becomes so clear just how diverse these paths are in Shloka 28. It details 4 specific ways a seeker can engage in practical yajna.
The source outlines them very clearly. First, dravyajna, material offerings. That's charity, tithing, dedicating your resources.
Okay.
Second, tapoyajna, austerity. penance, self-discipline, a controlled diet, maybe maintaining silence.
Third
is yoga yajna, the dedicated practice of physical or mental yoga like hatha or raja yoga. And fourth, svadhyayana yajna. That's the study of scriptures and the tireless pursuit of philosophical truth.
And Shloka 29 even gives a specific example from the most common form of yoga practice, pranayama yajna.
This focuses entirely on breath control, which is the link between the body and the mind. The yogi controls the path of the upward breath, prana, and the downward breath, apana, trying to stop their movement to stabilize the mind and consciousness. The body is still there, but all the internal fluctuations are stilled. It's a rigorous practice, and it's seen as a spiritual offering.
And even just a controlled diet, niyatahara, is included in Shloka 30 as a form of yajna. The source concludes this whole list by saying, all these diverse actions, when you perform them as a yajna, cleanse you of sin and impurities. Klimat.
The common thread, whether you're giving money or controlling your breath or studying scripture, is sacrifice and dedicated intent. You're surrendering a piece of your personal energy or your time or your resources to a higher purpose.
But there's a serious, very practical warning in Shloka 31 about the danger of neglecting this whole concept of offering.
The warning is stark. It says, those who partake of the nectar of the remains of yajna attain the eternal Brahman, but those who perform no yajna, they gain no happiness, not even in this world.
Wow.
It just drives home the point that a life focused entirely on selfish consumption and acquisition, a life without any conscious dedication or spiritual effort, is a life that's devoid of genuine, deep satisfaction, materially or spiritually.
If you can't even find satisfaction in this temporary life through right action, you certainly won't find eternal happiness.
Exactly. The purpose of yajna is the destruction of the ego and attachment. So a life without yajna is just the accumulation of ego and attachment, and that inevitably leads to suffering.
Shloka 32 synthesizes this by reminding us that all these many forms of sacrifice are ultimately born of action, of karma siddhi, and understanding them correctly leads to freedom.
Which culminates in the supreme insight of this section, the definitive hierarchy, in Shloka 33.
Right. The text states, Jnana knowledge yajna is superior to material sacrifice, dravyamaya yajna. This is the moment we've been building towards. So why? Why is knowledge, that internal realization, superior to all the external acts of charity and penance and ritual?
Because all actions ultimately culminate in knowledge. They find their perfection in knowledge. A material sacrifice might give you a temporary external effect or some limited reward in the next life. But knowledge purifies the soul permanently.
It burns it all away.
It burns away the binding effects of all karma, past, present, and future. And it connects the individual with the ultimate truth, with Brahman. Knowledge provides the context and the vision that elevates every single action you take into an act of freedom. It is the final destination, and it is the purest purifier.
So if knowledge is the supreme purifier, if it's the key to freedom, the next logical question is a practical one. How do you get it? Shloka 24 gives these indispensable steps for receiving the highest knowledge, and it relies completely on the guru-disciple tradition.
True knowledge is not just information you can get from a book, it's a realization. And it has to be transmitted by someone who has already attained it, a seer of truth, a tattvarjina.
And the approach has to be just right.
The approach has to be characterized by three specific actions, both internal and external. First is humility, pratvatana, approaching with prostration or deep reverence. It dissolves the ego.
What's second?
Second is inquiry, paraprashanana, posing questions with deep sincerity. You're not there to challenge the guru, you're there to challenge your own ignorance.
And third is service.
Service, sevaya, engaging in humble service, which demonstrates that you're willing to put the teaching into immediate practice.
Humility, inquiry, and service. It's a complete system for dissolving the very ego that caused the knowledge to be lost in the first place, isn't it? You're not meant to just passively absorb. You have to engage fully and selflessly.
And this is why the source material emphasizes that knowledge requires guidance from someone who has realized the truth, not just read about it. The guru provides the living example and that direct transmission of awareness.
Once this knowledge is attained, the sources say the effects are immediate and they are transformative. Shloka 35 promises freedom from delusion, from moha.
The seeker will no longer fall into the illusion of separateness. The knowledge allows you to see all beings as existing in the self and therefore in the divine. All the distinctions, friend and foe, success and failure, us versus them, they all just vanish in the state of realized non-duality. It transforms every single one of your relationships.
And for those who are weighed down by past failures or mistakes, Shloka 36 offers just the most incredible hope. It uses the analogy of a ship.
It's a beautiful analogy. It says, even if one were the greatest sinner, the boat of knowledge, the Jana Plavena, would carry them safely across all sin.
That's powerful.
The metaphor is precise. Knowledge destroys the root of ignorance, and ignorance is the source of all sin. Once you destroy the root, the fruits, the binding karma of your past actions, they just can't survive.
Shloka 37 uses another analogy, the analogy of fire, to explain this process even further. It says, just as a blazing fire reduces fuel to ashes.
The fire of knowledge, janani, reduces all actions, sarvakarme, to ashes.
So the fire of wisdom destroys the potential for karmic bondage.
It purifies the intention and the memory of the action. And once that purification happens, the individual soul is no longer accumulating new fuel for future births, which leads to this powerful declaration in Shloka 38. No substance in this world is as pure as knowledge. It is the ultimate cleansing agent.
And it's attained in due course by someone who is perfected in yoga, so who actually achieves this purified state. Shloka 39 lists the necessary prerequisites for success, the qualities the seeker must have.
The person of faith, shrathavan, the person of diligence, thaparath, and the person of sense control, sayatindriya.
Faith, diligence, and sense control.
Those three qualities create the internal stability that's needed for realization to flower. If you have faith, you commit. If you have diligence, you practice consistently. If you have sense control, your attention is stable enough to actually grasp the truth. And the text says they attain supreme peace immediately upon realization.
But conversely, we have to talk about the greatest enemy of the seeker, doubt. Shloka 40 provides this stern, really dramatic warning about the fate of the doubtful soul.
The ignorant, the faithless, and the doubtful soul, the Saijatma, perishes. It says they find happiness neither in this world nor the next.
Why is doubt so uniquely destructive?
Because doubt, Saya, is corrosive. It prevents the full commitment to the path that's necessary. You can't act decisively, you can't serve wholeheartedly, you can't dedicate yourself fully if there's a voice in your head constantly questioning the validity of the whole pursuit.
So it's more destructive than outright wickedness, because doubt just paralyzes you. It prevents action, it prevents belief, it makes realization impossible. It's a self-inflicted spiritual wound.
It creates inertia. An ignorant person might eventually be saved by knowledge. A faithless person might gain faith through experience. But the doubtful person is trapped between two worlds, unable to move forward, unable to find peace in either one.
And this brings us to the final, actionable command from Krishna to Arjuna. Shloka 41 describes the state of freedom that's achieved. The person who has renounced actions through yoga, whose doubt has been destroyed by knowledge. They are established in the self. Actions do not bind them.
That's the ultimate goal. Optimal functioning in the world without being enslaved by outcomes or intentions. The internal state is completely resolved. The self is established in truth.
Therefore, Krishna concludes in Shloka 42, use the sword of knowledge, the Jnanasena, to cut the doubt born of ignorance in your heart. Establish yourself in yoga and stand up, ready for action. The final instruction is never to retreat. It's to rise up, armed with truth, and face your responsibilities.
So, to summarize the profound knowledge we've just excavated from Chapter 4, we've really given you 3 absolute principles for navigating the modern world with spiritual clarity.
Okay.
First, action must be treated as yajna, sacrifice. This means performing your duties, your responsibilities, those high-stakes projects, those difficult conversations, without any attachment to the results. You have to view every effort not as a personal pursuit, but as an offering, as a dedication. Second, knowledge is supreme. It is the purest purifier in the world. It's superior to every external act of giving or penance because it's the only path that burns away the binding effects of all your karmic actions. It's the fire that frees you from your past. And third, conquer doubt. Doubt, Sashaya, is the greatest obstacle to both worldly efficiency and spiritual happiness. It has to be utterly destroyed by that sword of knowledge you get through faith, through humility, and through disciplined practice.
You know, the great challenge that's laid down in Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga is not choosing between introspection and engagement. It's mastering the art of blending them. You have to act fiercely, ethically, and decisively on the battlefield of your life, your office, your home, your community, while you remain internally detached, viewing every single action as an offering to the divine. You have to remember the lesson of Shloka 18. The truly wise person sees inaction in intense action, and intense action in physical passivity. The key is always the consciousness behind the deed.
The knowledge tells you who you really are, the unbound, eternal self. And that action allows you to express that eternal truth perfectly in this temporary world.
So what does it mean for you, the modern professional, facing stressful deadlines and high responsibilities, to cultivate that sword of knowledge that transforms those obligations into acts of total, non-binding freedom? What current doubt, born of ignorance or fear, are you ready to cut through today to establish yourself in yoga and stand up, ready for action? That's what this deep dive has armed you to face. Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we are tackling what is perhaps the most foundational human dilemma, a question that cuts across every single tradition, every philosophy, and honestly, every single major life decision you've ever had to make.
It's a big one.
It's the ultimate spiritual query. Should one abandon the world and its inherent duties, your job, your family, your obligations, to seek pure spiritual truth? Or should you remain fully active, fully engaged in the world?
It's that constant internal tug of war, isn't it? That feeling of retreat versus engagement. We all feel it, especially when life becomes, overwhelmingly complex or stressful.
Right. Do you just ditch everything for pure contemplation and stillness, or do you grit your teeth, accept the chaos, and continue doing your duty?
And the sources we're looking at today suggest a path that resolves this tension. And it's not by avoiding the world, but by mastering the mind within it.
Our source material today takes us directly into one of the most vital sections of classical wisdom, Chapter 5 of the Bhagavad Gita. Specifically, it's called Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the yoga of renunciation through action.
A fascinating title in itself, Renunciation through Action.
Exactly. Our mission today is to unpack the precise, custom-tailored response given by Lord Krishna to Arjuna when he asks this definitive, life-altering question.
And Arjuna's dilemma isn't abstract at all. I mean, you have to remember the context. He is standing on a battlefield, literally paralyzed by uncertainty and fear of the consequences of his required actions. He needs clarity, and he needs it now.
So in the very first verse, Shloka 1, he lays out his confusion perfectly.
He does. He says, Krishna, sometimes you praise karma sannyasa, which is the formal, strict renunciation of all worldly action and duties. And then other times you praise karma yoga, the path of selfless action, of duty without attachment.
They sound like complete opposites.
They do. So he asks, they sound mutually exclusive. Which path is definitively the superior one? Just give me the single superior path for moksha, for total liberation.
He wants that clear, binary, unambiguous shortcut. He's asking for the spiritual equivalent of a definitive best practice manual.
No more ambiguity. Just tell me what to do.
So how does Krishna handle this immediate demand for a single superior answer in Shloka 2?
Well, Krishna's response is immediately synthesizing, but it crucially prioritizes one over the other. He starts by saying that both sannyasa, the complete relinquishing of duties, and karma yoga, duty without attachment, lead toward the highest good. They both lead to liberation, nirvana.
Okay, so both roads lead to the same destination.
In essence, yes. Both will eventually get you there. However, and this is the absolute core thesis of the entire chapter, he says karma yoga is superior and more practical, the word is vifyate, than the formal renunciation of action.
That is a profound statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
It completely reframes the spiritual path.
It turns it on its head.
Instead of advising his disciple to flee the battlefield and retreat to a quiet place, the traditional path of renunciation, Krishna advocates for active engagement coupled with an internal change. Why? Why is staying active but non-attached the better way? Why is it superior?
I think it boils down to accessibility and, frankly, risk management. For the vast majority of people, formal, sudden sannyasa is psychologically dangerous and practically unfeasible.
You can't just walk away.
You can't. If the goal is liberation, the Gita suggests you don't need to drastically change your external circumstances, your job, your environment, your family. You need to change your internal relationship to those circumstances.
So it's an inside job.
Completely. Karma yoga allows one to purify the mind while still fulfilling their necessary duties. It is the path of gradual, integrated self-mastery. It's safer.
Okay, let's unpack this and figure out why Krishna finds active, non-attached duties superior, and perhaps more importantly, how this chapter fundamentally redefines what true renunciation actually means for you, the learner, navigating a complex modern life.
To fully grasp why Krishna elevates karma yoga, we have to first dive deep into the traditional and I think often misunderstood view of sannyasa.
Right. What's the common picture that comes to mind?
Historically, the sannyasa ashrama, the fourth stage of life in the Vedic system, involved completely abandoning all structured worldly duties. You'd leave your household life, your ritual actions, and devote yourself purely to contemplation, focusing exclusively on the relationship between the individual soul, the Atma, and the Supreme Soul, the Paramatma.
The traditional image is so powerful. The ascetic, the monk, abandoning the family, giving up all possessions, adopting the ochre robes, and retreating to a cave or the forest. It's a total, visible, external break from the world.
Exactly. It's a dramatic statement. But the Gita challenges the effectiveness of a merely external abandonment. It highlights why this path is incredibly difficult and why it often results in suffering if it's attempted prematurely.
So just walking away isn't enough.
Not at all. Merely abandoning external work, throwing away your phone, quitting your job, literally leaving is not true sannyasa. If the mind retains desire, the word is adhyay, an attachment to the results of what you used to do.
Or even pride in what you're doing now.
Yes. Or even pride in the difficulty of what you are now doing. You know, that subtle ego trip of, look how pure I am as a renunciate, look how much I've given up.
That is the ultimate spiritual trap, isn't it?
Oh.
You can be physically isolated in a silent retreat, but if your mind is still running the P&L statement of your old company or still craving the recognition you gave up, you haven't actually renounced the binding force of the world.
Not in the slightest.
The bonds have simply moved from your hands to your head.
That's the precise danger. And it's why physical renunciation without internal control is classified as ayogasita, an unsuccessful practice. It's a failure. But Shloka 3 gives us the true, pure definition of the eternal renouncer, the Nitya Sannyasi. And this is a state that's accessible to everyone, everywhere.
The eternal renouncer. I like that. So how does Krishna define this liberated person?
He defines true sannyasa as purely internal liberation. It's a state of mind. The actual sannyasi, the eternal enunciate, is the person who neither hates to obey anything, nor craves kati, any object, person, or fruit of an action.
Okay, so no aversion and no craving.
Exactly. This individual is fundamentally free from the dualities, the dvayantavas.
That freedom sounds utterly liberating, but also terrifyingly difficult to achieve. The dualities, pleasure and pain, success and failure, honor and dishonor.
The very fabric of our daily lives.
If we translate those dvandvas into a modern context, we are talking about, say, surviving a layoff without bitterness, receiving a huge bonus without your ego inflating, or reading a scathing online review of your work without that flash of anger and agitation.
That's exactly right. The external world, the realm of prakriti, is a place of constant opposition. High or low, hot or cold, profit or loss. It's just how it's built. If your mind is constantly swinging between these two extremes, seeking the high kati and fleeing the low, you are constantly bound no matter where you live.
It makes sense. If you crave success, then failure automatically binds you, because it's the opposite of what you want. You live in fear of it.
And if you hate failure, you're constantly anxious even when you succeed, just waiting for the other shoe to drop. True freedom comes when neither of those extremes hold sway over your internal state. You just observe them.
This gives us the key takeaway for you, the learner, right away. True liberation is not about changing your outer circumstance. It is about purifying the mind of these fundamental emotional attachments, hatred, and craving.
That's the core of it.
If you can achieve that internal neutrality, you are an eternal renunciate, even while you're running a Fortune 500 company.
It shifts the entire spiritual focus from geography to psychology. And this internal perspective is what allows Krishna to resolve the second major confusion Arjuna held, the perceived gap between the path of knowledge and the path of action.
Right. That brings us to Shloka 4. People often view Sankhya Yoga, which is the path of knowledge, Jnana Yoga, based on reflection and intellectual realization, and Karma Yoga, the path of action, as two totally distinct, mutually exclusive disciplines.
And they argue about it. You see traditions that champion one over the other, claiming one is superior.
A kind of spiritual rivalry.
Exactly. And Krishna immediately corrects this misunderstanding. He classifies it as an error of immaturity. He says that only the immature, the balo, which can be translated as simpletons or those with an undeveloped intellect, see Sankhya and Karma as distinct paths.
That's a pretty strong statement.
It is. He says the true scholar, the Pachata, knows that if one is truly and properly established in either path, they achieve the result of both. They are two faces of the same ultimate realization.
So it's a fundamental philosophical unity. We're not talking about just mixing and matching them arbitrarily, but about dedicated establishment in one. So if I dedicate myself utterly to philosophical knowledge, to understanding the nature of reality, the self, the universe, I will naturally become detached to my actions because I know the truth of non-doership.
Precisely. Your actions will align with your knowledge. And conversely, if I dedicate myself rigorously to detached action, to selfless service without claiming any ownership over the results, that constant act of mental relinquishment purifies my mind so thoroughly that it automatically makes way for the wisdom of knowledge to dawn.
So the effort on one path naturally leads to the illumination of the other.
The effort on the path of action naturally leads to the illumination of knowledge. They're not separate goals.
So the paths are not just interchangeable activities, but they are unified in their result. Shloka 5 reinforces this. The supreme state, the Paramavasva, achieved through jnana yoga, is the very same state achieved through karma yoga.
Yes, and it's important to understand why, because the underlying purpose of both is the same. The eradication of ahamkara, that sense of ego identity, and the realization of unity, which is moksha.
Okay, break that down a bit.
Think of it this way. To gain true knowledge, you need tremendous mental stability and a withdrawal of your attention from the chaotic external world.
Right, sure, you need focus.
And to perform true karma yoga, you need tremendous detachment and equanimity to avoid being bound by the results of your actions.
Right, you need that inner calm.
So these two internal qualities, stability and detachment, are essential for both disciplines. The disciplines might look functionally different on the outside, but their internal prerequisite and their final result are identical.
Essentially, you cannot truly be a successful renunciate of knowledge without profound mental control, and you can't be a successful karma yogi without the detachment that comes from self-knowledge. One informs the other so completely that trying to separate them becomes, well, pointless.
It's an act of immaturity, as Krishna says. This profound unity allows us to return to Shloka 6, which explains why Krishna declared karma yoga superior and, in a way, easier to execute. It warns against the suffering that comes from adopting formal renunciation without the necessary internal preparation.
What's the specific warning?
The text says, Dukkam aptam ayogata suffering is attained without yoga, without discipline.
It sounds like spiritual vanity is the fast track to misery. Trying to live the life of a detached ascetic simply because it sounds lofty or pure, when internally you're still driven by petty resentments and intense desires.
Absolutely. That's a perfect way to put it. If the mind is not already controlled, or sayamit, then abandoning your duties leads only to distress, frustration, and eventual failure.
Why?
Because the external situation, whether it's a silent cave or a quiet ashram, cannot contain the internal storm of desires and attachments. The mind will simply attach itself to new and usually more subtle objects, or it will constantly brood over the duties and relationships it abandoned. The mind is the real binder, not the external action.
So the superiority of karma yoga lies in its accessibility. How does engaging in action make this realization quicker and more accessible for the average person?
Because it allows for gradual mental control while you remain engaged in life. Every moment becomes a living laboratory for practice. It's not theoretical. You are forced to perform your duty, to attend the meeting, to raise the children, to pay the bills. But you have the immediate opportunity to consciously renounce the fruit of that duty.
So it's constant, on-the-job training for the soul.
That's it. This constant, moment-by-moment practice of mental relinquishment is easier, it's safer, and it's generally less traumatic than trying to abruptly stop all mental and physical activity in a formal sannyasa setting without adequate preparation.
This leads us naturally to the profile of the true balanced yogi, the yogi yukta, described in Shloka 7. This is the individual who is highly effective in the world, yet spiritually free within. What are the 4 characteristics that define this state?
These 4 characteristics are the psychological and ethical markers of someone who is ready for liberation through action. First, they are yoga yukta. They are steadfastly committed to their spiritual discipline. It's not a hobby.
Okay, consistent practice.
Second, they are visuddha. They possess a completely purified inner self. This means they act without selfishness, without a personal ego driving the bus, and without any attachment to the results.
And the 3rd and 4th deals specifically with mastery over the internal machinery, right?
Yes. 3rd is vijithatma, having conquered the inner self. This means the mind and the intellect are under their control, not running wild with every whim. And 4th is jitendriya, having controlled the senses. The senses are disciplined and follow the direction of the intellect, rather than leading the person astray based on every shiny external object.
That sounds like true internal sovereignty. If you possess these 4 qualities, what is the immediate external proof of that inner state? How does it show up in the world?
The result is immediate liberation and clarity. Such a person sees the same Atma in all beings, Sarvabhutatma Bhutatma, which is a profound sense of unity we'll explore in a bit. And crucially, Even while they perform action, whether it's giving a presentation or preparing a meal, they remain completely unattached and untainted by it.
Untainted?
Yes, the text explicitly says, Kurvan api nalipiate. Even while acting, they are not tainted or bound. The action passes through them without leaving a trace of karma.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because we move from controlling the senses to eliminating the ego's role entirely. The next two shlokas, 8 and 9, introduce this revolutionary concept of non-doership, or akartabhava. This seems to be the ultimate mechanism of karma yoga.
It is the absolute core of the practice.
What exactly does the wise person, the tatvavit, the knower of the truth, profoundly believe about their own involvement in their own life?
They look at their entire life, all their actions, and profoundly believe, I am doing nothing at all. Naiva kinyichit karamiti.
Okay, hold on. That sounds like a philosophical gimmick. How is that different from apathy or just shirking responsibility? If I believe I'm doing nothing, why should I bother getting out of bed in the morning?
That's a crucial distinction to make. It's not about physical inaction. It's about the renunciation of the sense of doership. It's renouncing the ahampara, the ego's claim of, I did this. The wise person is actually highly active, often more effective than others, but they recognize that their body, mind, and senses are sophisticated tools operating according to the laws of nature, prakriti.
So it's the difference between driving a car and believing you are the car.
That's a perfect analogy. You are the driver, the awareness behind the wheel, but you aren't the engine, the tires, or the steering column.
Let's break down the list of actions provided in the text. It's comprehensive. It covers almost every moment of human existence. Seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, walking, sleeping, breathing.
Speaking, grasping, even the simple unconscious act of opening and closing the eyes.
The text forces us to analyze who or what is actually performing the action.
Exactly. When you see, is it the eternal consciousness, the pure Atma, that is perceiving light? No. It is the sense organ, the eye, interacting with the sense object, light waves, through the physical, perishable apparatus of the body. When you walk, it is the nervous system, the muscles, the bones, all components of prakriti, of nature's material structure that are functioning.
So the Atma is just watching this happen.
The Atma remains a silent, detached witness, the akarta, to all this intricate machinery.
So let's make this practical. If I am trying to complete a massive project at work, the planning I do with my intellect, the stress I feel in my mind, the typing I do with my body and senses, all of that is just the machinery of nature at work, driven by my past tendencies, my svabhava.
Yes.
And my true self, the Atma, is simply observing this intricate, complicated robotic machine called the body-mind complex, performing its programmed actions.
That is the realization. If the mind fully accepts the machinery is working, but I, the pure consciousness, did nothing, then there is no claim of ownership over the result. And if there's no ownership, there's no merit, no sin, and no attachment. This is the intellectual foundation for mental sannyasa, the highest form of renunciation.
And this incredible mechanism of detachment is illustrated beautifully in Shloka 10, using one of the most famous metaphors in all of world philosophy.
Yes, the powerful analogy of the lotus leaf.
What does it say?
Krishna says that a yogi performing duties while renouncing attachment is unaffected by sin or merit, just as a lotus leaf remains in the water but is not touched or wet by it. Padma patrami vambasa.
That image is so evocative. The water is the world. It's full of action, results, emotional currents, and potential pitfalls like office politics or social pressure.
It's messy.
And the leaf is fully immersed, it is in the water, yet its natural waxy surface ensures it remains dry, unaffected, and clean.
And that waxy surface is the yogi's detachment, which is reinforced by this knowledge of non-doership. The implication is profound. You can live fully and actively in the world, performing all required duties with your body, mind, and intellect, yet remain spiritually detached and unblemished by the results or the emotional reactions they generate.
So the spiritual goal isn't to leave the world.
It's to master the art of being in it without being of it.
But if they are so detached from the results, why do these yogis act at all? If there's no personal gain, no bonus, no promotion to chase, what's the motivation? Shloka 11 clarifies that their purpose is singular, purification.
Exactly. Their actions, which are performed using their entire apparatus, kayena, manasa, buddhya, kavalara, indriya, or api, have the sole purpose of the purification of the soul, atmashuddha.
So action becomes a tool for cleansing.
Precisely. It becomes a kind of sacrificial ritual offered to the divine, or simply to duty itself. The action itself cleanses the ego and the mind of selfishness. It's not about external success, it's about internal cleansing.
This really clarifies the difference between the detached action and desire-driven action in Shloka 12. It's the difference between stable, permanent peace and fleeting, cyclical anxiety.
It offers the key differentiator. The balanced, disciplined person, the yukta, who truly renounces the fruit of their action, attains permanent, stable peace. Natikiyastim.
And that peace is stable. It's everlasting. It's undisturbed by external fluctuation.
Because they aren't waiting for the next result to affirm their worth or give them a hit of dopamine. The unbalanced person, the ayukta, on the other hand, who acts only out of strong desire, kamakarya, remains attached to the fruit and is therefore bound to the constant cycle of happiness when they gain and disappointment when they lose.
So desire is the binding agent that applies the spiritual glue. The action itself is neutral. It's the intention and the attachment to the outcome that determine the spiritual consequence.
That's it.
If I work hard simply because it's my duty and the work needs doing, the effort cleanses me. If I work hard only because I crave the corner office, the effort binds me.
A perfect articulation. And to conclude this section, Krishna reinforces this idea that true renunciation is mental by giving us a final, powerful metaphor for the body itself in Shloka 13.
Right. The body is described as the city of 9 gates, Navadvare pure dehi, and the self-controlled person, the Vashi, happily dwells there.
The body is viewed as a temporary city, a complicated physical and mental structure run by the senses and nature. The 9 gates refer to the orifices through which we interact with the world. The 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, the mouth, and the...
What does it mean to be a resident?
The self-controlled renunciate resides within this city, recognizing it as a dwelling place, a temporary physical structure they are using, but not their true eternal identity. They happily use the city, but they are not defined by its walls or its gates.
This is like a rental.
It's exactly like that. The Vashi views the body as a well-maintained rental apartment. They use it happily, they keep it clean, but they don't allow it to define who they are. They know their true identity as the resident, not the building.
And from that place, they have mentally relinquished all actions. They're not acting themselves by claiming doership, nor are they causing others to act by manipulating them for personal results.
That is the highest form of mental sannyasa. The consciousness realizes its independence from the machinery of the body and mind, making external location completely irrelevant. Having established the mechanics of karma yoga, this next section addresses a critical philosophical point: the relationship between the individual and the divine structure of the universe.
This is a big one. If God is the creator, why do we suffer? Why do we have the urge to act selfishly in the first place?
And Shloka 14 tackles this head-on. It states emphatically that God is not the instigator of our flaws. The divine, the prahu, does not create the sense of doership, the kartatha, in people.
Okay, that immediately addresses the common idea of a punishing or rewarding micromanaging deity. But wait, if the divine doesn't create our actions or compel us to act and doesn't distribute the results, then where do the actions and results come from?
They occur naturally, according to the individual's svabhava.
Svabha, what does that mean?
It means their inherent nature, their disposition, their accumulated saskaras or past karmic tendencies. It is a profoundly impartial, self-regulating system of cause and effect governed by natural, cosmic law, not by God personally handing out rewards and punishments.
So our nature drives our action, and our action generates its own corresponding reaction.
Precisely. This sounds like a kind of spiritual democracy. We have free will that's rooted in our own tendencies, and the system is simply a consistent law of physics. It's like throwing a ball. The law of gravity, the impartial system, ensures it falls, but you chose the force and direction of the throw, which was driven by your svabhava.
That's a great way to think about it.
The divine provides the field of operation and the laws, like gravity, but the individual provides the impulse, the throw. And this leads directly to Shloka 15, which states unequivocally that the divine is impartial, profuse. He accepts neither the sin, papa, nor the merit, sukhata, of anyone.
This really refutes the fear that God is up there tracking your every misstep with a divine clipboard. But if the divine is impartial and detached, then why are we, the living beings, so universally prone to selfishness, greed, and suffering? Why do we keep making poor choices driven by our svabhava?
The text gives a one-word answer: ignorance. The verse says, ajanena avatam. Living beings are deluded because their inherent knowledge, their jhana, which is their divine, pure nature, is covered by ignorance.
So ignorance acts like a dark veil.
It does. It obscures our true self and leads us to believe that the body, the ego, the transient emotions, and the senses are who we really are. This mistaken identity, fueled by ignorance, is the root cause of all the confusion, the suffering, and the attachment to doership. It's not divine malevolence or intervention.
So the suffering isn't punishment, it's a symptom of misunderstanding reality. Ignorance is the disease.
And if ignorance is the disease, then the solution is wonderfully clear. Knowledge is the cure.
Which brings us to Shloka 16 and this profound illuminating metaphor for what that knowledge does.
It's one of the most powerful images in the text. When ignorance is destroyed by self-knowledge, Atmanyana, that divine knowledge shines forth like the sun, Adhyay, illuminating the supreme truth, Tat Param.
It's not a gradual enlightenment then.
It's instantaneous. Just as a tiny candle cannot dispel the darkness of a vast cave, but the rising sun dispels darkness instantly and totally. Self-knowledge instantly reveals the Atma's true nature. Pure, intelligent, and eternally free.
It sounds like an internal existential sunrise where everything you thought was real, the darkness of doubt, the shadow of attachment, is instantly eradicated by the sheer force of truth, the inner light.
That is precisely the description of the transformation of liberation. Once this knowledge is realized, the individual is utterly transformed, and their path to final freedom is assured, as described in Shloka 17.
So what does that state look like? What do these fully purified individuals attain?
They fix their intellect, Tadbudhayas, their dedication, Tadatmana, and their ultimate aim solely upon the divine. Their entire orientation is transformed from external goal-seeking to internal truth-seeking.
And the result of that reorientation?
The result is that their sins, or their karmic defects, are removed. They're basically burnt away by this knowledge, Yonamir Tutakoman. This enables them to attain the state of non-return, Apunardavpiya, escaping the endless cycle of birth and death and realizing permanent freedom.
So the overall mechanism is an integrated loop. You realize you are not the doer, which is the heart of karma yoga. Then you understand that your complex actions are driven by your own accumulating nature, your svabhava. And finally, you use self-knowledge, jhana, to burn away the ignorance that causes you to take ego-driven ownership of those actions in the first place.
Yes. Action, knowledge, and purification work inseparably. You can't have one without the others. If the previous section dealt with the philosophy of detachment, this part deals with the proof of enlightenment. How does it manifest in the way a person perceives the world?
The real-world result.
Exactly. And the ultimate observable proof is the vision of equality, Samadarshana, outlined in Shloka 18.
This verse is often considered one of the most socially radical statements in the entire Gita. The wise one, the Paista, sees the same reality, the single Atma in all creatures, regardless of their external attributes.
And we have to dwell on the specific examples provided because they demonstrate the incredible scope of this equanimity. It spans the entire social and biological hierarchy of that time. The enlightened soul sees no difference between a Brahmin endowed with learning and humility, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and an outcast or a scavenger, a shivapek.
That is a staggering range. I mean, the Brahmin represents the height of ritual purity and social status, while the outcast represents the absolute lowest possible rung. Seeing a learned scholar and a dog with the exact same spiritual lens, how does one practically overcome the immense social conditioning required to achieve that Samadarshana?
It requires seeing the physical transient form as completely irrelevant and focusing solely on the pure consciousness that resides within. They realize that the physical covering, whether it's high caste, low caste, intelligent, ignorant, human, or animal, is just a product of prakriti, of nature.
So it's all just a different costume.
Just a different costume. The essence, the Atma, is indivisible, uniform, and divine in all of them. This is the profound unifying vision that spiritual practice aims for. To look beyond the superficial classifications that society and biology impose on everything.
And this realization of equality isn't just of moral virtue. It has immediate, tangible benefits right here and now, according to Shloka 19.
Absolutely. Those whose minds are fixed on this equality, Samisita Mana, have conquered the world here and now, Ihaiva Terchita Sarga.
Not in the next life.
Not in the next life, not after death, right now. They have already won the game of relative existence. Since Brahman, the absolute reality, is faultless, nirdo, and impartial, sama, dwelling in equanimity means their consciousness is aligned with Brahman itself. They are living in God consciousness.
So to conquer the world isn't about physical dominance or winning political battles. It's about achieving internal mastery over the perception of the world. By seeing equality, you neutralize the world's ability to divide and bind you.
Exactly. If you see the divine essence in both the person who praises you and the person who insults you, the praise loses its puffery and the insult loses its sting. You reside in an unshakable state of peace.
And this stability is the mark of the steadfast intellect, the sthira buddhi, which is mentioned in Shloka 20.
Yes, that's the next logical step.
So how do we recognize someone established in Brahman, a Brahmavid, in our daily lives? What are the signs?
It's all about their emotional equilibrium. They are neither excessively joyful, na prai, upon attaining something pleasant, priya, nor are they agitated or disturbed, no udvijet, upon attaining something unpleasant, apriya.
So they don't get carried away by good news or crushed by bad news.
Their intellect is steady, sirabudyu, and free from delusion, asamiho. They accept all outcomes, whether it's a promotion or a demotion, a sunny day or a torrential rain, as part of the natural process of cause and effect, without allowing those events to destabilize their inner core.
This really contrasts external fleeting pleasure with true internal joy. Shlokas 21 and 22 address this contrast directly, giving us a powerful reason to detach from the roller coaster of external life.
It's the difference between seeking external sense objects, bhaya sparsho, what we might call consumerism or hedonism today, versus finding lasting internal joy. The attached soul seeks temporary sensory happiness based on touching, seeing, or tasting external objects, but the one devoted to Brahma Yoga finds akaya sukham.
Unending happiness.
Unending, everlasting happiness within the self.
This is a radical call in any material age, to turn our attention inward, away from external validation. But why is seeking external pleasure so strongly classified as the source of suffering?
Shloka 22 delivers a harsh yet completely accurate warning. Since pleasures are fundamentally sources of misery, dukkha evate, the womb of misery.
Wow.
The key reason is their temporary nature. They have a beginning and an end. Adyantavanta. Any joy that starts eventually stops. And the stopping of pleasure is universally experienced as pain, anxiety, or craving for its return. The wise person doesn't delight in them precisely because they recognize their fleeting, binding, and ultimately painful nature.
So if the external world is a source of misery, then the true spiritual fight is not against external enemies or forces, but against our own internal drives that chase those miserable temporary pleasures.
Now you're getting to the heart of it.
Shloka 23 names the twin spiritual enemies we must conquer.
They are kama, which is desire or lustful craving, and krodha, which is anger, the inevitable reaction when that desire is frustrated. These two are the impulses, the vigam, that bind us immediately and emotionally.
And Krishna sets a critical time-bound benchmark here.
He does. The truly happy and balanced person, Sayoisa Sukhanara, is the one who can withstand the powerful, surging impulses arising from desire and anger before the body perishes prakshara vimukhat.
That timing is so crucial. It's not about finding self-mastery in a meditative retreat or after you retire or in some next life. It demands immediate, practical self-mastery while living in the thick of the action.
Yes.
I mean, if you think about checking your social media after posting a comment, that rush of anxious expectation and the ensuing anger or joy, that's a vigam. We must conquer that impulse now.
It underscores the practical here and now nature of karma yoga. You must face these impulses now in the midst of life's conflicts. If you can withstand that inner turbulence, the reward is described in Shloka 24. The yogi who can do this finds happiness, enjoyment, and light within the self antasukho antaramestakantaryotiravaya.
And they attain liberation.
And they attain brahmanirvaka. They find their entire source of fulfillment becomes internal and self-sustaining.
Meaning the true source of light and rest and infinite pleasure is located inside your own consciousness, not waiting outside in the world of fluctuating sensory experiences. That's the ultimate incentive for self-mastery over kama and krodha.
So having comprehensively defined true renunciation and the practical mechanism of karma yoga, Krishna now summarizes the final, complete qualifications for the highest spiritual state, Brahmanirvaka, in Shloka 25. These are the four essential qualities that define the liberated sages, the ups.
What are these ultimate qualifications? The final checklist for liberation.
First, they must be kitakalmamon whose sins or defects or karmic residue are completely destroyed by knowledge, wiped clean.
Okay, a clean slate.
Second, they must be chinadvaitho, one whose doubts specifically about the nature of reality and the superiority of the paths are completely dispelled. They have integrated the concepts of knowledge and action. There's no more confusion.
Total clarity.
Third, Yetzatmamanhal, who has completely controlled the mind and soul. They have achieved that internal sovereignty we talked about.
And the fourth quality is perhaps the most active one. It fully integrates the lesson that action must continue, but purely selflessly.
Absolutely. The fourth is Sarva Bhutahait Rata, who is exclusively engaged in the welfare of all beings. This is selfless service in its purest form. It's an outflow of the compassion and unity that stems from that vision of equality, Samadarshana.
So true liberation is not isolating. It actually involves acting benevolently toward the world from a place of absolute inner peace.
It's the natural result. So an ascetic, a yati, as described again in Shloka 26, is not just defined by what he gives up. He is defined by what he has gained. Freedom from kama and krodha, control over the mind, and the realization of self-knowledge.
And when these factors are in place?
When they're in place, the text says he realizes Brahmanarika completely abido vartate. It surrounds him on all sides.
So the state of freedom is not a distant goal. It's an enveloping reality present wherever they are.
It is their very atmosphere. Now, Krishna often transitions from high philosophy to very practical application, and Shlokas 27 and 28 provide a concise glimpse into Dhyay Yoga, the meditative technique used to stabilize the mind and achieve this state.
What is the specific technique mentioned here for physically and mentally achieving this higher consciousness?
It requires deep sensory withdrawal and internal energy control. The yogi should consciously exclude external sense objects, bahya sparshan, deliberately drawing the senses and attention inward.
Turning off the outside world.
Yes. Concurrently, they are instructed to fix their gaze or vision between the eyebrows, bhruvar mahai, the classic point of focus for concentration and internal observation.
And this visual and sensory focus is combined with a precise breathing practice, controlling the internal energy flows.
That's pranayama, right?
Precisely. They must equalize the pra, which is the inward flowing vital breath, generally energizing and upward moving, and the apana, the outward flowing or downward moving breath, which is generally eliminating and grounding.
What does balancing them do?
Balancing these two opposing vital forces creates stability in the central energy channel of the body. This leads to mental stillness, which is the precursor to samadhi or higher consciousness. This practice reinforces the control over the mind and senses necessary for internal sannyasa. This emphasis on physical control, the senses, the gaze, the breath, it really underscores that while the goal is mental sannyasa, the methods require rigorous, active physical discipline. You have to do the work to achieve non-doership.
It connects physical action and philosophical realization perfectly. And Shloka 28 brings us back to the final state, the person who has controlled the senses, mind, and intellect, who is devoted to moksha, and who is free from that destructive trinity of icha, desire, bhaya, fear, and krodha, anger. That person is not working toward liberation. They are already liberated.
They are perpetually free.
Even while living in the nine-gated city.
And finally, Krishna concludes the central teaching of the entire chapter with the ultimate realization required for true and lasting peace, Shanti Michati, in Shloka 29. This is the practical secret to making karma yoga work universally for all people.
The true mechanism for lasting peace is attained by knowing the divine, Krishna, or God through three specific realizations. You achieve peace when you recognize the divine as, first, the enjoyer and acceptor of all sacrifices and austerities. Bhaktara yajatapasam.
What does that mean, practically?
It means you renounce the ego sense of ownership over your sacrifices, your austerities, and your actions. You stop sacrificing for yourself, for your reputation, or for your own results. You do it purely because the divine is the ultimate recipient of all effort and energy.
So the action is an offering.
Exactly. Second, you achieve peace by knowing him as the supreme lord of all worlds, Sarva Loka Maheshwaram. This recognition eradicates the feeling that you are ultimately in charge or control of the vast, chaotic universe. It allows you to relinquish anxiety over outcomes that are fundamentally beyond your personal control.
You let go of being the CEO of the universe. And third, the most comforting realization, and perhaps the most personal one,
that he is the true friend and well-wisher of all beings.
Subha Sarva Bhutana.
That's a beautiful synthesis.
It's the pinnacle of the chapter. When you surrender the fruits of your action, which is karma yoga, and you relinquish the sense of doership by seeing the divine as the ultimate recipient, the supreme lord, and your unfailing friend, immediate and lasting peace is achieved. It transforms the spiritual journey from a lonely, anxious quest for self-gain into a collaborative, safe, and joyful act with the ultimate benevolent power. The fear of external loss and the pressure of internal ownership simply dissolve.
It truly makes detachment joyful rather than a chore.
We've covered extensive ground today, moving from Arjuna's initial confusion action versus inaction to the highest philosophical realization of unity and non-doership. Let's try to summarize the essential nuggets of knowledge from this yoga of renunciation.
First, and most practically, don't abandon duty. Abandon attachment to the food of duty. Karma yoga is confirmed as the superior, more accessible, and practical path to liberation for most people.
Why?
Precisely because pure external sannyasa without mental control leads only to suffering and failure.
Second takeaway. True renunciation is an internal state, not an external abandonment. The Nitya Sannyasi is defined by their freedom from hatred, dreya, and craving, kokati. They conquer the world by being mentally steady amidst all the dualities of gain and loss, honor and dishonor.
And third, the highest fruit of enlightenment is that vision of equality, samadarshana. The enlightened soul achieves victory over the world, ihaiva, right here and now, by seeing the single divine essence in all beings, whether they are a learned Brahmin or an outcast scavenger.
So what does this all mean for you, the learner, navigating high-stakes meetings, family demands, and daily duties?
This chapter gives you a complete blueprint for living a fully active, successful life while simultaneously achieving the highest spiritual goal. You don't need to quit your job or retreat to a cave. You need to change your relationship to the action itself.
You have to strive to live like the lotus leaf.
Exactly. Fully immersed in the world, yet internally untouched by its binding nature. Your action should be for atma-shuddhai, for self-purification, not for selfish gain.
And to leave you with a final provocative thought drawn directly from the source material, the Gita defines the happy man as the one who conquers the powerful surging impulses, the vigam of desire, kama, and anger, krodha, before the body perishes. This is a task for now.
So consider this. If the ability to live free from emotional turmoil is the real measure of a successful life, what daily habit, born of desire like the excessive seeking of pleasure or validation, or born of anger like holding on to resentments or reacting impulsively to slights, is currently the greatest barrier to your internal peace? That is the immediate starting point for your personal karma yoga practice.
This is something profound to mull over as you navigate your own night-gated city. Thank you for diving deep with us today. We'll be back soon with the next deep dive. Welcome back to the Deep Dive, the place where we sift through the densest, most profound sources available and tailor the key wisdom into actionable knowledge, a genuine shortcut to being truly well-informed.
Today we're embarking on an immersion into spiritual self-mastery. We're deep diving into Chapter 6 of the Bhagavad Gita, arguably the most practical guide to internal discipline ever written, known as Dhyana Yoga or the Yoga of Self-Control.
Our mission is, well, it's simple but profound, to crack the code of mental stillness. We're extracting the core principles that ancient wisdom provides for achieving true self-realization, targeting the seeker, that's you, who needs thorough insight without all the, unnecessary philosophical baggage. We want to know exactly how to conquer the mind.
And right there is where we had our first and perhaps most surprising discovery from these sources. If you associate spiritual discipline with, say, extreme self-punishment or crippling austerity, Chapter 6 provides an immediate and very firm correction.
Yeah.
It argues fiercely for the middle path, the path of balance. A true yogi must find that sweet spot. Neither excessive indulgence nor harsh, self-destructive asceticism will ever lead to the ultimate goal.
That reframes the entire practice, doesn't it? The core identity of this chapter isn't about physical performance. It's all about internal regulation. It tells us, step by step, how to take command of that inherently restless instrument, the mind, and attain moksha, or liberation, through focused meditation and rigorous self-mastery.
Dhyana Yoga is specifically defined as the path for those whose primary mode of seeking self-realization is through meditation and stringent self-control. It's really the foundational blueprint for an inner life.
Okay.
And the sources highlight a central paradox we have to address right up front. True renunciation is exclusively an internal psychological state. It's entirely separate from external actions or lifestyle choices.
So we have a complete roadmap ahead of us. We're defining the true renunciate, distinguishing between that internal discipline and just, external avoidance. We'll map out the stages of yogic ascent, where action fits and where quietude takes over.
And crucially, we're detailing how to transform the mind from your worst enemy into your most powerful ally.
Right. Understanding the necessity of unwavering equanimity. And finally, unpacking Krishna's very practical, very specific instructions for meditation. It's a complete manual for the inner life.
That's it, exactly. A complete manual.
Let's start with the definition of who exactly we're talking about. When most people hear the word sannyasi or renunciate, we immediately think of someone who has physically left society. A monk, perhaps, or someone who has abandoned all their possessions and duties. But Shloka 1 gives us a definition that radically shifts this idea inward. What is the true definition of a sannyasi and a yogi?
The definition is revolutionary, especially when you consider the time this text was composed. It moves the entire spiritual goalpost from the external world to the internal world. The core principle states that the true yogi is the one who performs obligatory duties, the karyam karma.
Okay, so the things you have to do.
The things you have to do, your responsibilities. But they do it without any attachment whatsoever to the results of those actions, which is known as anushriti karma phalam.
So the spiritual value of an action isn't defined by the action itself, or whether it succeeds or fails, but by the internal attitude you maintain while performing it.
Exactly. The text is very, very specific in its analysis, and this is crucial for modern life. It clarifies that true sannyasa is not simply the act of abandoning rituals like the ancient fire sacrifice, the Agnihotra, or retreating completely from all activity.
Na niragnir na chakriya.
That's the one. And the source material warns us. If you abandon your responsibilities merely out of laziness or boredom or as an evasion of duty, that is explicitly not true renunciation. It's just avoidance.
That immediately addresses the person who feels they have to quit their stressful job, drop their family responsibilities, or, run away to the Himalayas to achieve spiritual success. It says, no, true discipline is right here, right now in your current life.
Absolutely. The implication is one of the deepest truths of the Gita. Action performed with a non-attached spirit, or nishkambhava, leads directly and swiftly toward moksha, or liberation.
And the opposite.
Conversely, if you perform actions, even charitable or religious ones, solely with the expectation of a specific payoff, whether it's praise, wealth, or even a heavenly reward, that action inevitably leads to psychological bondage.
Because you're always waiting for the result. You're tethered to.
You're completely tethered. The goal is to act because duty calls for it, not because you crave the fruit of that effort.
This principle really merges sannyasa and yoga, which Shloka 2 confirms. We often conceptualize these as two separate paths. You have the path of the active seeker, the yogi, and then the path of the passive hermit, the sannyasi. How does the text unify them?
Krishna explicitly connects them. He says, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, what people call sannyasa is actually yoga. The two are one in essence. They are not separate destinations.
They're two sides of the same coin.
Exactly. There are two different perspectives on the same underlying discipline, and the text lays down the uncompromising requirement. No one can become a yogi without renouncing inner desires, which it calls sankalpas.
Let's spend some time on sankalpa. It sounds deeper and, more problematic than just a casual wish or a simple goal. What makes sankalpa the obstacle we must renounce?
Sankalpa is much more than just a wish. It's a deliberate mental construction, an elaborate ego-driven blueprint for a future reality. It includes internal vows, determined plans, and these deep-seated worldly cravings, or vasana.
Can you give us an example?
Well, think of it this way. A simple wish is, I hope I get that promotion. A sankalpa is, I will get that promotion, and then I will be happy, and if I don't get it, I will be miserable, and I will resent the person who did get it. It's the entire mental scaffolding built on the foundation of attachment and expectation.
So it's not the desire for the object itself, but the internal commitment to the outcome and the belief that your happiness relies entirely on that specific outcome. It creates emotional volatility.
Precisely. If that sankalpa is fulfilled, you get a moment of temporary pleasure followed by even greater attachment. If it's frustrated, you experience anger, resentment, and sorrow.
Which is where most of us live, bouncing between those two poles.
And the text insists that true sannyasa is the renunciation of these inner attachments, this mental architecture of desire, not merely renouncing the outer signs of wealth or status. The physical actions may continue, but internally, the yogi is completely detached from the expectation of a specific result.
The key insight, then, is that yoga and sannyasa demand the exact same internal discipline. Perfect balance, absolute surrender to the moment, and unwavering concentration. Whether you're leading a corporation or living in a small hut, if your sankalpas are gone, you have achieved the unified state of yogi and sannyasi.
And that establishes the internal prerequisite for everything that follows in the practice of dhyana yoga.
Okay, so if inner renunciation is the core requirement, how does the actual path unfold? I mean, most people can't just flip a switch and instantly sit in perfect meditation. Shloka 3 introduces a two-phased ladder, distinguishing the beginner from the established master.
This clarity of instruction is one of the most powerful features of the Gita. The text provides a remarkably practical framework by outlining two distinct phases of yogic development, and it ties them to the roles of action versus quietude.
Let's break down the two phases, starting with the beginner. Who is that?
This is the phase of the aruksha, or the aspirant, literally, the one who seeks to ascend. This is the seeker who is just starting the difficult climb onto the path of yoga.
So most of us.
For the aruksha, action or karma is the necessary means. They must follow their responsibilities diligently, performing pure, dedicated, selfless work. This stage is dominated by karma yoga, which serves as a vital tool to purify the mind, refine the intellect, and, burn off the intense emotional and material attachments acquired over lifetimes.
So if you're restless, if your mind is chaotic, you can't just force yourself to sit still for 8 hours a day. It's like you have to engage the mind through selfless work first, almost like working off a kind of spiritual debt.
That's a perfect analogy. You are building the spiritual musculature necessary for quietude. You're using the external world to train the internal instrument. The intense energy that a beginner has for external striving is channeled into non-attached duty.
And what happens when the work is done, or the mind is adequately purified? That leads us to the second phase, I assume.
That is the phase of the Yogaruddha, which means the established. Once the practitioner has attained a truly steady mind, one free from the pull of ego and expectation, they are fully established in yoga. At this point, the external action becomes secondary or even naturally drops away.
Why?
Because the primary means of practice shifts to mental quietude, or shama.
So the progression is logical. You use selfless action to burn away the internal restlessness, and once that restlessness is purified, the necessity of external striving diminishes. That allows you to focus entirely on deep meditation and inner peace.
Exactly. The early stage demands the dedicated, pure work purifying the personality. The higher stage focuses on dhyana, on inner peace, and absorbing the mind and the self. The text shows us a dynamic progression. You don't jump straight to the advanced stage. You have to earn the quietude.
Now this raises a point of, let's say, constructive friction. If the goal is the Yogaruddha state, and that state involves stepping back from external action and cultivating detachment, what does the fully established yogi look like? And how do we ensure this detachment doesn't just translate into spiritual laziness?
That is the critical question, because many people mistake spiritual indifference for true detachment. Shloka 4 defines the Yogaruddha state as the complete cessation of inner striving. A person is established when they are attached neither to sense objects, the sensory pleasures that pull us outward like sound, sight, and taste, nor to the actions they perform.
They perform the action, but they aren't bound by it.
Precisely. And here's the difference between true detachment and laziness. The Yogaruddha has completely renounced all sankalpas, all those internal blueprints of desire. Laziness, however, is driven by the desire for ease and comfort. It's just another desire.
Right.
The Yogaruddha is still performing their necessary duties, but they do so without emotional investment in the success or failure of the outcome. They act because the situation demands it, not because their ego needs validation.
So the key elements of the Yogaruddha state aren't inaction, but detachment from sensory longing, performance of duty for duty's sake, and abiding only in the self, the Atma. Their mind is perfectly calm, because there is nothing external left for it to compulsively chase. They're detached not from the world, but from the need for the world to conform to their demands. That is a massive difference.
A monumental difference, and it's the only way to achieve true, sustainable peace.
So, Chapter 6 is titled The Yoga of Self-Control, and the responsibility for achieving this control is placed squarely on the individual. This is where the Gita gets deeply psychological. Shloka 5 gives us the most empowering, yet perhaps most difficult, mandate. The self must uplift the self. What does it mean that we are solely responsible for our spiritual destiny?
The core principle leaves absolutely no room for external blame or dependency. It states, one must uplift themselves by their own self, meaning the discriminating mind or intellect, and must not degrade the self. The self is indeed the friend of the self, and the self is also the enemy of the self.
That is a stark internal reality check. It sounds like the text is saying, stop waiting for salvation, start working on your mind.
That is precisely the implication. The analysis confirms that spiritual advancement is an entirely internal journey. You cannot outsource self-development. No external person, no guru, no political leader, no partner, no ritual, no amount of money can grant you permanent spiritual advancement.
It's all on you.
It's all on you. We are exclusively responsible for our progress or our downfall. The moment we start blaming our external circumstances, our boss, our neighborhood, for our present lack of spiritual progress, the text argues we are actively degrading the self.
It's the ultimate statement of spiritual sovereignty. And that leads us directly into Shloka 6, the mind as friend or foe. How can the same mental instrument act as both ally and adversary?
Well, it acts as an ally only to the person who has rigorously disciplined and conquered their mind, the Jita Atma. When the mind is purified and disciplined, it ceases to be this wild reactionary instrument. It becomes a loyal, powerful vehicle for achieving higher consciousness and moksha. It guides your life in a positive, constructive, and peaceful direction.
We've all seen glimpses of that. When we're focused, disciplined, and calm, we feel unstoppable. But what about the foe? I think we're all a bit more familiar with that one.
We are. For the uncontrolled mind, the anatmana, the mental instrument acts like a fierce enemy. This is the struggle most of us face daily. An uncontrolled mind is bound by moe delusion and attachment, and it's ruled by fleeting desires and the compulsive pursuit of sensual pleasure.
And that leads to?
This constant, frantic seeking leads inevitably to psychological downfall, deep dissatisfaction, and chronic sorrow.
That's a highly relevant modern analogy. I mean, imagine your mind keeps replaying an embarrassing work email you sent, or obsessively checking social media for validation, or catastrophizing a small mistake. That loop, that internal self-sabotage, that's the enemy.
Self in action.
Precisely. It turns on you, creating anxiety and misery even when your external life is objectively good. The ultimate takeaway for you, the learner, is that self-development is non-delegable. Control over your internal thought processes and actions, that is, controlling the mind, is the primary foundational tool for moving your life in a positive direction, away from internal conflict and toward peace. Okay, so once that internal battle is consistently won, once the mind is conquered and the foe is transformed into a friend, what is the resulting inner state of the yogi? What does sustained spiritual success actually look like internally?
The result is perfect stillness, which is known as samabhava, or unwavering equanimity. The self-controlled and tranquil person, the prashantasya, experiences the supreme self, the paramatma samahita, and this yogi maintains perfect balance in all the dualities that define human experience.
We talk about dualities casually, but what specific pairs does the text mention that the yogi must master?
It covers everything from physical sensations to social interactions, heat and cold, pleasure and pain, and crucially, honor and dishonor.
That last one is huge today.
It is. This means the yogi is not emotionally elevated by praise nor crushed by criticism. They are internally unshakable because their center of gravity is not external circumstances but the self within.
That seems like the antidote to modern anxiety driven by comparison and social validation.
Yeah.
The text also defines the wise yogi in terms of knowledge. It's not enough to be disciplined. You have to be informed.
Yes. They are satisfied by both theoretical knowledge, or jnana, Andi experiential realization, Vijnana Juptatma. They haven't just read the scriptures or listened to a deep dive like this one. They have actively lived the truth and experienced the reality of the self.
This is not just book smarts.
Not at all. Because of this lived experience, they are called kutastha unshakable, like the peak of a mountain, and they have completely conquered their senses, Vijitindriya. They have zero need for external validation or fleeting pleasures.
That brings us to the famous detachment test. If they don't value external validation, what is their valuation of material wealth?
The supreme lack of material attachment is defined beautifully and dramatically. They view earth, a common clod of dirt, stone, and gold, with the exact same vision. Samalashta ashma kanchana. For the perfected yogi, material possessions, whether worthless dirt or priceless gold, hold absolutely no intrinsic value. Their true wealth, the wealth that cannot be taken away, is entirely internal.
That's the ultimate valuation test. Treating a high-value stock ticker, a pile of rocks, and a viral social media post with the same degree of internal stillness. So if they see things equally, how do they view people? Human relationships are defined by attachment and bias. Shloka 9 details this radical concept of universal sameness.
And this is really the ethical pinnacle of this chapter. The supreme yogi achieves samabuddhi, or equal intellect, in relation to a staggeringly wide range of people. Friends, well-wishers, enemies, the indifferent mediators, the hateful relatives, the virtuous, and even sinners.
That challenges every social instinct we have. I mean, treating a close friend and a hateful enemy identically seems completely counterintuitive.
It does, but the analysis provides the spiritual mechanism behind this vision. It stems from realizing the fundamental unity. All beings are ultimately parts of the divine, and their current behavior, whether it's friendly or hostile, is a temporary manifestation resulting from their past actions, their karma. Therefore, the yogi avoids bias or favoritism, what's called pakshpat. They see the true self in all beings, regardless of the role those beings play in their current life drama.
So the feeling isn't a cold detachment. It's a profound, radical recognition. The implication for the modern learner is powerful. We must develop forgiveness and tolerance even toward those who actively oppose us, recognizing that their actions often arise from deep ignorance or delusion or past karmic conditioning.
Right. It's not about endorsing their bad behavior.
No.
But about understanding that the person acting is not their true self. And that frees you, the yogi, from the emotional cycle of resentment and revenge.
That unity of vision sounds like true freedom. But before we get to the unbreakable bliss, we need to know how to practically achieve it. Let's look at Krishna's highly detailed instructions for meditation, the actual path of dhyana yoga. How do we prepare both the inner and the outer environment for success?
The instructions cover three main areas: the physical environment, mental detachment, and body posture.
Okay, starting with the environment in shlokas 10 through 12. What about solitude and detachment?
The yogi must constantly engage the self in yoga, residing in solitude, rahasi shita. They should be alone, without expectations, nirashi, and non-possessive, aparigraha.
Now wait, does solitude mean you have to physically go live in a cave?
No, and the text clarifies that. True solitude means being internally detached from worldly feelings, desires, and the need for company. You can be alone in a crowd, and you can be internally distracted while sitting on a mountaintop.
So internal solitude is the prerequisite for external solitude. If your mind is screaming for distraction, the cave won't help you.
Precisely. You must renounce expectations and possessions, and not just material goods, but the mental ownership of people, ideas, and events.
And what about the physical setup? The seat or asana?
The instruction is surprisingly detailed. The seat must be stable, styrum, located in a clean and pure place, and crucially, neither too high nor too low.
And the materials?
The traditional preparation is layered. Kusha grass for insulation, covered by soft deer skin, and then topped with a piece of clean cloth. This structure ensures physical stability and temperature regulation, which facilitates long periods of stillness.
And once they are perfectly seated, what is the objective of the practice?
The practice is to sit on the seat, focus the mind intensely, ekagram kritva, controlling the senses and thoughts, and perform yoga specifically for self-purification, atma vishuddhai. The immediate goal isn't cosmic vision, it's spiritual cleansing, purifying the mental mechanism itself.
Now, for the body itself, posture and gaze are key to controlling the nervous system. What are the mandates of shlokas 13 and 14?
The posture is rigorous because the body dictates the mind. Hold the body, head and neck straight, motionless and steady. Samam kaya shiro grivim. Maintain a sense of firm resolve. And the gaze is specifically fixed on the tip of the nose.
Why the nose tip? That sounds a little uncomfortable.
Well, controlling sight is identified as the very first step toward controlling the mind. When the eyes wander, the mind chases the visual input. Fixing the gaze gently, without strain, pulls the focus inward, preventing external distraction. It stabilizes the mental energy.
And what is the necessary inner state to accompany this posture? It can't just be physical.
No. The yogi must be tranquil, prashantatma, completely free from fear, vigatavi, fixed in the vow of self-discipline and celibacy, brahmachari vratastita, and utterly devoted to the divine matchitta. Fear destroys concentration, and devotion provides the spiritual fuel. The entire inner state must be pure, stable, and aimed only at the supreme.
That seems incredibly demanding. If a modern person tried to follow all those rules exactly, they might burn out pretty quickly. But shlokas 16 and 17 introduce the single most revolutionary idea for the long-term practitioner: balance and moderation. It completely rejects extreme asceticism.
This is the great corrective to the misconception that spiritual discipline requires deprivation. Krishna states clearly, yoga is not possible for the one who eats too much or the one who eats too little. nor is it for the one who sleeps excessively or stays completely awake.
Right.
Extremes, even those undertaken for spiritual reasons, lead to imbalance, restlessness, and inevitable failure.
This is a powerful critique of all forms of obsessive self-denial. If you starve your body or severely limit your sleep, your mind becomes agitated, irritable, and incapable of sustained stillness.
Exactly. The extreme behavior is simply the ego masking itself in spiritual virtue. The formula for success that destroys all sorrow is found in Shloka 17. Yoga, which destroys all sorrow, dukkha, is achieved by the one who is balanced yukta in all aspects of life.
What are those balanced aspects?
They must be balanced in diet and recreation, yukta hara vihara, balanced in actions, yukta cheshtasi karmasu, and regulated in sleep and wakefulness, yukta svaptamabhaplaya.
That's fascinating. It's a holistic prescription for mental health. It's not just about what you eat, but how you spend your free time. It's not just about duty, but about the right amount of rest.
The implication is clear. Yoga is not confined to the meditation cushion. It balances the entire lifestyle, ensuring that every activity from sleeping to socializing to working contributes to a sustainable state of peace. If your actions off the mat are extreme, your meditation will be restless. If your life is moderate, your mind will find stillness more easily.
So when this perfect balance is finally achieved, and the mind is entirely controlled, Shloka 19 gives us a truly classic image for that state of perfection. How does the mastered mind feel?
The controlled mind of the yogi is compared to a lamp flame in a windless place, dipo nivatasto not ingate. It is steady, unmoving, and perfectly upright.
A vivid image of absolute stability.
It is. The yogi has attained such internal centeredness that they are utterly unaffected by worldly disturbances, the wind of distractions, desires, or external pressures, just as the flame remains steady when no wind is present.
That image of steady stillness is the ideal, but the text immediately acknowledges the overwhelming difficulty of getting there. This is where Arjuna steps in, voicing the doubt that every single practitioner from ancient times to today has felt. In Shlokas 3 and 34, he challenges the very feasibility of this path. He says the yoga of equanimity seems impossible because the mind is so restless.
Arjuna serves as the perfect stand-in for the common person, voicing a universal struggle. He describes the mind not just as restless, chanchalatvat, but he loads it with 4 powerful descriptors. It is turbulent, pramathi, mighty, balavat, obstinate, dridam, and therefore intensely difficult to control.
And he offers the perfect analogy for its sheer difficulty.
He says controlling the mind is as difficult as stopping the wind, vayariva sudushkaram. You can feel the frustration in his words. The mind is elusive, powerful, and constantly moving, making the stillness of the lamp flame seem like an unreachable fantasy.
This struggle isn't philosophical jargon. It is the lived experience of everyone who tries to meditate for more than 5 minutes.
Absolutely, and Krishna doesn't dismiss this feeling. He confirms the difficulty but immediately provides the solution.
What are the twin, non-negotiable tools for taming this internal wind?
Krishna starts by validating Arjuna's assessment. The mind is undoubtedly hard to subdue and unsteady, Durnagram Shalam. But he promises it is conquerable. The solution comes in Shloka 35. The mind can be controlled by abhyasa, persistent, disciplined practice, and vairagya, detachment or non-attachment to worldly objects.
Practice and detachment, the necessary action and the necessary wisdom. Let's break those two down for the learner.
Abhyasa is the consistent, focused, dedicated effort. Think of it like building a physical muscle. You don't stop exercising because one session was hard. It is the commitment to showing up every day, regardless of whether the practice feels good or not.
And vairagya.
Vairagya is the wisdom that reduces the mind's motivation to wander. It's the realization, through continuous practice, that the external objects the mind craves do not hold any permanent satisfaction. You don't necessarily give up the possession, but you give up the internal need for it. Vairagya drains the temptation out of worldly objects.
So if abhyasa is the discipline to sit down, vairagya is the wisdom that makes sitting down worthwhile because the alternative chasing illusions is seen as futile.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And practically, what does that persistent practice look like when the mind inevitably wanders? Shloka 26 is the core methodology, and it's surprisingly gentle. It doesn't command violence against the mind.
So how should we treat the wandering mind?
Whenever the unstable, wavering mind wanders away, yato nishalati, the yogi, should gently, patiently, and without anger or self-condemnation, draw it back and fix it upon the self.
So no self-criticism.
None. It's not a battle where you crush your opponent. It's a patient training where you continually redirect the puppy back to the task. Control is achieved through persistence and patience, not harsh austerity.
After years of persistent abhyasa and growing vairagya, what is the ultimate result? What is the nature of the ultimate joy promised by conquering the mind?
The result is transcendent. When the mind is completely withdrawn and stilled by yoga, the yogi achieves the ultimate internal clarity. They see the self within the self. This inner vision brings a supreme, permanent happiness called atyantikam sukham. It is happiness that is absolute, final, and enduring.
How does that compare to ordinary sensory pleasure, which is always fleeting?
It is entirely superior because it transcends the sensory mechanism. This joy is grasped by the intellect, the buddhi, alone, meaning it is beyond the senses, or atindriyam.
And the text says it's powerful.
It is so powerful that once established in this state, the yogi is never moved by even the gravest sorrow. They have become internally invulnerable to the tragedies of the external world.
But the supreme gain in Shloka 22 then redefines success itself. It's no longer about external metrics.
Correct. Once this state of self-realization is achieved, the text confirms that no other worldly gain is considered superior. The realization of the self is the greatest eternal benefit. Furthermore, this leads to the ultimate definition of yoga in Shloka 23.
And what is that?
Yoga is precisely that state where one is completely disconnected from the contact of suffering, dukkha samyoga yogam. It is not just the attainment of happiness, but the complete and permanent cessation of misery. This state, Krishna says, must be practiced with firm resolve and an unwearied heart.
Beyond this personal, unbreakable bliss, the perfected yogi gains a new, transformed vision of the world, the vision of unity. How does the yogi see the self in all beings, and how does this unity change their actions?
The perfected yogi achieves samadarshana, or equal vision. Shloka 29 describes this realization. They see the self residing in all beings, and simultaneously all beings residing within the self. This vision is free from the illusion of ego and duality, realizing the fundamental interconnectedness of all existence.
This realization secures the ultimate divine connection, which is described beautifully in Shloka 30.
It is. The one who sees the divine everywhere, in every action, every person, every moment, and everything within the divine, is never lost to the divine, and the divine is never lost to them.
An unbreakable bond.
It's the highest level of unity, where the boundary between the observer and the observed is dissolved. The yogi and the divine become inseparable.
And what does this unity demand of the yogi when they interact with the world? What makes the yogi supreme, according to Shloka 32, in terms of ethical action?
The supreme yogi is considered one who regards the happiness or suffering of all beings as their own. This is the principle of atmamapamyana sarvatra, seeing the self in all, and therefore feeling universal pain and joy as one's own.
That moves beyond mere intellectual unity into active, profound compassion.
Exactly. When you internalize another's suffering as if it were your own, you are prompted to act selflessly to alleviate it. This is the fulfillment of universal kinship, the principle known in Vedanta as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family.
So the true measure of spiritual progress isn't how long you can sit still,
but how intensely you feel the suffering of others.
We've established the goal is high and the path is difficult, as hard as stopping the wind. This brings Arjuna to raise the most practical and persistent fear of any spiritual aspirant in Shlokas 27, 38, and 39. What happens if I sincerely start this path, but I lack the control to finish it in this lifetime? Do all my efforts simply vanish?
It is the great fear, isn't it? The fear of wasted effort. Arjuna asks if a person lacking control, whose mind deviates from yoga, perishes, losing ground both spiritually and worldly. And he uses that vivid, profound metaphor. Are they scattered like a fragment of a cloud, Chinabrahmiva? A fragment torn from the main cloud, having no foundation, no direction, no destination, and just disintegrating.
The fear of total spiritual bankruptcy.
Yes, but Krishna's response here is one of the most powerful statements of reassurance in the entire Gita. It removes the fear of starting the spiritual journey by guaranteeing the preservation of all effort.
What is Krishna's powerful guarantee in Shloka 40?
He states emphatically that the one who performs good deeds, the Kalyanakrit, never meets destruction or achieves an evil destination. Spiritual effort is never wasted.
Never.
Never. Even if your efforts are incomplete, the positive momentum, the spiritual impetus remains eternally preserved. You might not finish the race, but every single step you took is recorded.
And the positive consequence of this unfinished journey is detailed through a sequence of favorable rebirths in Shlokas 41 and 42. How does the failed yogi resume their progress?
The path of the so-called failed yogi is highly structured, ensuring continuous spiritual acceleration.
Okay, stage 1.
First, they dwell in the higher worlds. the punyakritam lokan, the words of the virtuous, for many years, enjoying the fruits of their pure actions. This is essentially a spiritual rest and reward period before the next descent.
And then rebirth into a favorable environment.
They are then reborn into the home of pure Shukinam and prosperous Shrimatam people. This environment provides two crucial elements: moral purity and material resources, ensuring they aren't bogged down by poverty or corruption, allowing for a smooth continuation of their practice.
And the rare, prized path.
Alternatively, and this birth is considered extremely rare and precious, Dulabatam, they are born into the family of wise yogis, Yoginam Kuledamatam. This provides the ideal environment where the spiritual path is naturally understood, taught, and lived from childhood. They don't have to spend years undoing external conditioning. They start years ahead.
So, spiritual failure in one life guarantees immense advantage in the next. Nothing is lost.
Right.
How does the continuity actually work?
Shlokas 43 and 44 explain the mechanism of resumption, which is like a spiritual inheritance. The yogi recovers the intelligence, the buddhi samyogam of their previous life. The mind immediately connects back to its past training.
Wow.
They are driven toward perfection by their past practice, the purvabhyasena, often involuntarily. The accumulated impressions, the samskaras of their past yogic effort, act as an irresistible spiritual magnet, pulling them back onto the path, often at a very young age.
There's also that remarkable line about the sheer power of simple curiosity.
Yes, the text states that merely being inquisitive about yoga, even just intellectual interest without rigorous performance, takes one beyond the bondage of complex Vedic rituals. Even the weakest spiritual inclination is deemed superior to purely external religious practice undertaken without deeper understanding.
So the ultimate goal is guaranteed, even if it requires multiple lifetimes, which Shloka 45 confirms.
Through persistent effort and purification of residual sins over many births, anika janma samsita, the yogi finally attains the supreme goal, moksha. The journey is long, it demands persistence, but the destination is absolutely certain for those who have sincerely begun the effort. This should completely remove the fear of starting.
Okay, so this chapter is a strong argument for the supremacy of internal mastery. Krishna commands Arjuna, therefore be a yogi. But Shloka 46 ranks the yogi as superior to other well-regarded spiritual practitioners. Why is the yogi, as defined in this chapter, better than the ascetic, the scholar, or the ritualist?
Krishna clearly establishes a spiritual hierarchy, and it's based on the completeness of the inner practice.
Let's start with the ascetic.
The yogi is superior to the ascetic, the Tiposvivya, because ascetics often focus only on physical hardship fasting, long vigils, physical pain, without necessarily achieving mental purification. They might conquer the body, but their ego and mind can remain restless and attached.
And the scholar?
The yogi is superior to the merely theoretical scholar, the jnanavya. These are people who amass vast knowledge of scriptures and philosophy, but lack the experiential realization, the vijnana we discussed earlier.
All theory, no practice.
Exactly. Knowledge without self-mastery is incomplete and impotent.
Finally, the ritualist.
The yogi is superior to the ritualist, or karma yogi, karmipyasha. While action is essential for the beginner, pure ritualism or non-meditative selfless action, without the internal stillness achieved through dhyana, cannot lead to the final supreme disconnection from suffering. Meditation elevates the practice of all three.
This sets up the ultimate conclusion of Chapter 6. If the yogi is superior to all others, what defines the supreme yogi, the Yuktamamata, in Shloka 47?
Krishna combines all disciplines and places the final, highest emphasis on devotion. The supreme one, the most integrated yogi, is he who, with inner self entirely absorbed in the divine, mad gatena antratmana, worships with immense faith, Shraddhavan Phajate Yomam, and is utterly devoted to the Supreme.
So the core lesson of dhyana yoga meditation, self-control and equanimity, is perfected and completed only by bhakti, or devotion.
That is the final unifying teaching of the chapter. The path of devotion, when combined with intense self-control and meditation, is the highest form of yoga because it involves total, passionate yet disciplined absorption of the inner self in the divine. It unifies the effort of the mind, the knowledge of the intellect, and the love of the heart.
What an exhaustive deep dive into the blueprint for inner self-mastery. For those of you, the learners, seeking actionable knowledge to command your inner world, let's distill the four biggest, most essential takeaways from Chapter 6.
First, true yoga is internal mastery. It's about controlling the mind and its desires, the sankalpas, not external renunciation or running away from your present duties. You must be detached in the world, not from it.
Second, the mind is the only friend or enemy you have. Self-control is paramount because only you can truly uplift yourself. No external force can do that job for you.
Third, success on this path demands balance yukta hara vihara moderation in all things, rejecting all forms of extremity or deprivation.
And finally, no spiritual effort is ever wasted. Failure does not exist on this path. Success is guaranteed, perhaps not in this current life, but certainly over many lives, thanks to the persistent, accumulated force of your past practice.
And tying those points into the final, sought-after state, remember that the ultimate peace, Brahma Samsparsham, is achieved only when the mind is fully tranquil, completely free from the quality of restlessness, rada or guna, and firmly, unshakably established in the realization of the self. That transcendent, unmoving tranquility is the goal that makes all the effort worthwhile.
Since Arjuna himself described the mind as being as difficult to stop as the wind, a truly universal struggle, here is our final provocative thought for you to mull over and act upon. Given that the conquest requires abhyasa, persistent practice, and vairagya detachment, what specific daily abhyasa will you commit to for the next 30 days, and what targeted sankalpa, what single unnecessary desire loop will you deliberately detach from today to start turning your own mind from enemy into friend? Start small, but start steady.
Welcome back to the deep dive. We are here to take complex source material, give it the focused attention it deserves, and make sure that you, the listener, walk away with, well, not just a summary, but with some synthesized, applicable wisdom.
And today, we are really attempting something monumental.
We absolutely are. We're diving deep into the Bhagavad Gita, specifically Chapter 7, which is known as Jnana Vijnana Yoga.
The yoga of knowledge and realization.
Exactly.
And, it's such a critical choice for a deep dive. This chapter is, in a way, the foundational roadmap for understanding how the entire universe operates.
And maybe more importantly, how we as individuals fit into that huge cosmic structure.
That's it. For you listening today, the mission is pretty comprehensive. We want to unpack the steps laid out here for achieving what's called ultimate knowledge, or Brahmajnana.
And just as importantly, how to get free from I guess you'd call them the bonds of universal illusion, or Maya, which can feel so overwhelming.
So persuasive, yeah.
Okay, so let's unpack this core idea right away, because the sources, they immediately set the stakes as high as they can possibly go. The promise in the opening verses 1 and 2, it's nothing short of definitive.
It really is. The divine, Sri Krishna, lays out a path for someone who practices yoga while being completely focused on him Maya Saktamna, and who takes total refuge in him Madhushraya.
And the goal here isn't just to know a little about the divine, right? It's to know the divine, and the text is very specific, completely and without doubt.
Asosya Samagra. That phrase is the entire commitment of this deep dive, really. It means a comprehensive, total understanding, an intellectual and spiritual state that leaves absolutely no room for skepticism, no ambiguity.
Which is where this dual gift comes in, the Jnana and Vijnana.
Yes, and this is what defines this specific path. It's so crucial to get the distinction.
They sound like they could be synonyms, but they're not at all.
Not even close. So Jnana is, let's say, the theoretical knowledge. It's the philosophy, the principles, the blueprints. It's the intellectual grasp of cosmology and reality. You can read the source, you can understand the concepts, you can define the terms. That's Jnana.
Okay, so I've read the book, I have the information.
Exactly. But Vijnana is the direct, practical experience. It's the realization, it's the transformation that happens when that theory is internalized and it becomes a living, breathing truth for you.
I sometimes think of it as the difference between reading a world-class recipe for some gourmet meal and then actually sitting down and tasting it.
That's a perfect illustration. It's exactly that.
The recipe is the jnana, but the flavor, the texture, the whole experience of eating it, that's the vijnana.
You can memorize every single word of the Gita, that's your jnana, but until you realize, until you experience the truth it's describing, the knowledge is just, well, it's just information.
And the source guarantees that once you get this full realization, nothing else remains to be known in this world.
Which is an incredible claim. It is the ultimate intellectual and spiritual summit. It's the total end of all doubt.
It sounds like the end of the quest for any curious person, which, is definitely our audience. But then, right after making this huge promise, the sources give us a pretty sobering reality check.
Oh, yes. Verse 3 throws down a serious challenge. It really underscores the sheer difficulty of moving from that recipe to the actual meal. From jnana to vijnana.
So what does it say?
It says that out of thousands and thousands of human beings, Hardly one even strives for this kind of self-realization, for siddhi. Just getting started, having that initial curiosity and determination, is already incredibly rare.
But the filter doesn't stop there, does it?
No, there's a second, even finer filter. Among those very few who do strive and who maybe achieve some level of spiritual accomplishment, maybe they get deep concentration or mental control, even among them, hardly one truly knows the divine in essence.
In essence, tatvata.
Yes, tatvata.
So we've got the distraction of the material world stopping most people from even starting the journey. And then for the few who do start, there's the distraction of these, I guess, intermediate spiritual successes that can stop them from finishing.
It's a double bind. So many seekers stop short. They mistake the benefits of the journey for the destination itself.
So what would that look like?
Well, they might mistake the ability to silence the mind, or a feeling of intense peace, or even gaining some insight into past lives. They might mistake that for the absolute comprehensive truth.
But it's not.
It's a milestone, not the destination. Knowing the divine tatvata means realizing that non-dual relationship between your individual soul, the jivatma, and the supreme soul, the paramount man. It isn't an experience you have, it's the truth you become.
So the lesson here, for anyone trying to be truly well-informed, is that any complex project, spiritual or otherwise, requires knowing the exact target. Otherwise, you risk spending immense energy just chasing a milestone.
That's it. And this deep dive is so crucial because it provides the very structure of that rare essential knowledge.
Okay, let's start structurally then. If we want to know the Supreme completely, we have to start with what the Supreme uses to create the cosmos, the fundamental building blocks.
And that begins with what the divine calls its lower nature. This is verse 4, and it's a classic moment of cosmological revelation. The sources detail the eightfold lower nature, or apara prakriti.
And why is it categorized this way?
It's designed to show you, the learner, how every single part of your experience, from your physical body to your deepest thought, is ultimately an energy of the divine. But, and this is key, it's separate from the divine's conscious essence.
So these 8 elements make up the entire physical and mental structure of the universe.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
And they're organized into 2 groups.
Mm-hmm.
You have the gross elements, which is matter as we experience it, and then the subtle elements, which is our internal mental architecture.
Let's start with the gross ones, the physical world.
Right. So the 5 gross elements. First you have bhumi, which is earth. This is the principle of solidity, density, structure, everything from your bones to, mountains. Second, jala, or water. This is the principle of liquidity, cohesion, flow. Think of blood, rivers, the forces that bind things together.
Makes sense.
Third is agni, fire, the principle of energy, transformation, heat, light, the metabolic fire in your body, the sun in the sky. It's all agni.
Fourth,
Vayu, which is air, the principle of mobility, the atmosphere, the gaseous state, the wind, and also the vital breath, or prana.
And the last one is a bit different, isn't it?
Yes, akasha, sometimes called calm or space. This is the subtle, pervasive medium of existence. It's the container for everything else, and critically, it's the medium that sound and vibrations travel through.
So those 5 are like the hardware, the physical container and the environment. But the system gets way more complex when we get to the subtle elements.
It really does. The 3 subtle components are what determine our entire inner life, our decision-making apparatus.
So what are they?
Number 6 is manas, the mind. And we should think of this as the lower mind. It's the sensory gatekeeper. It's the seat of doubt, immediate emotional reactions, instant desires. It just takes in input.
Like, I see a donut, I want a donut.
Exactly. Pure impulse. Then at number 7, you have buddhi, the intellect. This is the higher faculty. It's the supervisor. It's responsible for reason, judgment, discrimination, viveka, and decision-making.
So the buddhi is what takes the mind's impulse and asks, hang on, is eating that donut aligned with my long-term health goals?
That is the perfect distinction. It's what's supposed to determine reality versus illusion.
And the 8th?
The 8th is ahankar, the ego. This is the sense of I-ness, the mechanism that creates your identity and your sense of personal ownership. It's the function that says, I'm the one who sees the donut, I am the one who decides, and I am the one who experiences the result. It's what generates individuality and separation.
It's so clear why the difference between manas, the mind, and buddhi, the intellect, is so critical for a spiritual seeker. I mean, if you just rely on manas, you're just a creature of impulse. You'll never get to Vijnana.
You never. Progress is all about the consistent use of your buddhi to rein in your manas. But here's the massive philosophical reveal in all this.
Yeah.
The source states that all 8 of these elements, the entire physical universe, plus our mind, our intellect, and our ego, are all considered jada, or inert. They all belong to the lower nature.
Wait, inert. Even the intellect, the buddhi, which performs reason judgment, that's considered inert.
Inert in the sense that they are dependent and non-conscious on their own. They're just complex material energies. They can interact, they can move, they can calculate, but they lack the fundamental power of self-awareness. They don't have a life force of their own.
They're like this magnificent hardware, but they need software and a power source to actually run.
That's it, exactly. And that power source is the game changer. It's the superior nature.
Right, the para-prakriti, introduced in verse 5.
Yeah.
So if the lower nature is this inert structure, what gives it life and consciousness?
The para-prakriti is defined as that conscious, life-sustaining element. And it manifests as the jivatma, the individual soul or consciousness. This is the entity that animates that whole eightfold system.
So without it?
The source is very clear. Without this conscious power, the entire magnificent creation, all the structure, all the intellect, it would be useless. Like a supercomputer sitting in a box with no electricity. The jivatma, the superior power, is what holds and sustains the entire world.
So the body and mind, the para-prakriti, they're like the field, but the soul, the para-prakriti, is the farmer. And the farmer sustains the field just by being there, using the soil and tools to interact with the world.
That's a very strong analogy. And the moment that jivatma, that conscious element, withdraws, the inert lower nature just begins to dissolve back into its component parts.
Which is why the entire creation, all living beings, are a combination of these two natures.
Yes, and this provides the conclusion for the origin and dissolution of the universe in verse 6. Sri Krishna synthesizes this whole duality by confirming that he's the source, the prabha, and also the dissolution, the pralaya of the entire cosmos.
So the universe doesn't just happen spontaneously.
No, it appears through the divine will, constructed from these two inseparable energies, and it ultimately merges back into the divine at the end of the cosmic cycle. That is the first essential piece of Jnana understanding, the ultimate independent cause of all existence.
Okay, that structural definition of reality is settled. So now we move from how the universe is made to why it all holds together. We've got the two natures and the supreme as their source, but how does the supreme relate to the moment-to-moment existence of the world?
This is where verse 7 comes in with its core declaration of supremacy. There is nothing superior to me.
A pretty definitive statement.
It is, and it immediately transitions into one of the most famous and I think instructive analogies in the entire source material. To illustrate this omnipresence, the divine says that the entire universe is strung upon him.
Like pearls upon a thread.
Sutyamagava, yes.
It's brilliant in its simplicity, but let's really delve into the implication. For you listening, why is this analogy so much more profound than just saying God is everywhere?
Because it clarifies the relationship of dependence versus independence. The pearls, which represent all the diverse individual forms, the jivas and the matter, they're all visible, they're distinct, they seem independent.
Right. They move around, they interact.
But their existence, their arrangement, their ability to stay connected and ordered, it all depends entirely on the thread, the divine. If you cut that thread, the pearls just scatter. They lose all their organization.
And crucially, the thread itself is unseen and totally independent.
Absolutely. The thread isn't defined by the quality of the pearls. It's not affected by the dirt on one pearl or the shine of another. It confirms that the divine is the ultimate, non-dependent, sustaining energy, the reality upon which all other dependent reality rests. And understanding that relationship is a huge step toward Vijnana.
So if the divine is the thread, we should be able to see its energy manifest in the pearls all around us. Which brings us to the specific examples in this section, what's called Vibhuti Yoga.
Yes, the yoga of divine manifestations. In verses 8 through 11, this is the practical application. The sources tell you exactly where to look for that thread.
So where do we look?
The divine is identified with the essential, fundamental qualities that make existence functional and meaningful. For example, the essence of life. The divine is the taste, the rasa, in water. Not the water itself, but its life-sustaining quality, its power to satisfy thirst. That's the divine presence.
That's a subtle but huge distinction.
It is. And also, the sacred syllable Om, the pranava in all the Vedas, Om is the primordial vibration, the sound from which language and creation spring.
In the cosmos.
The light, the prabha, and the sun and moon. Again, not the physical objects, but their essential energy, the warmth, the illumination, the cooling effect that governs our lives.
It goes into even more subtle qualities, too.
It does. The pure scent, the gandha of the earth. Specifically, that profound, clean smell that comes up when the first rains hit dry ground. It symbolizes purity and potential. And sound, shabda, in the ethereal space akasha, which allows for communication.
And vitality itself.
The fire's brilliance, its tejas, the power to transform and illuminate, and the life force, jivanam, or pranashakti, that flows through all beings, giving us vitality and movement.
This is actually phenomenal. It's saying that when you feel fully quenched by a drink of water, or you marvel at that pure smell of rain on soil, you are directly experiencing the essence of the divine. It completely demystifies it, turning the ordinary into the sacred.
That is the shift from jnana to vijnana. Jnana tells you the Supreme is everywhere. Jnana tells you exactly how to see that presence in the essence of these essential life forces.
And this omnipresence, it extends into human qualities as well, right? It identifies the divine with certain constructive powers inside us.
Yes, specifically the superior qualities that drive righteous creation and stability. First, the eternal seed, the bija. The divine is the ultimate, non-perishable origin of all beings, the ultimate blueprint.
Okay.
Second, the intellect, the buddhi. That power of reasoning and discrimination we talked about, the ability to distinguish truth from illusion, is a direct manifestation of divine energy.
What about charisma?
That's the aura, the tejas, the brilliance or influence of an inspirational person, that pure magnetism. And fourth, this one is crucial, strength or bellum. The divine is the strength of the strong, but only if it is free from desire and attachment.
Kamaraga vivarjitam.
Exactly.
So why the ethical condition on strength? Why does it have to be free from desire, kama, and attachment, Raga?
Because without that ethical purity, strength just becomes ego, aggression, violence. It becomes a tool of the lower nature, driven by self-centered acquisition. Think of a tyrant who uses their immense political strength purely for selfish gain. That power is transient and it just creates suffering.
I see.
But when strength is kamaraga vyavaritam, when it's used selflessly, guided by buddhi for protection and righteousness, then it's recognized as pure moral fortitude, the power of the divine.
That makes the distinction so actionable. My desire to understand this topic, if it's purely for self-promotion, is just part of the lower nature. But if my desire is to gain knowledge, to share it, and apply it ethically,
then it shifts into a divine manifestation. That's what's called ethical desire, or dharma aviruddha kama.
A desire that isn't contrary to righteousness.
Precisely. The sources conclude this section by saying the divine is present in all desires or motivations that are not contrary to dharma. This is the sanctification of ambition. It's not about being passive. It's about channeling your ambition for success, for wealth, whatever, in a way that supports cosmic order and benefits the world. This is how ambition becomes a spiritual tool instead of binding chain.
We now have this complete structural map of reality, the two natures, the divine thread holding it all together. But we still need to figure out why most people, including many of us, fail to see this thread or realize this unity.
And that brings us to the great obstacle, the gunas and the veil of Maya.
This is the most critical psychological part of the chapter, I think.
I agree. Verse 12 introduces the gunas. Sattvic, which is purity and peace, Rajasic, which is passion and activity, and Tamasic, ignorance and inertia. All states of being, all psychological experiences, all movements in the material world, they all originate from these three modes. They are the coloring and texture of all reality.
So every action, every thought, every emotion can be put into one of these three categories. They're the engine of all experience.
They are. But the most crucial philosophical distinction comes right after that. The divine states, all these three modes originate from me, so they are divine energies. But then he immediately says, he is not situated within them, though they are in him.
Naha tetime.
Exactly.
That is the ultimate paradox. How can the source of everything remain untouched by what it produces?
Okay, let's refine our analogy. Think of a movie projector. The projector, the divine, creates the film, the universe, using light, color, and motion, which are the gunas. The entire audience is absorbed in the drama on the screen. They're in the thick of it, laughing, weeping, based on the light and shadows.
Okay, I'm with you.
The film and the light are entirely dependent on the projector. But the projector itself stands outside the screen. It's not bound by the drama or the sadness or the plot. The divine creates the gunas, which bind the phenomenal world. But the divine essence remains para avyam, supreme, and imperishable, beyond their reach.
But for us, the audience watching the film, we are fully immersed. And that leads directly to the consequence in verse 13, the veil of delusion.
The consequence of the gunas is this widespread delusion, moha. The entire world is described as mohita, meaning infatuated and confused by these three modes. Because we're constantly pushed and pulled by them, seeking the temporary peace of sattva, driven to distraction by rajas, or thinking into the lethargy of tamas, we fail to look beyond the screen to see the projector.
We fail to recognize the divine who is beyond the gunas, imperishable and supreme. We're so focused on whether the moment is pleasant or painful that we miss the fundamental, unchanging foundation beneath it all.
It's a powerful trap, and verse 14 confirms it's not a trap we can easily fight on our own.
So why not?
This is the acknowledgement of the cosmic difficulty. The divine Maya, made of these gunas, is designated as exceedingly difficult to cross to Adhyay. We can't fight this illusion with our own limited power, because our very tools for fighting our intellect, buddhi, and our mind, manas, are themselves products of the lower nature. They're structured by the gunas. It's like trying to cut a diamond with a piece of wood.
So if the challenge is cosmic, the solution has to be equally profound. What's the single point of leverage the source gives us?
The absolute key. Mam eva ye prapadyante. The only way to overcome this powerful divine net is by surrendering completely to the divine.
And this isn't passive resignation, is it?
Not at all. It's an active, focused redirection of your will. Instead of relying on your limited human tools, which Maya controls, you align yourself with the supreme power that controls Maya itself. Only pure devotion, bhakti, and total refuge can break the cycle.
Okay, so let's flip the lens. If surrender is the key, who are the people who actively fail to use it? Verse 15 lists 5 categories of people who fail to surrender. This is, I think, crucial for self-diagnosis.
It is. These 5 categories show different modes of spiritual avoidance. First, you have the dushkatina, the miscreants or sinful. These are people who actively and often knowingly follow a path of unrighteousness. Their actions are consciously against dharma.
Okay.
Second,
The musa, the foolish or ignorant. These are people entirely consumed by worldly illusion. They might not be malicious, but their ignorance is total. They chase fleeting pleasures, they're deeply attached to temporary things, and they make zero effort towards spiritual growth. They're just, spiritually asleep.
the third one sounds pretty harsh.
Naradamana, the lowest among men. It refers to those who have the unique gift of a human birth, the developed intellect, the capacity for self-realization. But they actively neglect that potential. They just squander their life on trivial things. The tragedy there is the squandered potential.
And the fourth, Maya Patajinane. These are people whose knowledge is stolen by Maya. They might be highly educated, professionally successful, but their intellect gets corrupted by materialism. Maya convinces them that accumulating wealth or fame is the ultimate goal. They intellectualize spirituality but fail to live it.
They have the jnana, but they never get to the vijnana.
Never. And the fifth group is the Asura Bhavam Rita, the demonically inclined. This group is defined by a powerful ego, by malice, and a fundamental hostility toward the divine. They're arrogant, and they willfully reject the existence of the Supreme.
That is a profound list. It shows that failure is less about capability and more about just willful misalignment. If you identify with any of those, the path is clear. Shift from unrighteous or just irrelevant action to sustained virtuous action.
Exactly. These failings prevent that essential surrender. But now, having identified the pitfalls, we can shift to the small fraction of virtuous souls who do approach the divine.
Right. So we've seen the 5 categories of failure. Now let's look at the sukritina, the virtuous people who do approach the divine. The sources identify 4 distinct types of devotees in verse 16. And this categorization is so helpful because it validates all sincerity, no matter what the starting motivation is.
It shows the ladder of spiritual ascent. The divine accepts all sincere approaches, like a parent welcoming a child home, even if the child only calls when they need money.
So what's the first type?
The first is the artu, the distressed. Their motivation is born from necessity. They seek the divine during intense suffering, sickness, or a crisis. Their prayers are reactive and, frankly, transactional. Help me and I'll be devoted.
Okay, the person in the foxhole.
Pretty much. The second is the jnyasu, the inquisitive. These are the knowledge seekers. They're intellectually driven. They want to know the why and how of the cosmos. They study the philosophical texts. They're pursuing jnana.
That's our audience, I hope.
I think so. The third is the artharthi, the wealth seeker. Their motivation is worldly, but it's still directed toward the supreme. They want concrete boons, wealth, family success, prestige. They worship the power source to get a specific, finite benefit.
And the fourth, the highest category.
The jnani, the knower. They've already realized the supreme truth. Their devotion isn't seeking anything, not escape from suffering, not knowledge, not wealth. They worship out of pure selfless love and a permanent state of realization.
So we have the emotional approach, the intellectual, the transactional, and the unconditional. But while all four are called virtuous, the jnani is singled out as supreme in verse 17. Why is the knower so radically different?
It really comes down to stability and connection. The jnani's devotion is defined by two terms, nitya yukta, meaning always connected, and ekabhakti, one-pointed and non-swerving.
So the devotion of the others is kind of conditional.
It's intermittent, or it's conditional, yes. The jnani's love is unconditional because they've transcended the illusion of having separate needs. They don't worship to get the divine. They worship because they realize they are already connected to the divine.
It changes the dynamic from a plea to an affirmation.
And that creates this perfect reciprocal relationship. The divine states, he is extremely dear to me, and I am dear to him. It's unbreakable because the jnani seeks nothing but the Supreme, and the Supreme has nothing further to give, having already given himself.
And the ultimate synthesis of this, in verse 18, it takes us right back to that non-dual truth from the beginning. While all four types are called noble udaro, the jnani is uniquely deemed to be the very self of the divine.
Atmaiveti mematam.
That's not just praise, that's a statement of realized identity.
This is the peak of vijnana. The jnani has dissolved the ego, the ahankar, that mechanism of separation. They no longer function with the dualistic sense that I am separate from God. They realize the unity of Atman and Paramatman. And when the divine says the jnani is his very self, it means the jnani is fully functioning in alignment with that truth.
But this attainment, it just reinforces the rarity we talked about earlier, doesn't it? Verse 19 underscores that this isn't something that comes from a quick study session.
Not at all. It arrives only after many cycles of striving and purification, bahuna janmanante, after many births. This long duration just emphasizes that purifying the mind from the effects of the gunas is a gradual, persistent effort over immense time.
And when that great realization finally happens, what is the core philosophical conclusion that gives the jnani freedom?
The realization is simple, yet it's revolutionary. Vasudeva sarvamiti, Vasudeva is everything.
So Vasudeva, the supreme reality, isn't just the object of my devotion, but the subject, the means, and the foundation of everything I see.
Everything. The thread, the pearls, the ego, the intellect, the sun, the taste, and the water. Everything is an expression of that singular reality. And when a person realizes this, they transcend the need for all conditional worship. Such a great soul, a Mahatma, who grasps this fundamental unity, is confirmed to be exceedingly rare.
Okay, so if the jnani achieves this rare, unified realization that Vasudeva is everything, we have to address the vast majority who are still operating in the realm of duality. They still want something specific. And this leads us to the trap of lesser worship in verse 20.
This section is so relevant to modern life. It's all about the desire for quick, finite returns. The source notes that those whose wisdom is clouded by material desires, kamaistes, terate, and yana, they turn to worshipping other deities, other devatas.
But why not just go to the Supreme if the Supreme is everything?
Because of that clouded intellect, they see the various devatas as specialized agencies that can offer immediate, targeted, concrete solutions. They want a specific result, wealth, a specific child, health protection, and they feel a specialized power source is better suited than the vast, infinite source.
They want a short-term loan, not ownership of the whole bank.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Their focus is transactional and immediate, but then verse 21 introduces this profound, almost paternal acceptance from the Supreme. No matter which deity a devotee chooses to worship with faith, it is the Supreme Divine who makes that faith firm and unwavering. That's it. This is a critical point about control and compassion. It shows that faith itself is universally empowered by the Supreme. Even if the devotee is misdirected toward an intermediary, the underlying stability and sincerity of their devotion is nurtured and authorized by the Supreme.
So it respects their sincerity even if their understanding is limited.
Exactly. And verse 22 takes a step further. It reveals the centralized control of all outcomes. The devotee gets their desired results through that chosen deity, but the source makes it explicit that all results are actually granted by the Supreme Divine alone.
Maeva Vitanan.
Yes. This means the devatas are instruments. They're like managers in the divine administration. They're channels who execute the will of the Supreme. The devotee might pray to a specialized manager, but the power, the sanction, the actual delivery of the result comes from the central authority.
So if the Supreme grants all the boons anyway, why is worshipping an intermediary for a specific result considered a trap That's the contrast in verse 23.
The problem isn't the object of worship, it's the goal of the worship. It's the finite versus the infinite. Those who worship the temporary gods, the devas, they get temporary rewards and go to the deva realms. But those realms and those rewards are themselves subject to time, change, and eventual dissolution. They are perishable.
And the sources call these people out directly using that term of meager intelligence. Alpa metasam, that's a pretty harsh descriptor.
It is, but it's because they're attracted to finite, perishable fruits. Antavatu phala. They're using an infinite, eternal power source, the Supreme, to get a finite, temporary result, like wealth or a brief stay in a temporary heaven. They show a profound lack of wisdom by settling for temporary comfort when eternal freedom is on the table.
So the trap is the mindset that prioritizes the finite over the infinite.
Exactly. The verse concludes that, conversely, those who worship the Supreme Divine attain the Supreme Himself, Mam Api, and achieve eternal liberation. The choice really defines the seeker's intelligence, temporary pleasure or permanent freedom.
Okay, we are now moving toward the final secrets, the ultimate realization that grants this eternal liberation. But even for those devoted to the Supreme, there's a major philosophical misunderstanding that often lingers, and it's addressed in verse 24, the misconception of form.
This addresses the paradox of the unmanifest Supreme appearing in a manifest form, like a human being. The source says that people of weak intellect, the Abudaya, they believe that the divine, who is originally unmanifest, avyaktam, has somehow transformed into a manifest form, vyaktim apannam.
They think the divine has undergone a change from non-form to form, and so it's subject to the limitations of that form, birth, aging, suffering.
Precisely. They reduce the infinite to a finite category. They see the body, and they assume the body is the extent of the divine. They fail to understand the divine's supreme, imperishable, and unchanging nature. Parabhavam avyam anuttamam.
So what's the truth?
The truth is that the divine's appearance in a form is a deliberate, unchanging manifestation of power. It's not a transformation that introduces limitation. The divine is eternal, even when appearing as a historical personality. The ignorant mistake, the vehicle for the ultimate reality.
But why does this error persist, even when the truth is right in front of them? Verse 25 explains the mechanism of concealment.
Yes, Yogamaya. This is the intentional, creative power of illusion, used by the Supreme to govern the world and, specifically, to conceal himself from the unqualified. The divine is not evident or revealed to everyone because he remains covered by his own Yogamaya.
So if the gunas are the natural illusion of the material world, Yogamaya is like a divine, intentional curtain.
That's a good way to see it. It's a selective revelation. The ignorant world fails to recognize the divine as the unborn and imperishable reality because of this curtain. Only those who have crossed the powerful net of the gunas through unconditional surrender can penetrate this specific divine veil.
It's almost like a safety mechanism.
It is. It ensures that the ultimate non-dual truth isn't available to those who would just use it for egoistic gain without the necessary purification.
This idea of concealment links directly to the divine's omniscience in verse 26, which really emphasizes the vast gulf between the divine's understanding and ours.
Right. The divine states, he knows all beings of the past, the present, and the future. Veda aha samatitani vartamanani ka Arjuna. For the Supreme, time is completely transcended. He sees all moments at once. Total mastery over creation.
And yet, despite this comprehensive knowledge of us, the divine notes, no one truly knows me.
And that speaks to the limitations of the jiva, the individual soul. Because of Maya and our inherently limited intellect, we can't grasp the comprehensive, timeless reality of the Supreme. We are confined to linear time and duality. The Supreme operates outside of it. It's like we can know facts about the sun, but we can't comprehend the sun's full power while standing here on Earth.
And what creates this initial limitation right from birth? Verse 27 identifies the root of the problem for all of us, the Dvanda Moha.
The delusion of duality. This is a critical concept for psychological stability. All living entities, the moment they take birth, are immediately subjected to delusion arising from the duality of pairs, the Dvanda.
And this duality is born from attraction and repulsion.
Yes. Hicharaga, desire, and debe, hatred.
So let's use a strong analogy here. How does this Dvanda Moha, this delusion of duality, manifest in our daily lives?
I think of it as being trapped on a mental roller coaster you can never get off of. You spend half your life climbing the hill of desire, seeking pleasure, profit, honor, attachment, that's Hicharaga, and then you spend the other half plummeting down the drop of hatred, fiercely trying to avoid pain, loss, dishonor, and repulsion.
from this constant, ceaseless mental oscillation.
It prevents any clarity or stability. It keeps us perpetually agitated and far from the non-dual truth where real peace is.
So freedom means we have to step off that ride. And the final verses, 28 to 30, describe the necessary steps for liberation. What has to happen before someone can approach the divine with firm resolve?
The path demands profound purification through action. Only those whose sins, the residual karma from selfish, unrighteous actions, have been eradicated through sustained, virtuous actions, puja karmanam, can truly approach the divine. This builds the foundational merit you need.
And once that purification is achieved, what stability does it grant a person?
It grants them freedom from the delusion of duality, the Dvandva Mohan and Mukta. With the agitation of desire and hatred gone, the mind is stable. And that enables one to serve the divine with firm resolve, dasarvadrato. This is the state of mind you need for Vijnana.
And the final goal sought by these purified devotees is what ties this entire chapter together.
Their ultimate goal is jara-marant, moksha liberation, from the cycle of old age, jara, and death, maranta. Those who take refuge in the divine specifically to escape this endless cycle come to know the entirety of the supreme reality, Brahma, the nature of the self, Adhyatma, and the true essence of action, karma.
Which means they understand the cosmic structure, their place as a conscious spirit, and how their actions either bind them or liberate them.
Exactly. And the final realization is the culmination of all this knowledge. They recognize the divine in all contexts, as Adibhuta, the physical elements, the perishable world, as Adideva, the celestial consciousness, the divine forces, and as Adiyajya, the presiding lord of sacrifice, the goal of all righteous action.
So the Janani sees the divine not just in the temple, but in the stars and in the very breath they take.
That's it. A devotee who internalizes the divine across all these aspects achieves the greatest feat. They will remember him even at the time of death, and that ensures their attainment of the Supreme.
This has been an extensive deep dive into the Jnana Vijnana Yoga. For you, the listener, focused on becoming truly well-informed, the key finding is that knowledge alone is not enough. Theoretical knowledge jnana is just the map. It has to be realized as practical, experienced, non-dual truth Vijnana to be truly effective.
And we learned that the major barrier to this realization is our absorption in the three gunas and the powerful illusion of Maya. It makes us perpetually seek finite, perishable rewards, the antavatu phala, and the sources offer the only viable solution. The way to cross that exceedingly difficult veil of Maya is through unwavering, complete surrender, mamava prapajante.
And the ultimate rare knowledge attained by the Mahatma is summarized in that profound, powerful, and simple phrase, Vasudeva Sarvamiti. Vasudeva is everything.
Which leaves us with a final provocative thought, built directly on the depth we explored today. If Vasudeva, the supreme, eternal, unchanging reality, is truly everything, the thread, the seed, the intellect, the life force, the strength free from attachment, and the ultimate goal, if this entire reality rests on him, what then is left in the world that is truly independent of the divine?
And if the source of all power is internal, how does understanding this fundamentally shift your priorities from chasing finite temporary rewards to pursuing the permanent unconditional goal? We'll leave that choice with you. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive. We hope this knowledge aids you in your own journey toward Vijnana. Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're moving past the big philosophical questions and diving straight into what you might call a spiritual instruction manual.
That's a great way to put it.
We're tackling the ultimate cosmic exit strategy, and for that, we're doing a really thorough study of the Bhagavad Gita, specifically Chapter 8.
Yes, and this chapter has a very profound title, Akshar Brahma Yoga. It translates roughly to the yoga of the imperishable Supreme Spirit.
The imperishable.
Exactly. And you should think of this less as a purely religious text and more like a technical blueprint for conscious life and, importantly, conscious departure. Our sources really focus on this central dialogue where Krishna is acting as the ultimate authority.
And he's handing Arjuna the keys to liberation.
He's handing him the keys. It's all there.
That immediately raises the stakes, doesn't it? I mean, we are dealing with the final frontier of existence.
Absolutely.
Arjuna isn't asking about, temporary political solutions or battle tactics here. He just jumps straight to the existential brass tacks.
He really does. He asks for the definitive answers about what constitutes reality, the nature of the self, and, the precise eternal mechanism that governs our consciousness at the moment of death.
That one moment.
That one moment of transition. It's the crux of the entire teaching. Arjuna asks about the mechanism that decides whether a being returns to the cycle of suffering, which is samsara.
Or achieves permanent release, moksha.
Right. He wants to know, how can a devotee truly attain the Lord when the physical mechanism of the body is, failing? When everything is shutting down?
It's the ultimate how-to guide, then. So our mission today is, I think, threefold.
Okay.
First, we are going to unpack the 6 crucial concepts of reality that Krishna defines. This really sets the foundation for understanding why we're in this temporary existence in the first place.
A necessary first step.
Second, we'll detail the precise spiritual and yogic methodology that's required to achieve that eternal state.
The practical part.
And finally, we will explore why consistent spiritual practice throughout your entire life is completely non-negotiable for success in that final defining moment.
To really appreciate this path to liberation, we first need to define the playing field, so to speak.
Right.
Arjuna's initial questions, they demand these very precise definitions of the fundamental components of existence. Without this foundation, the spiritual path, it just lacks intellectual coherence. It becomes blind faith.
Okay, so let's start at the very top, the supreme element. Our sources define Brahman very clearly as the supreme consciousness. It's infinite, eternal, and most importantly for this chapter, it's imperishable. That's the word, akshara.
Yes, akshara. Brahman is the fundamental, changeless, eternal basis upon which the entire universe is, it's superimposed. When Krishna describes Brahman, he's providing this massive non-dualistic concept.
The unmoving background.
It's the unmoving background against which all motion occurs. And we have to understand it in 2 ways. There's the formless, attributeless aspect, nirguna, which is just pure potentiality. And then there's the endowed with form aspect, saguna, which is Brahman, manifesting with qualities we can define. But the key takeaway is its absolute permanence. It doesn't perish, it doesn't change, and that's the necessary counterpoint to literally everything else.
So, if Brahman is this infinite ocean of consciousness, what then is Adhyatma, the concept defined as the self or the spirit?
Adhyatma is the individual reflection of that supreme spirit. It's the individual soul, or the jiva. It's the fundamental nature, the swabhava, of that individual soul.
So my own individual nature.
Your own individual nature. And the soul itself is inherently divine. It's eternal and powerful. But currently, as we experience it, it's localized. It's limited. It's bound by Maya, the illusion of separate existence.
This sounds like it's getting into personal spiritual knowledge.
It's the most personal knowledge there is. Adhyatma knowledge is the process of recognizing the true divine form of the self. It's that realization that you are not the temporary body or the fleeting thoughts or these changing emotions.
Right.
You're a fragment of the eternal. So the pursuit of Adhyatma is the journey of separating that eternal soul from the temporary sheath of the body, which leads toward union with the supreme self, Paramatma.
So it's the soul knowing itself.
It is. That profound recognition is what ultimately liberates the human being.
Okay, so if Brahman and Adhyatma represent the realm of the permanent, we have to now confront the temporary. Krishna defines Adhiputa as the material world. It's that which is perishable, or Krishora Bhava.
This is the realm of constant flux. You're right. Adhiputa includes the physical body, the earth, material objects, sensory experiences,
and pleasures and sorrows.
And crucially, all material pleasures and sorrows. It is the realm of cause and effect, where time dictates change and, eventual destruction. It's the world of entropy.
Everything falls apart.
The sources really stress this inherent instability, and it stands in stark contrast to the absolute stillness of the soul.
And this is where we have to pause and really internalize the insight. If someone invests their entire identity, their consciousness, their goals only in Adhiputa,
in material pleasures, possessions,
fleeting identities, they are literally building their house on sand.
Exactly. They become trapped in the web of Maya because their focus is inherently aligned with what's temporary, what's perishable. They basically guarantee a return to this plane because that's where their consciousness is anchored.
It's a psychological loop.
It is. If you look at it through a psychological lens, you're just reinforcing mental pathways that are dedicated to external gain rather than internal, eternal realization.
Okay, moving on from that, we encounter Adhidaiva. So if Adhiputa is the physical matter, what is the divine force that's regulating it?
Adhidaiva relates to the divine power that controls and regulates cosmic existence. It's often understood as Purusha, the cosmic person, sometimes interpreted as Hiranyagarbha,
The collective soul.
the collective intelligent soul that oversees the universe. This is the mechanism that governs the forces of nature, the seasons, gravity, the life cycle of the cosmos itself.
So this brings in the demigods, or the devatas, right? Those who are designated to manage cosmic affairs, kind of like administrators.
That is correct. All these divine entities, they operate under the Supreme Lord's ultimate control. Now, here is where the philosophical distinction becomes absolutely vital for the seeker.
Okay.
Worshipping the devata, say, performing a ritual for rain or for wealth, it brings temporary, seasonal results. Samaic results.
So you might get what you want.
You might get what you want. You might achieve a celestial residence or some beneficial outcome in this life. However, because the motive is desire, even a desire for heaven, those results are finite.
So the goal is limited by the desire that generated the action in the first place.
Precisely. It's merit-based action, sakam karma. You accrue punya, good merit, which acts like a cosmic bank account. But once that punya is exhausted,
You have to come back.
you have to take rebirth. However, taking refuge in the Supreme Lord Krishna, understanding him as the basis of Adhyay, means the action is performed without desire for a temporary reward. And that leads directly to moksha.
Permanent release.
Permanent cessation of suffering. This establishes a very clear hierarchy of goals. Are you seeking the eternal? Or are you seeking high-quality, temporary experiences?
And that hierarchy leads us to the ultimate definition, Purushottama. Our sources identify this as Lord Krishna himself, the Supreme Person. He is the answer to all of Arjuna's questions.
Yes, Krishna is the ultimate reality. He's the source and the destination of all things. He is simultaneously the creator, sustainer, and destroyer.
And critically, he stands beyond the duality of the perishable Kshara and the imperishable Akshara.
Yes, he's the ultimate ground of being for everything we just defined. Brahman, the individual soul, the cosmos. If Brahman is the pure abstract principle, Purushottama is the supreme person who embodies that principle and actually interacts with creation.
Arjuna's final foundational question is a very intimate one. He asks, who is Adhyay, the Lord of Sacrifice, and how does he reside within the body? This gets to where the divine is found in our daily embodied experience.
And this is a truly profound revelation. It connects the vast cosmos to the individual human body. Krishna reveals that he is Adhyay, the supreme sacrificer.
Okay.
And he resides within the body of every single living being as the witness, the sakshi. He's not some distant, impersonal judge. He is the intimate overseer and the grantor of results for all of our acts of sacrifice and karma.
What's fascinating here is the implication that we don't need these elaborate external rituals to connect. Krishna is saying, I am present in the engine room of your being.
Absolutely. The key takeaway is the immediacy of the divine presence. Krishna is present in every single act of offering, surrender, or selfless work or yajna that we perform.
Whether it's a big temple ritual or just doing my job with dedication.
Exactly. It could be a grand ritual or just carrying out your duty with dedication.
This elevates devotion bhakti into the ultimate continuous sacrifice. It's performed right here, right now, within the framework of our daily, often chaotic lives.
So having defined the permanent structures and the temporary cycles, we're ready to analyze that crucial moment of transition. Yes, we've established the definitions of the cosmos and the self. Now we move to the most critical teaching of Chapter 8, the mechanism of transition.
This is where lifelong actions connect directly to the moment of death.
And this law is, well, it's terrifyingly simple and absolutely pivotal. Krishna explicitly states in verses 5 and 6 that whatever state of mind or bhava, whatever thought or object of being remembers at the very time of death,
That's what they become.
that is the state, entity, or reality they attain in the next birth. The sources emphasize there is no doubt about this.
Wow. That sounds almost mechanical. I mean, if I spend my whole life obsessed with collecting stamps and my last thought is, where are my stamps? Do I become a stamp collector in the next life?
You might not literally become a stamp collector, but your consciousness, having been fixed on that material attachment, will be channeled into a material existence where that attachment can be fulfilled or played out. The consciousness aligns with the object of its final fixation.
So if it's fear or desire,
If the mind is fixed on worldly fear, desire, or some material identity, that sets the precise trajectory for the next material iteration.
but the corollary to that is the grand promise of liberation.
Precisely. The ultimate goal is to remember the Supreme Lord Krishna while leaving the body. If the consciousness is fixed on the divine, the soul attains his divine nature and is released from the cycle of rebirth. It achieves moksha. This is the ultimate moment of truth, a cosmic final exam.
Wait, let's stop there. I want to introduce some friction here because the difficulty of this seems enormous.
It is.
If I've been devoted for 80 years, but in that final moment, I'm struck by acute pain or mental confusion, and my last thought is just a cry of fear, does that mean all my previous devotion counts for nothing? That seems brutally unfair.
That is a critical question.
Yeah.
And the answer is complex, but it's ultimately reassuring. The ability to remember the Lord at that final, painful, or confusing moment is not accidental. It's not a matter of luck. It is the spontaneous result of consistent practice abhyasa and devotion throughout one's life. What is spontaneously remembered at the end is merely the sum total of what has been constantly contemplated and focused on previously.
So it's about mental habit formation. The deathbed test is really a measure of the deepest groove that's been carved into the mind over a lifetime.
Think of it this way. Our consciousness operates via pathways. If you spend your life focused on material gain, those are the pathways that are strongest, most habitual,
The easiest to access.
and most easily accessed when conscious control is lost due to sickness, pain, or aging. The sources clearly warn that one must remember the Lord constantly throughout life, so that the chit of the mind stuff can remain fixed on the divine even under duress.
So death is life's greatest test, and you can't cram for it.
You cannot cram for it. Your final thought is a reflection of your dominant life's focus.
This understanding of consciousness as a habit structure leads perfectly into Krishna's direct command to Arjuna in verse 7. It's a beautiful synthesis of action and devotion, he instructs. Therefore, remember me at all times and fight. Dedicate your mind and intellect to me, and undoubtedly you shall attain me.
This is the definitive instruction for the person engaged in the world, for the householder, the professional, the soldier, the student, everyone.
It resolves that classic dilemma of duty versus devotion.
It does. Krishna does not endorse running away from your responsibilities. He teaches that one should perform all worldly actions, even something as violent as fighting a war, while keeping the mind fixed entirely on the divine.
So the action itself stays the same. Arjuna still has to fight. But the quality of the action changes based on the consciousness driving it. The fighting becomes a form of worship.
Exactly. This is the essence of karma yoga fused with bhakti. By performing duties selflessly, without attachment to the results, the concept of nishkama karma, and by simultaneously dedicating the mind and intellect, the manner Buddham, entirely to God.
You transcend the binding nature of karma.
You do. The action itself no longer generates karmic bondage because the mind, which is the engine of attachment, is focused on the permanent rather than the temporary outcome.
This has incredible modern relevance. I mean, so many people experience professional burnout or anxiety because their actions are so deeply attached to the results. Success, validation, money.
The Gita provides a solution to that anxiety. By performing your duty to the best of your ability and mentally dedicating the effort and the results to the divine, you transform your work from a source of bondage into a path of liberation. You maintain engagement with the world, but you achieve inner detachment.
So it's this coordination of selfless action and constant divine consciousness that's the path.
That is the path to achieving permanence within the framework of the temporary.
Okay, so now that we've established the need for constant, unwavering remembrance, we need to get technical. How does a person actually cultivate this ability? How do you ensure your mind is fixed on the divine at that ultimate critical moment?
The sources detail a specific practice, abhyasa yoga.
Okay.
The supreme divine Purusha is attained, the sources confirm in verse 8, by the person who, through the practice of yoga, keeps their consciousness focused and does not let the mind wander to anything else. The key word here is abhyasa.
Which means?
Consistent, sustained, and strenuous effort.
So abhyasa is not just, showing up for a meditation retreat once a year. It's an internal daily commitment.
It demands firm resolve, or vairagya detachment from results, and strict discipline. The mind, by its very nature, is restless. It's constantly seeking out new stimuli, aligning itself with adhiduto, the perishable.
Right.
Abhyasa is the continuous process of forcefully but gently pulling the mind back from distraction and stabilizing the intellect firmly in the Lord. Only this continuous concentration, practiced day after day, can ensure that the mind remains non-distracted, or ananigamina, at the ultimate moment when external circumstances are at their most distracting.
This speaks to the immense effort required. It's a spiritual marathon, not a sprint.
It is the training of the inner muscle. The strength required to focus on the eternal, luminous self while the body is in crisis comes only from a deep, ingrained habit. The sources are clear. The yogi needs bala strength, which is generated through this relentless, focused practice.
So if the command is to focus the mind needs an anchor. Thinking of the Supreme can be a bit vague, like staring at a blank wall.
A very good point.
And Krishna, ever the practical teacher, provides this magnificent list of specific attributes of the divine entity one must remember. It gives the mind solid material for contemplation.
This list is designed to capture the entire spectrum of the divine, from the infinitely vast to the intimately subtle, bridging the gap between the formless nirguna and the personal saguna.
Let's unpack these.
Okay, there are 8 key qualities here, central to the process of dhyana, or meditation. First, Kavi, the omniscient, the all-knowing one.
So contemplating God as the source of all wisdom.
Yes, the one who knows past, present, and future instantly. It dissolves our own ignorance. Second, Purana, the ancient or eternal one. This reminds the seeker that what they're focusing on existed before time began and will exist after creation dissolves. It pulls the mind out of the temporal frame.
Okay, what's next?
Anushasitaram, the ruler and controller of the entire creation. This attribute is crucial for surrender. When we realize the divine is the ultimate disciplinarian and ruler, we surrender our small, egoic will to the grand cosmic order.
That's a big one.
It is. Then, Anor Aniyamsim, subtler than the subtle infinitesimal. This is key to finding the divine within. It means the supreme being is smaller than an atom, dwelling within the very fabric of existence, including in our own hearts.
That's beautiful.
And then Sarvasya Dattaram, the sustainer and upholder of the entire world. Contemplating this reinforces our reliance on the divine as the ultimate provider and source of stability, and it can remove worldly anxiety.
So we have 3 more.
Yes. Akinchurupam, possessing an inconceivable form. This reminds the yogi that while the mind can grasp attributes, the totality of the divine transcends human logic and mental constructs. It stops the mind from trying to box in God.
And the last one is incredibly poetic.
It is. Aditya Varnam Tamasa Parastat, luminous like the sun, existing beyond material darkness or ignorance.
That last attribute provides a crucial spiritual insight. It's not just about light, it's about an intelligence so bright it instantaneously burns away all confusion.
Exactly. It is the ultimate source of illumination, of spiritual awareness, of knowledge that exists beyond the gloom of Maya.
It's connecting the abstract philosophy of Brahman with an intensely personal, vivid experience.
Yes, of transcendental light and awareness. Contemplating this vast, comprehensive definition allows the yogi to elevate consciousness beyond the narrow, transient qualities of the material world and fix it firmly on the source of all reality.
So, beyond the mental contemplation, the sources detail a very specific, technical, and advanced yogic technique for that precise moment of departure. This is in verse 10. And it involves the mastery of prana, the life force.
This is indeed the pinnacle of the physical disciplines described in the Gita. The yogi achieves the supreme divine Purusha by combining 3 things: an unwavering mind, or akalina manasa, deep devotion, bhakti, and yogic strength, yoga bala.
So how does it work? What's the physical mechanism?
The physical mechanism involves the perfect establishment and conscious guidance of the prana, the life force, toward a specific exit point.
And where is this exit point located?
The life force must be directed and established in the center of the eyebrows, the Bhrukuti or Ajna chakra,
The third eye.
often called the third eye or the seat of command. The goal is a highly concentrated, deliberate withdrawal of the soul from the body.
Why the Ajna chakra specifically?
In yogic science, the Ajna chakra serves as the gateway to the higher spiritual centers. It's the channel for the departing soul to ascend beyond the material planes. If the yogi successfully guides the prana up to the crown of the head, the Brahmarandra, the soul exits consciously and attains moksha.
But if the prana is fixed on lower centers due to attachment or fear,
Then the soul will be guided to lower returning realms.
so this is the practical application of the concept that the final thought determines the trajectory. The physical control of the life force is a method to enforce the desired final focused thought.
Absolutely. This control of prana requires profound, continuous practice over decades. The sources are absolutely clear on this. This deep concentration and perfect control of the life force is only possible through the strength built up through diligent discipline. It emphasizes that salvation is a conscious, willed act, not some passive reward.
Okay, but for the yogi who may not have achieved that complete mastery over prana stabilization, or, for the average sincere seeker, what is the most direct auditory mechanism to maintain focus and gather the mind at that final moment?
Krishna reveals the simplest yet most profound method, the ultimate mantra.
Which is?
In verse 13, Krishna reveals that the person who leaves the body while chanting Om, the single-syllable Brahman, and remembering the Lord, attains the supreme destination, moksha. This is the great equalizer. It's a method accessible even when the body is weak and the mind is fragmented.
The significance of Om here is just massive. It acts as the sona representation of the akshara, the imperishable.
It is the primal sound of the universe, the anadidvani, and the ultimate symbol of the supreme Brahman itself. Chanting it elevates consciousness beyond the fluctuations of dualistic thought and sensory input. It creates an immediate internal vibration that resonates with the eternal.
And the sources say this practice, combined with unwavering memory of the Lord, ensures the soul merges with the eternal.
It does. But reaching this state requires the comprehensive preparation detailed in verse 11 and 12. This defines the required lifestyle of the seeker who aims for this imperishable state.
The one sought by those who know the Vedas and observed by strict renunciates. What are those lifestyle prerequisites?
The commitment is total. They must practice brahmacharya. Now, this is often narrowly translated as celibacy, but in its broader sense, it means continence.
Total control over the senses.
Total control over all senses and disciplined use of energy. It's the practice of consciously moving toward the divine, toward Brahman. Then, controlling all senses, sarva dwarani samyamya, withdrawing the mind from the external world, closing the doors of perception.
And stabilizing the mind and the heart.
Yes, manner shriti nirudya, bringing all that chaotic mental activity into the stillness of the spiritual heart center. And finally, fixing the prana in the crown of the head, murdni ataya admana pranam, which reinforces the physical technique we just discussed.
So this shows the full spectrum of preparation. It demands ethical rigor, sensory withdrawal, mental stillness, and mastery over the life force. It's a holistic overhaul designed to make that final conscious departure inevitable.
Yes. Having discussed the ultimate goal and the method of attainment, Krishna now shifts perspective dramatically. He zooms out to the vast, almost incomprehensible scale of cosmic time.
And he uses this immensity to truly underscore the fleeting nature of our material existence.
And consequently, the value of the eternal state we are seeking.
This section begins with a really stark philosophical statement in verse 15. The sources describe the material world in completely unambiguous terms. It is inherently a house of sorrow, duhalayam, and it is temporary, ashashvatam.
This is not just pessimism, it's presented as an objective observation. Sorrow is built into the material structure because everything within it is subject to change, loss, aging, and death.
If you get anything here, you will inevitably lose it.
Exactly. Therefore, those great souls, the Mahatmas, who attain Krishna, they don't take rebirth here because they have realized this fundamental transient nature of reality. They have opted out of the painful cycle of gain and loss.
And this impermanence applies not just to Earth, but across the entire material cosmos. This is something often misunderstood by people who believe going to heaven is the final destination.
Indeed. Verse 16 contains a crucial warning about the limit of religious merit, or punya. Even achieving the highest material realms, a Brahma Bhuvana Loka, everything up to and including the abode of Brahma, results in eventual return, Punaravartan. Even celestial paradise is temporary.
So, if you live an exceptionally pious life, performing many good deeds with the desire for reward, you might enjoy 1,000,000 years of bliss in a high heaven. But once that merit is exhausted,
the spiritual gravity of material desire drags you right back down in the cycle of rebirth.
That is the conclusion. No amount of good karma or rigorous religious rite performed with desire can guarantee permanent freedom. All temporary solutions eventually expire.
Only attaining Krishna grants true freedom from this relentless recycling. Karnarnam navidyate, there is no return.
To truly internalize the scale of this impermanence, Krishna defines the cycles of time, and the numbers are just staggering. I mean, we're talking about time on a scale that forces us to reevaluate our own existence.
He describes Brahma's time. Those who know the cosmic cycles understand that one day of Brahma, a kalpa, is equal to 1,000 Chaturayugas.
And a Chaturayuga is the cycle of the 4 primary ages, Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali Yugas.
Right, and his night is of the exact same duration.
So to put that into perspective for you listening, one Chaturayuga is approximately 4.32 million human years. So one day of Brahma is 4.32 billion human years, and his night is another 4.32 billion years.
That's a single 24-hour cycle for Brahma.
An 8.64 billion year day.
That is the scale of a single cosmic inhalation and exhalation. When you absorb that scale, our entire recorded human history, our empires, our inventions, our personal struggles, they're just a tiny fraction of a moment in Brahma's life.
It forces the question.
If the container is this vast but still temporary, why are we so obsessed with the contents?
Right. If our entire civilization is just a quick coffee break for Brahma, what does that say about the urgency of dedicating ourselves to the only thing that is truly permanent?
It highlights the folly of optimizing for a system that will inevitably crash. And this immense cycle dictates the fate of all material beings. It's driven by the ebb and flow of Brahma's life, the cycle of creation, aharagama, and dissolution, ratriyagami.
So let's define the mechanics of that ebb and flow, manifestation and dissolution.
When Brahma's day arrives, aharagama, all manifest beings, the vyak state, they emerge from the unmanifest invisible state, the avyakt. They become visible, tangible, and active in the cosmos.
And then the reverse.
Conversely, when Brahma's night begins, the pralaya, or dissolution, occurs. All these created beings dissolve back into that same unmanifest state. It's like everything collapsing back into potential energy, just waiting for the next dawn.
And the sources are very clear in verse 19 that beings are powerless in this process. They are created and destroyed repeatedly, being utterly helpless, avasha, in this cosmic cycle.
They are essentially automatons caught in the tie. They have no individual control over the cosmic forces of creation and destruction. The entire material world is structured around this repeated manifestation and dissolution, driven by the Supreme Lord's Maya, or material energy.
So nothing within this boundary is stable, not even the highest heaven.
Nothing is stable, permanent, or under individual control.
So if the entire material cosmos, the manifest and the temporary unmanifest state, is cyclical and doomed to perish, there must be something else entirely, something outside this 8.64 billion year loop.
Absolutely. In verse 20, Krishna contrasts this cyclical world with another existence that lies entirely beyond the dual nature of the material creation. This is the Sanatana, the eternal avyakt, unmanifest existence, the spiritual reality.
And this reality is never destroyed.
Never. Not even when Brahma's day ends and everything else perishes.
This is the destination that makes all the effort worthwhile. This eternal state is called the supreme destination, Paramam Gatim.
It is the final refuge. Reaching this state means the soul has attained its true natural state, and it never returns to the cycle of rebirth. Krishna calls it Tat Dhamma Paramam Mama. That is my supreme abode.
And this abode is Akshara.
It is imperishable, and it is the one source of true, permanent rest, freedom, and bliss, entirely unsubjected to the vast time cycles we just described.
Okay, we've defined the goal, the eternal abode, and the technique, Abhyasa Yoga. Now, Krishna provides a kind of warning and a map. He details the different paths that souls take after death, and this knowledge, he says, is critical so the seeker is never deluded. It's like the ancient knowledge of the afterlife freeway.
A good analogy. Krishna explicitly introduces this topic in verse 23. He will reveal the times, the kala, in which yogis leave the body, resulting in either non-return, anavriti, or moksha.
Or return of riti, rebirth.
Rebirth. And this isn't literal astrological superstition. It's symbolic of the purity and focus of the yogi's internal consciousness at the time of death.
So let's break down the Shukla Marga, the path of light, which grants no return. What does this path symbolize internally?
This path is attained by yogis who have perfected knowledge of Brahman, the Brahma Vidas. They attain the supreme Brahman if they depart during times associated with knowledge, elevation, and purity. That's in verse 24.
So things like fire and light.
Fire, Agni, and light, Jyoti, symbolizing the flame of knowledge and illumination. The day, Aha, symbolizing clarity in the absence of ignorance.
The bright fortnight, the waxing moon.
Yes, the Shukla Paksha, symbolizing spiritual growth. And the 6 months of the sun's northern course, Uttarayan, the time when the sun symbolically ascends, representing the upward trajectory of the soul toward the absolute.
So the path of light is the journey of the soul that's fixed on the eternal, guided by the flame of self-knowledge.
Now compare that to the Krishna Marga, the path of darkness, which results in return or rebirth. This is in verse 25. The yogi who leaves the body during conditions associated with darkness and descent.
Smoke, night.
Smoke, Dumo, symbolizing the obscuration of knowledge. Night, Ratri, symbolizing ignorance and confusion. The dark fortnight, Krishna Paksha, the waning moon, symbolizing spiritual descent.
And the sun's southern course.
And the 6 months of the sun's southern course, Dakshinayana, when the sun symbolically descends, representing the downward trajectory back into the material plane. That soul attains the light of the moon, Chandralokam, and returns to the material world, Nivartate.
We need to be careful here not to read this dogmatically, right? This isn't saying don't die in December. It's saying that the internal state of light or darkness dictates the exit path.
Precisely. The path of darkness symbolized a consciousness that performed good actions, punya, but was still driven by material desire, sakam karma.
So they get a reward.
They get a reward. They achieve the Chandraloka, the moon realm, which provides temporary heavenly pleasure, but they have not overcome ignorance. Their soul path is lunar. It's reflective and temporary, not solar illuminating and permanent. They have to return because they still carry the seeds of material attachment.
So Krishna confirms in verse 26 and 27 that these two paths, Shukla for moksha and Krishna for rebirth, are the two eternal pathways.
Yes, established by divine law, they will always exist as long as the material universe exists. And this knowledge itself provides the ultimate freedom.
How so?
The source material stresses that the yogi who understands the nature of these two paths, who knows the srutis, the scriptural truths, is never deluded, never muyate. Knowing the mechanism allows them to operate beyond its constraints. If I know that focusing on desire lands me in the temporary realm, I simply stop focusing on desire.
And this brings us back to the ultimate constant guidance for Arjuna, which is really the final instruction for all of us. The summary of this whole complex chapter is Tasmat Sarveshu Kalishu Yoga Yukto Bhava Arjuna.
Therefore, at all times, be situated in yoga, Arjuna. That phrase is the mic drop of the chapter. It tells you that if you are consistently situated in yoga, in that state of dedicated, unified consciousness, the external conditions of your departure become irrelevant.
You transcend the cycle.
You transcend the cycle of light and dark, day and night, because your inner light is always on.
We arrive now at the final, all-encompassing teaching. It synthesizes the practice, the philosophy, and the destination. After laying out all these rigorous paths of knowledge, yogic control, and cosmic timing, Krishna circles back to the simplest and most accessible path.
He does. He starts this final segment by comparing the fruits of devotion to the fruits of traditional religious activities. He explains the merits, the punya phalam, gained from practices we traditionally view as the highest forms of religious achievement. This is in verse 28.
And we're talking about massive karmic credit here. Vedic studies, sacrifices, austerities, and charity. These are not minor spiritual deeds.
Exactly. These activities are praised throughout the Vedas. You have Vedic studies, Vedeshu, the mastery of sacred texts, sacrifices, Yajneshu, performing intricate Vedic rituals that can involve enormous expense and dedication.
And then austerities and charity.
Austerities and penances.
Yeah.
Tapasu, which is rigorous self-denial and discipline. And charity, or donations, Dhaneshu, giving generously to worthy causes.
All these actions accrue massive punya, massive good merit. They will certainly lead to good circumstances in the next life or, as we established, a temporary stay in heaven.
But the crucial distinction is that the yogi who understands the truths of Akshara Brahma Yoga, who knows the difference between the perishable and the imperishable, transcends all the accumulated merit of these practices.
They leapfrog the system.
They leapfrog the system. Why? Because even the best punya is temporary and subject to depletion. The true yogi doesn't need to wait for their merit account to mature.
So they move beyond the transactional nature of karma.
They do. The yogi directly attains the supreme primal abode, param dhanam uparichadyam. This is an eternal reward that is not dependent on the expiration date of accumulated good deeds. It's moving from a performance-based system to a relationship-based system.
So if complex rituals and even immense merit are secondary to the goal, what is the single most powerful tool for achieving this non-returning state?
It is the simple, profound, and accessible path of devotion. In verse 22, Krishna explicitly states that the Supreme Purusha, the Paramount Purusha, the ultimate reality, is attainable only through Ananya Bhakti.
Ananya Bhakti, unadulterated, single-pointed devotion, devotion that seeks nothing but the divine itself. This is selfless love.
It is love without negotiation, without expectation of reward. And this single-pointed devotion makes the seemingly impossible attaining the Lord easily achievable. In verse 14, Krishna declares that he is easily attainable, Sulabha, for the yogi who constantly and unwaveringly remembers him with devotion, Ananya Chitta Satam.
That is a beautiful and unifying conclusion. After demanding a lifetime of rigorous preparation, yogic control, and philosophical discrimination, Krishna offers the most straightforward path: pure, selfless love and surrender.
If the heart is fixed on him without deviation, the final journey is guaranteed. Regardless of the complexity of the circumstances of death, the location of the prana, or the cosmic timing of the moment, the power of Ananya Bhakti guarantees that your final thought will spontaneously revert to the object of your greatest love.
So in final synthesis, Chapter 8, Akshara Brahma Yoga provides the most concise and detailed manual for conscious existence and exit available in ancient philosophy.
It clarifies that the entire purpose of this brief material life is to align our consciousness so that at that ultimate moment of transition we recall the divine. And this is achieved not through luck or last-minute panic, but through a life of unified duty, karma, and unadulterated devotion, bhakti.
Right. The knowledge of cosmic cycles, Brahma's day and night, and the two paths of light and dark is vital for the seeker. It gives us the context for the impermanent realms and the knowledge required to avoid delusion. But the ultimate guidance remains simplicity itself. True liberation is guaranteed by Ananya Bhakti, a pure devotion that effortlessly surpasses the cumulative merit of even the most rigorous religious rites, austerities, and sacrifices.
It's the ultimate trump card.
We performed this deep dive today to gain a thorough understanding of the imperishable, the akshara, because the entire material cosmos, the house of sorrow, the dukhalayam, including the highest heavens like Brahmaloka, is temporary and subject to dissolution. True knowledge of the self, adhyatma, and devotion to the Supreme Purusha grants access to the one thing in the universe that is truly eternal and unchanging. So, if the container of all material reality is subject to destruction, what ephemeral pursuit, what temporary pleasure or fleeting identity are you currently prioritizing over the path to the imperishable?
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are taking on what you might call the ultimate spiritual efficiency guide.
That's a good way to put it.
We're opening up the 9th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is known in Sanskrit as Rajavidya Rajaguhya Yoga.
And this chapter is so often celebrated as really the heart of the Gita. It reveals some of the most profound truths, but with this shocking simplicity.
The title itself feels like a thesis statement for our deep dive today.
It absolutely is. We're synthesizing what the source material identifies as the supreme knowledge, or Rajavidya, and the supreme secret, Rajaguhya.
So if you're looking for a shortcut to self-realization that's also, absolutely guaranteed, this is it.
This is pretty much it, yeah.
When the text calls this Rajavidya the knowledge of kings, it sets the stakes incredibly high. This isn't just philosophy floating in the clouds. It sounds like essential knowledge for effective living.
Precisely. The sources make it really clear that this one chapter reveals the very essence of all the Vedic scriptures, all those complex sacrifices and all the, strenuous austerities that you read about.
So everything else is just preliminary training.
It's the warm-up act. This knowledge is the main event. It's the goal itself.
Okay, let's unpack this immediately then. If this chapter is the essence of, everything, what's the core mission for us, for you listening, as we move through this material?
I'd say our mission is twofold. First, to really understand the nature of this supreme knowledge, and that's the paradoxical part, the omnipresence of the divine, but coupled with his complete non-attachment. That's the secret part.
Okay, so the metaphysical aspect.
Right. And second, and this is maybe the most practical part, is to identify why the specific path it outlines, the path of bhakti, or pure devotion, is considered the highest, the easiest, and the most accessible route to liberation.
To moksha.
To moksha, yeah. We are essentially decoding the ultimate message of complete surrender, which in Sanskrit is Sharanagati. And it's presented here as the direct, no-fuss pathway to freedom from that whole cycle of death and rebirth.
That sounds exactly like the kind of shortcut to being thoroughly well-informed and maybe even spiritually optimized that our audience craves. So let's jump straight into part 1, because right out of the gate, the divine is promising to reveal something intensely confidential. So starting with verse 1, this promise is made to reveal the Gyatamam, which means the most confidential knowledge. But the text doesn't just call it intellectual knowledge or jnana. It adds this really crucial caveat, doesn't it?
It does. It says it's knowledge combined with understanding, vijnana sahitam.
So for the person trying to grasp this, what's the real-world difference between jnana and vijnana?
This distinction it's absolutely paramount. It really dictates whether you succeed or fail on the spiritual path. Jnana is your intellectual knowledge.
Book smarts.
The book smarts, exactly. Think of it as theoretical comprehension. You can read the map, you can study the blueprint, you can memorize the scientific formula. It's necessary, but it's totally incomplete.
Okay.
Vijnana Sahitam means it's combined with experiential realization. It's about integrating that theoretical truth into your life, making it a tangible, living reality that you can feel.
So if jnana is reading the cookbook, vijnana is actually tasting the finished meal.
Perfect analogy.
It's the difference between, say, knowing the concept of non-attachment from a lecture and then actually living through a really stressful situation, like a major job loss or something, and remaining spiritually unperturbed.
That's it, exactly. The source material really emphasizes that this knowledge cannot be grasped by just logic or argument. You have to adopt it and you have to experience it.
Basic.
So if you intellectually understand that material things are temporary, that's your jhana, but you still react with, total panic when you lose your car keys, you haven't internalized the vision of.
You haven't made it real.
You haven't. And the deep dive of this chapter is all about turning that philosophy into actual practice.
And reward for making that shift is, well, it's the ultimate freedom. The text promises that knowing and living this truth leads to immediate freedom from all ashubha.
Which is a great word. I mean, all in auspiciousness, but it's specifically defined as the bondage of death and rebirth.
So, moksha, the ultimate freedom.
It is. All the suffering that's inherent in the material world, the temporality, the decay, all of that inauspiciousness, it's immediately transcended the moment you integrate this understanding.
How so?
Your consciousness just shifts. It shifts from being subject to the law of nature to identifying with the spirit that is beyond nature.
But here's where it gets really focused on the listener, on you, because the verse immediately sets a prerequisite. It's not for everyone.
No.
This confidential knowledge is only revealed to the faithful, to those who harbor no envy, the anasuya. That seems like a strange spiritual gatekeeper. Why envy?
Well, the sources define anasuya as approaching these teachings with humility, with an open heart. It means being free from the desire to find fault. Faith, or shraddha, is the fundamental precondition.
Right.
If you approach a teaching with this belief that you already know better, or that the teacher or the divine are somehow flawed, you've already built a wall around your own receptivity.
So it's not just healthy skepticism, it's something more. Maybe a kind of spiritual envy, like envy toward the divine supremacy, or even toward people who've attained this knowledge.
That's a huge part of it. If I look at someone who is, let's say, self-realized, and my first thought is, oh, they must have cheated, or I'm smarter than they are, then I can't possibly receive the teaching they're offering.
Because your ego is in the way.
Exactly. Spiritual envy is almost always driven by ego. It prevents you from acknowledging the greatness of the knowledge or its source. So to receive this secret, you have to approach it with humility, with a genuine belief in the potential for your own self-realization.
Without that belief, the divine's message, no matter how clearly it's delivered, just bounces right off.
It's completely ineffective.
Oh, okay, so once that faith is established, verse 2 lays out the actual characteristics of this Raja Vidya, this supreme knowledge, and it's like a powerful, really concise sales pitch for the path of devotion.
It is. It gives it 5 essential, non-negotiable attributes, and this is what makes it the clear apex of any spiritual pursuit. First, it is the highest and most secret, Rajavidya Rajaguhyam. It surpasses all other forms of learning because it goes directly to the source.
It's the master key. Makes sense. What's the second characteristic?
Second, it's supremely pure, Pavitram idam uttamam. And this purity is total. It acts like a spiritual fire, just liberating the individual from all sins and worldly bondages the moment it is sincerely adopted.
So you don't need decades of penance to clean the slate.
No, the purity is intrinsic to the path itself. It's built in.
The third point is maybe the one that really addresses the modern mind's skepticism, that it is experiential. Kajak Shivagamam.
Absolutely. The seeker doesn't have to take the promise on blind faith alone or, wait until death for validation. The effects, the peace, the freedom, the internal clarity, you can realize them now in this life.
You can test it.
You can test it. It assures you that the path is validated by personal, verifiable experience. You can test it in the laboratory of your own consciousness.
Now, the fourth characteristic is what sets the path of bhakti apart from almost every other spiritual method described in these ancient texts. It's defined as easy and joyful to practice. Suzukam Kartum.
This is a radical statement. It really is, especially when you contrast it with other paths that might demand severe physical austerities or intense isolation or these incredibly difficult, restrictive yogic postures.
Right.
Devotion, when it's performed with genuine love and sincerity, is inherently simple and pleasurable. You can be deeply spiritual while still fulfilling your duties and enjoying life because the joy comes from the act of dedication itself.
So you don't need to be an ascetic living in a cave. You just need a willing heart.
That's it. The difficulty of the path is internal, overcoming the ego, not external, overcoming the body.
And the last one.
Finally, it is imperishable, avyam. The fruit of this knowledge is everlasting. It can never be lost. Unlike, say, heavenly rewards earned through rituals which expire the moment your merit is used up.
Your spiritual bank account runs dry.
It runs dry. But the reward of the supreme devotion is permanent, eternal liberation. It is the only investment with guaranteed, non-expiring returns.
So we have a path that is supreme, purifying, verifiable, easy, joyful, and permanent. Given those staggering attributes, the natural question is, why would anyone fail to take this path?
And verse 3 answers that directly. It highlights the single critical failure point: lacking faith.
Just a lack of belief.
A lack of belief in this divine path, this combination of knowledge and devotion. Those who lack it fail to reach the divine. They are, in a sense, choosing to remain stuck.
They don't just miss a good opportunity. They are condemned to a fate that's described as remaining trapped, wandering in the mortal world, stuck in the cycle of death and rebirth. Rityu samsara varmani.
That's right. The language the source material uses is so powerful. It says they perpetually come and go in this painful world. So the core takeaway is non-negotiable. Faith is the fundamental basis of spiritual progress. If you reject the teacher, the teachings, or the divine,
you reject the only way out of the suffering and the temporality of the material world.
Exactly. The knowledge is only effective when it's accepted with sincere belief.
So the secret is accessible, but only to those who have the genuine internal humility and faith to receive it. Once the listener is ready to believe, the instruction moves into this grand, almost cosmic concept of the divine's relationship with the universe. And this brings us to part 2, which introduces the central paradox of this chapter. It begins with verse 4, omnipresence and non-attachment. The first half is a very clear statement of pervasion. The entire universe is pervaded by the divine in an unmanifested form of Yaktamartina. The divine is everywhere, supporting everything. But then comes the twist, which is philosophically baffling.
The paradox is indeed stunning. It states, all beings rest in the divine, yet the divine is not resting directly in them. Racha aham teshvavastita.
Right.
And this is the key insight into the divine's nature. It reveals this mystery of sarva vyapakata, which is omnipresence, coupled with nirlipata, which is non-attachment.
That sounds like a major philosophical juggling act. I mean, if everything exists because of you, how can you not be bound by everything? Does that mean the divine is just indifferent to the suffering within the creation?
That is the natural intellectual challenge, but the answer lies in understanding the energy, or urja. The universe is understood as a manifestation of the divine's energy.
Okay.
Everything is sustained by this energy, like a light is sustained by electricity. However, the divine self remains completely unbound by the limitations, the conditions, the imperfections of the creation. The divine is the sustaining power, but not a subject of the sustained reality.
So, to use an analogy we touched on earlier, the computer programmer codes the entire game world, which is sustained by their code. But the programmer doesn't suffer a digital death if a character falls off a cliff.
Exactly.
The programmer is transcendent to the rules of the game they created.
Precisely. The programmer knows the code, they can manipulate it, but they aren't bound by the code's limitations. So the application for the seeker is profound. True knowledge is moving beyond viewing the divine only in specific sacred places, temples, icons, and realizing this pervasion everywhere.
While simultaneously understanding that the divine isn't subject to the chaos and the pain and the entropy that we experience in the material realm.
You've got it. And this idea of sustaining power without physical presence leads directly to verse 5, where the Lord introduces the concept of divine mysticism, or Aishvaram Yogam. His unique, mysterious power to sustain creation while remaining utterly detached.
And here the assertion becomes even stronger.
Much stronger. He says, all beings do not rest in me in reality. The divine sustains and nourishes all creatures, Bhutabun. He's the ultimate basis of their existence, the reason they can breathe and think and act. But his pure self, Mamatmam Bhutpavana, is separate and unaffected by the individual creature's karma or fate.
This seems vital for grasping why the divine allows suffering. If he is sustaining us, but he's separate from the immediate experience of the creation, then he isn't directly experiencing the world's limitations.
Exactly. And the example used in the source material is the perfect way to visualize this. The sun.
Right, the sun analogy.
The sun analogy clarifies the difference between being a necessary cause and being an immediate effect. The sun illuminates the entire earth, right? It provides the necessary energy for all life, photosynthesis, warmth, light. All life on Earth is absolutely dependent on the sun.
Absolutely.
Yet the sun itself is unbound and unaffected by the Earth's conditions. Whether there's war or peace, drought or flood, the sun remains this detached, burning mass of energy billions of miles away. It gives the energy, but it takes no blame or consequence for how that energy is used on Earth.
That analogy just underscores the whole point. The creation is dependent, but the creator is independent. Understanding this detachment, this nirliptata, is key for the jnani, the wise person, because it allows them to live in the world without being affected or bound by its attachment.
Yes, they can perform their duties, but maintain a kind of spiritual aloofness, modeling the divine's own state.
And to make this paradox even more concrete, verse 6 provides one of the most famous analogies in the Gita.
The analogy of air and space.
The atmosphere is incredibly active, it's moving, it can even be destructive, it creates hurricanes and winds and storms. Yet the verse says, the mighty, ever-moving air, the vayu, always rests in the space, akashasthito.
Right. The air, though it's active and powerful, it requires the passive universal space, the akasha, to exist and to move. Space is the container, and air is the content.
So the synthesis here is that all of existence, all this dynamic and volatile creation, is entirely dependent on the divine's power, like air needing space.
Yet the divine remains independent, like space itself, which is universal, limitless, and completely unbound by the air or the storms that are happening within it.
So even when life feels like a spiritual hurricane, just all chaos and pressure and uncertainty, the container, the divine presence, remains perfectly steady and unaffected.
The container is never destroyed by the contents. Exactly. And this dependence applies even to the individual soul, the jiva. The jiva exists because of the divine, but the divine is free from the constraints and the suffering of the jiva. And this sets the stage for the grand scale of reality, the cycle of time.
This pervasive but detached power is what fuels the endless cycle of the cosmos. This brings us to verses 7 and 8. The cycle of creation and dissolution. What happens at the cosmic end of the day?
Verse 7 describes this cosmic recurrence, which happens over these unimaginable spans of time called kalpas. At the end of a cycle, a kalpakshai, all beings merge back into the divine's primal nature, pratyanti mamikam.
They dissolve.
They essentially dissolve into the latent state of nature.
So nothing in the universe is permanent except for the divine. That sounds like a necessary but, I don't know, maybe an exhausting process for the creator.
It sounds exhausting for us, for sure, but not for the creator because of that detachment we talked about. Verse 8 explains the mechanism of recreation. At the beginning of the next cycle, the kalpa ada, the divine, controls his own nature, prathi svam ava avya, to repeatedly create this entire multitude of beings.
And crucially, these created beings are described as helpless, right?
Yeah.
They're subject to the law of nature, prakavashat.
They are. They're reformed and sent back out based on the accumulated tendencies and actions, their karma, from the previous cycle.
This establishes the divine as the sole, supreme cause of creation, sustenance, and destruction. He's the original blueprint and the recurring force. But if the divine is constantly recreating and managing all this complexity, how does he avoid getting caught up in the stress and the consequences of that action?
And that is the question that verse 9 addresses, the binding nature of action. This is the philosophical core of karma yoga.
Okay.
The Lord confirms that despite being the continuous creator and manager, he remains unbound by these actions. Nachamatani karmachi madlanti.
And the key to this absolute freedom is non-attachment.
Yes. He remains unattached, asaga, and impartial, like a neutral witness, udasina vadasinam.
Yeah.
This is his divine yoga. He is the active cause of the action, but because the action is performed without any personal desire for the result, it creates no binding karmic residue.
And this is the critical transition from understanding the divine's metaphysics to, practical application for us. It directly connects the divine state of being to our daily lives.
Exactly. If the creator performs actions on a cosmic scale without attachment to the results, dedicating them neutrally, then a person who performs their daily actions, their job, their domestic duties, their relationships, without attachment to the outcome, dedicating them to the divine, can also be freed from the bondage of actions.
We're encouraged to emulate that witness status in our own lives.
We are. And verse 10 solidifies the divine's role as the ultimate controller, ensuring everything remains consistent under the umbrella of prakriti, or nature.
Yeah.
It confirms that nature, or maya, functions solely under the Lord's supervision, maya chelam.
And that supervision is the engine that creates all moving and non-moving things. Sakratram.
It is. When the seeker understands that the divine is the real controller, the false ego of I am the doer just dissolves.
That's a huge shift.
It's a massive shift. This understanding shifts the burden of responsibility and leads to immediate peace and surrender. If the divine is controlling the weather and the economy and the cosmic cycle, then the individual's worry about managing these uncontrollable factors becomes well, totally irrelevant.
That makes the shift from creation to consciousness necessary. If the divine is operating everywhere, yet detached and in control, why do so many people fail to recognize him? Especially when he appears in a relatable physical form.
And this is where we see the stark contrast between the deluded and the great souls. Verse 11 delivers a very clear warning about the ignorance of the foolish, the muha.
It says they ignore the divine when he descends in human form. Manutan moshlitam.
They do.
Why do they disregard him? Is it just because they're only seeing the physical manifestation, the temporary wrapper, and not the infinite reality inside?
That's it, exactly. They are ignorant of the divine's supreme transcendent state, the para bhavam ajanto. They look at the physical body and they judge based on human limitations, failing to recognize the Lord as the great master of all beings, Bhuta Maheshvaram.
And historically, this happens all the time.
All the time. The source material explains that people treat avatars as merely great historical figures or charismatic leaders or powerful saints. They focus on the biography, where they were born, what clothes they wore, and they completely miss the underlying, unchanging, supreme power that temporarily adopted that form through Yogamaya.
It's like judging the intelligence of a massive supercomputer based solely on the plastic casing it's housed in.
Yes.
You miss the infinite processing power because you're focused on the color of the shell.
What a great analogy.
Oh,
and
right.
what are the spiritual consequences for those who live in that state of denial and ignorance, those who are self-centered and arrogant?
Well, verse 12 describes the consequences of demonic nature, gwasimasura. For these deluded people, the vichitasa, their efforts are pointless. Their spiritual fuel just runs dry.
The outcomes are categorized into three major spiritual dead ends. First, their hopes are fruitless, moksha. They base their entire existence on goals that are temporary and fleeting, fame, wealth, power, which are eventually lost.
Okay.
Second, their actions are fruitless, moga karmov. Their deeds, though they might be grand in scale, are performed out of ego and self-interest, not dedicated to spiritual upliftment. So they just create more binding karma.
And the third?
Their knowledge is useless mogajana because it denies the ultimate reality of the divine, so it only leads them into further confusion.
So they adopt a nature defined by selfishness, ego, and attachment to material pleasure, and that keeps them trapped in delusion. It's the exact antithesis of that avyam, that imperishable reward promised by bhakti.
Absolutely. If you rely only on worldly gains, all those gains are eventually lost or abandoned at death. A life dedicated only to self-interest and material pursuits is ultimately described as incomplete and unsuccessful because it misses the core purpose of existence. It leads to spiritual failure.
So now we turn the page completely to the path of the great souls, the Mahatmas, detailed in verses 13 and 14. What defines them in contrast to the deluded?
The contrast is absolute. Verse 13 says, great souls, Mahatmanas, follow the divine nature, Devi Praktimishita. They're established in goodness in Sattvaguna.
So they're characterized by qualities like compassion, forgiveness, selflessness.
Having overcome ego and greed, they are spiritually oriented.
And what key piece of knowledge do they possess that the deluded fail to grasp?
They know the divine as the imperishable source of all beings, Bhutadimavyam. They understand the root cause of existence. And knowing this, they worship with single-minded devotion, Ananyamanaso Pajanti. Their minds don't wander. They're dedicated exclusively to the eternal, unchanging truth of the divine.
And that's the definition of true spiritual focus.
It is. And verse 14 then gets very specific about the actual active practices of these devotees. It provides a blueprint for a life that's anchored in devotion.
So what does that look like in practice?
It details 4 core devotional actions that prove sincerity. First, continuous glorification. Satata Korkayantomat. They constantly chant, sing, and speak the glories of the Lord. In a modern sense, their inner and outer dialogue is centered on remembering and celebrating the divine.
So it's not just a loud public ritual.
Yep.
It's an internal, constant state of spiritual conversation.
Absolutely. Second is unwavering effort. Yatantacha dehavrata. They strive with firm resolve, or dachafrafta. Their spiritual practice, whether it's meditation, selfless service, or study, is consistent and unshakable, regardless of life's fluctuations.
They show up every day.
They show up every day. Third and fourth involve physical and mental surrender, covering both the internal attitude and the external action. Third is humble adoration. Namasyanti ma bhaktya. They bow down with devotion and surrender, demonstrating a complete lack of ego. Recognizing the divine as the supreme master naturally leads to this posture of respect.
And
Finally, constant worship. Nitya yukta upasate. They are eternally engaged in the service of the Lord. This proves that true bhakti isn't just an occasional ritual, it's a continuous state of love, remembrance, and service that encompasses all of life.
It's powerful that the divine accepts this devotion, even though the approach might vary based on a person's philosophical leanings. Verse 15 confirms that the Lord accepts worship through multiple spiritual paths.
This is a remarkable statement of spiritual inclusivity. It recognizes the diversity of human temperament and, our different intellectual starting points. Worship can be offered through Jnana Yajna, the sacrifice of knowledge, and the source details 3 primary paths that are accepted, showing the breadth of sincere effort.
Okay, so walk us through those 3 lenses of knowledge-based worship.
First, we have the worship of unity, ekatvena. This is the Advaita or non-dual approach. The devotee sees the divine as the one non-dual element, the formless Brahman. They worship through meditation, self-reflection, and realizing, I am that.
So, recognizing the divine within oneself and within everything. And the second approach, which is maybe more common in devotional practice.
The second is the worship of difference, vitakvena. This is the Dvaita or dualistic view. Here the divine is seen as a separate personal deity, an object of worship, like a specific avatar or a beloved form.
Right.
This involves image worship, chanting, prayers, all the traditional rituals where the seeker maintains a loving separation from the Supreme.
And finally, encompassing everything is the third path.
The worship of the universal form, Bahuda Vishvatamukam. This is recognizing and worshiping the divine presence everywhere, in countless deities, in nature, in the 5 elements, in the cycles of the seasons. It's the panentheistic view. The key is that regardless of which path of knowledge the seeker chooses, unity, difference, or universal vision, all sincere efforts rooted in the right intention are accepted.
That sets the stage for the next section, which is just a complete declaration of sovereignty. If the divine accepts all forms of worship, he must logically be the source of all the things being worshipped. Starting with verse 16, the divine asserts identity with all aspects of Vedic rites. And this isn't just saying, I am the one who receives the sacrifice. It's much bigger than that. He declares, I am the mechanics, the ingredients, and the outcome of the ritual.
It's a radical unification. It completely removes the distinction between spiritual means and the spiritual end. The divine states, I am the ritual, kratu. I am the sacrifice, yajna. I am the offering to the ancestors, svata. I am the herb medicine, aushadam, which heals. Furthermore, I am the mantra, the ghee, ajam, the fire, agni, and the offering itself, hutham.
Wow, the implication of that is just profound. It means when a person performs any selfless action, any yajna, they aren't dealing with external separate objects or forces.
No.
They are simply interacting with the divine in every single aspect of that action.
It effectively removes any possibility of separation between the spiritual practice and the divine reality. Every single positive element in existence, from a medicinal herb to the energy of fire, has its origin and its ultimate realization in the divine. The spiritual practitioner realizes that everything used in devotion is simply the divine serving the divine.
And this sense of encompassing everything, it extends beyond ritual and into relationship in verse 17. The divine defines his relationship to the universe in the most intimate, familial, and foundational terms.
He is the ultimate head of the family. The father, the mother, the sustainer or datta, and even the grandfather, pitamaha, of this world. It's a complete claim of parenthood and protection, establishing the most reliable relationship possible.
If the divine is the ultimate parent, then surrender, that Sharanagati, should be complete. It should be rooted in the trust of the Lord's unwavering love and protection, just like a child trusts a loving parent.
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation. And furthermore, the divine declares himself the source of all spiritual truth. He's the object of knowledge, Vedyam, the purifier, Pavitram, the sacred syllable Ankara,
the root sound of the universe,
and the very essence of the Rig, Sama, and Yajurvedas. He's not just the content of the books, he is the reason the books exist, the truth they seek, and the purifying power they contain.
This claim of sovereignty culminates in verse 18, where the Lord lists these comprehensive roles covering every aspect of existence, past, present, and future. It's the ultimate declaration of his absolute control.
This is the definitive list of roles proving that sovereignty. He is the goal, Gati, the supreme destination for all beings. He is the sustainer and Lord, Partha, Prabhu the nourisher and the master of the universe. And crucially, he is the witness, Sakshi, the impartial observer who sees all our actions, thoughts, and intentions.
And on a more personal, reassuring level, He is the dwelling in refuge, Nivasa, Sharanam, and the true friend, Sukud. That concept of the divine as the true friend, the Sud, is such a powerful piece of insight for anyone, for you listening, if you're struggling with loneliness or conditional relationships.
The sources really highlight that unlike human relationships, which are so often driven by mutual needs or self-interest, the divine is the selfless well-wisher, the suit of all beings. This friendship is unconditional and eternal.
So if the divine is our true selfless friend, all our worries and anxieties about the future should just cease upon complete surrender.
If you have the ultimate, most powerful friend, why fear anything else?
Right. And finally, he defines the cosmic cycle itself. He's the origin, prabhava, the dissolution, pralaya, the basis, sthanam, and the imperishable seed, bijamavyan. He's the eternal cause that is never destroyed, ensuring continuity through all change.
He is the absolute bedrock of reality. And to wrap up this declaration of supreme identity, verse 19 shows the divine controls the most fundamental dualities of the cosmos, the yin and yang of existence.
He identifies with all forces of nature. He gives heat as the sun, he withholds, and he sends forth the rain. But the most difficult duality to internalize is his control over life and death. He says, I am immortality, amatam, and death.
And I am the existent sat, the permanent, eternal truth, and the non-existent sat, the temporal, momentary illusion. This is the ultimate statement of control over Maya, or material illusion. The divine isn't just the pleasant aspects of existence. He's the necessary synthesis of all opposing forces. He's the joy of life we cling to, and he's the necessary, inevitable end we fear. By controlling both, he ensures that the entire process of life, creation, destruction, and the balance of dualities in the universe leads toward ultimate liberation.
So the fear of death just dissolves when you realize the source of death is also the source of immortality.
Precisely.
And that brings us to the pivotal contrast in this chapter. Why would anyone spend their spiritual effort on temporary rewards if they know the source of all things is offering eternal refuge?
This is the section where the Gita definitively proves the supremacy of devotion, of bhakti, over ritualistic action driven by desire, which is known as karma kanda.
Right.
Verses 20 and 21 detail the limits of Vedic ritualism.
So those who know the three Vedas, the Trayvidya, they perform these meticulous sacrifices, they purify themselves from sin by drinking soma juice, and they seek the goal of heaven, svargagatya. These are dedicated, pious people, but what's their limitation?
Their fundamental limitation is their motivation. They're driven by desires, kama for celestial pleasure, and they get it. They reach the realm of Indra, Surendra Lokam, and they enjoy vast, divine, celestial pleasures, divyan divideva bhogan.
And the sources emphasize that these pleasures are spectacular.
They are. They last for cosmic ages, but, and this is the critical point, they are not permanent.
So it's like earning enormous currency. That currency has an expiration date. What happens when the spiritual credit runs out?
Verse 21 clarifies the harsh reality. After enjoying the vast pleasures of heaven, when their accumulated merit, their puyeke, is exhausted, they are effectively evicted, they return to the mortal world, martyaloka vijanti.
So they repeatedly come and go. Gata gata labante. They're just stuck in a spiritual revolving door, chasing temporary fulfillment.
They are. Heavenly pleasure, no matter how divine, is merely a temporary reward based on accumulated good deeds. It is not permanent liberation. It is not moksha.
And this realization changes the entire spiritual economy. Why work so hard for a temporary lease when you can get a permanent deed?
Exactly. And this sets the stage for verse 22, which is presented as the most crucial statement highlighting the unmatched personal promise made specifically to the exclusive devotee.
This is the famous Yoga Shamam verse. Let's define the stringent condition required for this unparalleled promise.
The condition is absolute and non-negotiable. It's worship and meditation without any other thought. Ananya shintayantamai. This means exclusive devotion, ananya bhakti. And being constantly devoted, nityutanam. The mind must be fixed on the divine and no one else.
No spiritual plan B.
There can be no spiritual plan B.
And what is the staggering guarantee for that level of focus?
The divine personally undertakes the responsibility for their needs and their protection. This is the promise of Yoga Shamam.
Okay, let's break that down.
The promise is a contract of personal management. Yoga means providing what they lack or acquiring new necessities that the devotee needs for their spiritual and physical well-being. This is active providence. It's bringing what is absent.
And Chemam.
Safeya means preserving what they already possess or providing protection against loss and harm.
This is a staggering guarantee. The ritualists we just talked about, They earn their own reward, which expires, and then they have to worry about earning the next one and protecting what they have.
Right.
The exclusive devotees, however, are personally cared for by the divine. It's spiritual outsourcing.
It completely shifts the spiritual paradigm from a burden of self-effort, which is transactional, to a relationship of complete trust, which is relational. The seeker should trust the Lord completely, knowing that the divine is handling their security and needs.
Which frees the devotee to focus 100% on the devotion itself. It removes the existential anxiety that drives most worldly effort.
You dedicate your mind, and the divine manages your life.
But what about people who are genuinely faithful, but they worship other deities, maybe due to cultural tradition? Verses 23 and 24 address the nature of worship to other deities.
Verse 23 states that even those who worship other deities with faith, Shabadyanvita, are in fact worshiping the divine alone, but in an improper way. Avidhi Purvakam.
So it's due to ignorance, avidya. The devotion itself isn't wrong, and the divine accepts the energy. But the worshipper has made a fundamental error in aiming that devotion at a subordinate entity rather than the supreme source.
Exactly. The ultimate recipient, as verse 24 says, is the divine, who is the enjoyer, the bhakta, and the Lord, the pravusha of all sacrifices and devotion. But because these worshippers do not know the divine's true, supreme, singular nature, the tatvena, they fall short of the ultimate spiritual goal. They receive temporary material benefits from the demigods, but they miss the chance for permanent liberation because they mistook the mountain peak for the cloud that temporarily rests above it.
The destination, then, is determined strictly by the object of worship. That's clarified in verse 25.
The divine provides a clear destination guide. It's an efficiency principle. Worshippers of demigods, the Devavrata, go to the worlds of the demigods. Worshippers of the ancestors, Pitavrata, go to the world of the ancestors, the Pitaloka.
And so on.
Worshippers of spirits or forces of nature, Bhutejiya, go to those respective realms. But those who worship the divine, Madhyajino, come directly to the divine.
This emphasizes the practical application. If your goal is eternal liberation, only direct, exclusive devotion to the Supreme Lord is sufficient, because all other destinations, even the celestial realms, are transient.
They're all subject to that cosmic cycle.
It's the ultimate spiritual efficiency. Why settle for temporary accommodations when you have a direct path to the eternal home?
It's the ultimate spiritual streamlining. The focus of the 9th chapter is just continuously proving that the quickest route is also the most comprehensive one.
Now we move into the practical instruction on devotion itself, starting with verse 26, which defines what the divine actually accepts as an offering. After all the talk of elaborate Vedic rituals, this verse radically simplifies the practice, making it universally accessible.
It defines an acceptable offering based entirely on the purity and sincerity of the heart, not the extravagance of the gift. The list of accepted offerings is utterly simple. A leaf, patraya; a flower, pupa; a fruit, phala; or water, toya.
I mean, the humblest person in the poorest village can afford these items.
Absolutely. And the condition is everything. If it's offered with devotion and love, bhaktiya prayachati.
And the Lord says,
I accept and eat that gift of devotion offered by one with a devoted mind. Aitatmana. The insight here is so crucial. The divine is hungry for sincere devotion and love, for pava, not for material wealth or gold or complex, expensive rituals.
It's an internal transaction.
Completely, and this ensures that the path of devotion is accessible to everyone, regardless of their economic or social status, fulfilling that promise of susakam kartam, easy to practice.
That opens the door for universalizing karma yoga in verse 27, incorporating devotion into every mundane activity. The instruction is to dedicate everything.
The text provides a comprehensive dedication framework. Whatever you do, yakaro; whatever you eat, yadashnasi; whatever you offer in sacrifice, yajuvo; whatever you give away, the dasi; whatever austerity you perform, yatapasyasi; do that as an offering to me, matapasam.
This beautifully merges bhakti and karma yoga into a single practice. All of life's actions, eating, working, giving to charity, even studying, they all become sacred and spiritual acts when the underlying motivation is dedication to the divine.
You are not told to leave the world. You are told to change the consciousness with which you act within it.
And verse 28 states the inevitable result of this universal dedication: liberation through surrender.
Yes, by dedicating all actions, the individual becomes free from the bonds of actions that yield both auspicious and inauspicious results. So the person attains liberation and comes to the divine,
described as being freed, vimukto, through the yoga of renunciation, sannyasa yogoik tattva.
And note the definition of sannyasa here. It's not necessarily physical retirement from the world, cutting off all ties or wearing specific robes, though it can be. Here, sannyasa primarily means the renunciation of the fruit of action, detachment.
Okay.
By mentally renouncing the results of all actions, you're no longer subject to the binding consequences of karma. And this is accessible to everyone in any walk of life.
This then leads to the profound declaration in verse 29 about the Lord's impartiality and special grace. This helps explain that reciprocal relationship established in the Yoga Shemam verse.
The Lord confirms his impartiality. He says he is equal to all beings, samohasa vatute. No one is inherently hated or especially beloved. Divine grace is universally available, shining like the sun on everyone.
Right.
But the special intimate relationship is only activated by the devotee's choice. But those who worship me with devotion, yirpajanti tumavatya, they are in me and I am also in them.
So the grace is available to everyone equally, but only the devoted soul opens itself up to experience that special reciprocal intimacy. It's like the difference between knowing the sun exists and sitting in a room with the curtains wide open, feeling the warmth.
The sun doesn't move, the curtains do.
Exactly.
And this reciprocal relationship is so powerful that it offers immediate reform and redemption, even for those considered utterly lost, as described in verses 30 and 31.
This is perhaps the most revolutionary statement in the chapter, offering ultimate inclusivity and forgiveness. Verse 30 says, even if one is the most sinful character, sudorcharo, someone known for terrible deeds, if they engage in exclusive devotion, aninyabhak, they must be considered saintly. Sadhudeva samantavya.
The emphasis shifts entirely from past actions to present intention. And why must they be considered saintly? Because they are rightly resolved. Their firm determination, their vyavasaya, to walk the righteous path of devotion is the critical factor. If the dedication is pure and exclusive, the past is instantly overridden.
The divine isn't interested in endless accounting of past mistakes.
Not if the commitment to change is absolute.
And the purification is swift. Verse 31 says, such a person quickly becomes righteous, gopavati dharmatma, and attains eternal peace. This culminates in the Lord's absolute guarantee, a promise that should settle any lingering fear or doubt.
It should. The promise is, my devotee is never ruined. Name vakta prashyati.
That's a powerful statement.
This assurance from the divine is the ultimate confidence builder. It eliminates the fear of falling back and guarantees that once the devotee genuinely commits, they are on a protected, irreversible path to fulfillment. Devotion rapidly cleanses the soul.
The inclusivity of the path is then hammered home in verse 32, addressing social and material barriers. This must have been a highly progressive statement when it was first uttered.
It was, and it remains, a radical democratization of the spiritual path. The Lord declares that birth, gender, or social status are not barriers to ultimate liberation.
So categories of people historically denied access to high spiritual learning.
Women, Straya, Vaisyas, the merchant class, Sudras, the worker class, and even those of sinful birth, Papayanaya, they can all attain the supreme destination, Paragatim, by simply taking refuge in the divine.
This eradicates societal discrimination and reinforces the core principle. Internal purity and sincere devotion outweigh external circumstances, societal labels, or past deeds.
The only requirement is sincere refuge in the divine. This is the definitive proof that the path of bhakti truly is susikam kartum, easy to practice and open to all. The focus is internal, on the heart, not external, on lineage or wealth.
And finally, we reach the conclusion of the chapter, the final call to surrender in verses 33 and 34. This is the last clear instruction to the listener.
Verse 33 uses the logic we just established. If individuals traditionally excluded can achieve liberation through simple devotion, then certainly the virtuous Brahmins and royal sages, the Rajayas, should embrace this path.
But the main thrust is the urgent call to action based on the nature of reality.
Right. The divine reminds Arjun, and you listening, of the nature of the material world. Since this world is temporary, anityam, and full of misery, asukha lokam, having taken birth here, worship the divine. Don't waste your time pursuing fleeting pleasure.
The source notes that seeking permanent happiness in this temporary, painful world is, well, it's fruitless.
So the only logical, efficient course of action is to pursue the eternal and the joyful, which is found only in devotion and surrender.
And verse 34 provides the ultimate, simplest instruction, the 4 pillars of final surrender. This is the confidential secret made explicit and easy to implement in daily life.
Yes, these are the 4 pillars for immediate liberation, moving from thought to feeling to action to reverence. Number 1, fix your mind on me, manamabhava, constant thought of the divine.
2,
Be my devotee, mad bhakto, cultivating love and feeling for the divine.
3,
Worship me, madhyaj, externalizing that love through dedicated action or ritual.
and 4.
Offer homage to me, mad namaskuru, complete surrender and humility.
By uniting the self this way and being surrendered, the promise is definite. You shall surely come to me, mam evayasi. It's a guaranteed outcome for the devoted.
The divine makes this promise specifically because the devotee is held as most dear. This simplicity engaging the mind, heart, action, and reverence is the final, most efficient teaching of Rajavidya Rajaguya Yoga. It requires no complex initiation or wealth, only pure love and surrender.
This has been a true deep dive into confidential territory. We started with the supreme knowledge, the Rajavidya, understanding that paradox of the divine's omnipresence and detachment, and then we followed that thread to the most practical, universally accessible path, bhakti.
The final synthesis of Chapter 9 is really undeniable. The path of devotion is the easiest, the purest, and the most effective means to liberation. It's available to everyone, regardless of background or past mistakes. The knowledge may be confidential, but the practice is radical in its simplicity. Love, continuous remembrance, and complete surrender.
It's the ultimate spiritual efficiency guide.
Guaranteed by the highest authority.
And if we revisit that unmatched promise made in verse 22, that the divine guarantees the personal management of your needs and protection, the Yogashamam, it just changes the entire calculus of your daily worries. This knowledge removes the need for constant, frantic self-reliance.
If you internalize the truth that the divine is your eternal, selfless friend, your soup, and has personally taken charge of acquiring what you lack and preserving what you possess, this raises an important final question for you, the listener, to consider.
Okay.
If you trusted entirely in that promise of Yogashamam, what single practical worry or anxiety, be it financial, professional, or personal, could you choose to relinquish today? Something for you to ponder as you continue your own journey toward that supreme and effortless liberation.